Oh. Right, we're gonna turn that off. Why is my microphone? It is working. Ah, I see it. Hello. Hello, the chat. Both here and in the future. Not sure if anybody's vibing at the minute. Oh. Let me put. There we go. Ah. The fan. It's too hot. It's too hot to exist right now. And not the fun kind of hot. Right, let's see. I'm just finishing the last little technical difficulties. Because as you can hear, I have some music. I've got a free trial of Epidemic Sound, so we're gonna try that out and see how it goes, because we're gonna do something a little bit different today. Just because I'm not feeling too well, but I need to check the audio real quick. I'm so sorry. Okay. All right, you can hear me over the music. Excellent. Okay. Okay, we're gonna turn that off so you don't have to hear me yap anymore in stereo. And we're gonna plug you in. Oh god. Oh god. How USB going whole? Ah. Dang it. Curses. Okay, there we go. Right. Okay, that is plugged in so I can see the chat. But yeah, hello friends. I am not doing so great today in terms of body things. I have several, let's call them long-term illnesses, chronic illnesses that make it very difficult for me to sometimes I'm like bedbound and stuff. I've got my wheelchair. You probably heard me yell about it several times as I've messed up putting it in different places to actually sit down and stream. I use crutches, that kind of thing. But sometimes, oh, there goes my ice pack, never mind. Sometimes I also have problems with my hands and my fingers, like they get very trembly, I get very stiff and like painful. And I've been taking my meds. I should probably take my next dose now. And I'm all okay. I just think that today we're gonna do something a little bit different. I'm gonna update the stream title as we go. Because what better way than to celebrate the fact that my bones are haunted than playing some spooky games. I was looking through my game catalog. I got several things for the Steam sale that I suppose could be categorized as spooky. But one I did get was, and now let me, oh, we're switching chat. Was this? I got Werewolf the Apocalypse, the Book of Hungry Names. Now I played this in a demo. I played the demo of this a while back, and I had a lot of fun. And I grabbed it when it was on sale on Steam, and I think on stream is the perfect way to play it. Your streamer tells you a bedtime story, essentially. I've also got, if I switch over here, pretty much all of the Vampire the Masquerade. Like, I very much like the visual novels. They're just fun to sit down with and like sort of just read through. It's very chill, and there's lots of different, obviously, like endings and stuff. I've got all of I've got Night Road, Parliament of Knives. I believe there are several others that I haven't got. I've also got Heart of the Forest, which is another Werewolf the Apocalypse game. And for those that don't know, these sort of series of games are all set in Werewolf the Apocalypse and Vampire the Masquerade are all set in the same in the same universe, in the same world, the world of darkness, which is like a role-playing game similar to Dungeons and Dragons that basically people can like you can play as vampires, you can play as werewolves, you can play as ghosts or wraiths, and there's rules for changelings, for mages. It's a whole sort of like its own sort of very dark universe. I wouldn't exactly call it grimdark, that's more Warhammer. But I thought, yeah, when I'm not feeling too great and I still want to stream, I thought we could play through like these different games, the World of Darkness, and we can learn more about it. I've not really played as much. I know some of the Vampire the Masquerade lore very well, because I used to watch streams like LA by Night, New York by Night, that kind of thing, over on the World of Darkness channel, which is actually where this music playlist is from. I think it was called like a, what was it? It was like a vampire, like spooky music to roleplay vampires to or something. And I've got the licenses now from I've got the correct licenses, so I hopefully shouldn't get striked, even though I'm just a little guy, I swear. But yeah, I thought we could play that because my bones are haunted, and so is the World of Darkness. And I can learn more about Werewolf the Apocalypse lore, because I don't really know as much. And I did, playing this game, there is, as in most games I've played so far, chances to be a horny little guy. Shadow Daddy in particular was very interesting. But yeah, we're gonna play that today. I'll probably pop it up on the YouTubes afterwards, but it's just us. Just me vibing, talking to the ether. But let's change the stream title. Okay. Let's see if there is a Twitch. Here we go. Okay, well, the Apocalypse of the Hunger Games. There is a like category for it. Sorry, my brain is also very slow today as well, which is another part of like being ill. I get very bad, sort of like foggy brain, so I may just be, you know, slow and chill. Not exactly the environment to be making like, you know, like consequential decisions like running through Hades 2. And I don't really want to like play and like hurt myself worse, if that makes sense. But I'm just gonna take things. We're just gonna take things real easy today. Hopefully that's updated, because it is incredibly hot in England, which super sucks real hard. I'm just going to take some time to get comfortable. I need to actually refill my water so I don't freaking die, but I will be back in a few minutes. Okay. Alright, gamers. We are free, unrestrained. We have a fan. We have the sippies. Which I'm gonna add some gamer subs to. So I'm a little bit sleepy. Right. We're gonna want to actually take the lid off that. Don't spill, please. I beg of thee. I do not have the shmoney to be able to sort this out. Okay. I'm gonna do 2.5 for this very, very large bottle. God damn it. Lid. Yeah, even doing like small tasks, like trying to get the lid on this thing is very difficult when my hands are feeling like this. But very simple, like point and click stuff. Like there are some very interesting, like point and click, like indie games, that kind of thing that I'll probably do when I'm having like an off day. Oh, we're shaking. Shake it till we make it, gamers. Wee. Right, there we go. So set up to go. So I am going to start this. Oh, here we go. Oh, I think it is. We're going to restart because I think it's taken my save file from. Oh jeez. And it's trying to sell me a bunch of DLC. Woo! Okay. Not actually that much. You know what? We're gonna spend some money real quick. Cause if the DLCs, yeah, they're only like a couple quid, so. We're gonna be the best werewolf that we can be, gamers. I also considered, I do want to, I'm probably going to talk to a couple of my friends who I usually play Total War Warhammer with on Tuesdays to see if they would be up for, they said that, a couple of them said that they would be like up for streaming if I wanted to. But I just want to make sure that everybody's comfy with being able to do that. Let's just make sure that my payment information isn't visible. There we go. Okay. Woo! Okay. So yeah, we'll grab all the DLC. Very quickly. Who is messaging me at this, the most holiest of hours? Oh dear. Oh, it's literally just my Steam purchase code. Okay. Okay. But yeah, we're just gonna have a cozy old time. Excellent. So all of that has been installed. And we are going to settings. I'm going to make the text a little bit bigger. There we go. That feels a lot better. So we're going to switch over to our in-game scene. You can. Sorry about. I'm going to try to get this in. I don't think I can get these sorts of games in full window mode. Yeah, this is just like text and stuff. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to deal with like all of my Discord stuff down here. That's fine. That's chill. Yeah, none of the widgets are too in the way, which is good. If I had it like this, I think we're gonna go with the big sort of expanded scene today, like I do for Night Rain. Which means I cannot see the chat as well, so we're gonna put the chat on the phone. The mobile cellular device. Okay. No, I don't need that. Thank you. Stream manager. And the chat. There we go. Okay. So yeah, if anyone shows up and wants to chill, we can. So we're going to be starting this. I may, once again, I might stumble over words and stuff like that. I'm bad at them. I'm bad at words. It's hard, but we're going to read. Okay. Your breath steams. You have run for hours. You don't feel tired. You haven't really felt tired since the change. Snow swirls. Bitterly cold lake effect. Cold lake effect snow that stings your eyes. The sky and ground are white, the trees across the empty meadow black where frost doesn't hang from their branches. Only one thing moves, leaving a winding trail through the trees. Your prey. You're downwind of it, though not for long, as unpredictable gusts and snow devils racing across the open terrain, and you can smell the acrid reek of steel and plastic. Your prey is close, and you know you have to prove yourself this time, your last chance. You shake the thought away. You uncovered this threat after all. You found what eluded the others, and they permitted you to lead the hunt, like your spiritual ancestors ages ago, whose battle against the demons of the earth became the legends of Werewolf, Heracles, Saint Martha. You turned all your knowledge and skill to tracking down this monster, this unclaimed spirit, this bane. Okay, so we have some options here. First go to options. Wait, is that... Okay. So let me just have a quick look here. Storyteller mode tells you which attributes and skills are used in a check. This makes the game easier, also simulates the experience of the tabletop game. I think we're going to go with storyteller mode on. Yeah, it only does the relevant stats. In Iron Wolf mode, you can die if you suffer enough damage. Death ends the game. When Iron Wolf mode is off, serious injuries may cause mechanical and narrative penalties, but you cannot die. We're going to go with that one for our first run, and then we may do more sort of like as we go through. If portraits are enabled, character portraits are visible. When portraits are disabled, the game is text only. You can also choose whether to show stats as dots, like in Werewolf the Apocalypse. Okay, so we're going to turn story mode on. We're going to show stats. Oh no, that's all fine. So, how did you find the Bane? I hunted the wild places for weeks, crisscrossing the winter landscape, focusing all my endurance and survival skills on tracking the Bane to its lair. I'm no Iron Age warrior. I turned my computer training and technical savvy to building models that predicted the Bane's path based on its trail of destruction. This Bane is not a lone monster. It had mortal contacts. I found those people and explained what I'd do to them if they didn't talk. I've always been good at making threats. A Bane's mortal allies are craven and greedy. I manipulated them into giving me the information I needed to investigate the monster's habits. Gaia's warriors have kept records since before the ancient Sumerians scratched lines into clay. I consulted the old records to learn about this Bane, its habits, and its weaknesses. Okay, so these are all in these games. You usually have choices at the beginning to sort of like up different stats. It makes it easier to like do certain things in the game, just like the tabletop game. So we have this one, which is more based around like obviously tracking with stamina, dexterity, and survival. This one that is more like based on your intelligence and like technical knowledge. This one which is like strength and beating the brakes off of people. The more sort of like charisma based master manipulator, and then the sort of researcher in Because there's two sort of like different ways you can go with like intelligence and stuff. Like intelligence to do with like computers in the modern, and intelligence to do with like the occult and like old stuff, like older stuff. I think. What do we want to do for our first sort of like go through? I kind of like the idea of going for a more sort of like survivalist, like in the wilds type of Garu. So we're gonna go with this first one. The modern world offers many solutions that are quick, easy, and ultimately useless. To hunt a monster is to hunt, not to calculate or investigate or analyze. You followed the Bane's trail for weeks, sniffing out its chemical reek on the cold air, digging through snow or frozen trash to find raccoons or house cats gnawed on by broken teeth. You followed scratched bark and broken branches to the Bane's stinking spore. Heaps of rancid, red-black shit smeared on tree trunks of the brick walls behind gas stations. But only now, as the icy wind dies down and the snowflakes drift to the snowy ground, do you see your prey clearly. It's a man, in white Arctic camouflage, face hidden by goggles and a fur-lined balaclava. Despite his modern assault rifle and the ruggedized tablet computer on his hip, he's mounted on a tall black horse. He's thrust what appears to be a steel lance into the snow. It whips back and forth in the cold wind, yet somehow flies swarm around him in thick black clouds, droning so loudly you can hear them. You know you should focus on the moment, but your thoughts turn to everything you have learned. Since your first change about the enemy, about Gaia, the living earth, you are not always what you are now. So in sort of like the Werewolf the Apocalypse world, just to give a quick little explanation of some of the lore, you are a werewolf. In this world, they call themselves the Garu, the ones that turn into wolves. There are lots of different sorts of shapeshifters, or at least there used to be, until there was a very big sort of war that left many of the other fairer shapeshifters sort of dying out, and the Garu were the only ones left. And they were essentially, they are the blessed children of Gaia, or and the earth, and they are Gaia's warriors and defenders against the other sort of more entropic counterpart, which is the worm, which is a being of rot and decay and death. There is another sort of, I guess, like primordial being concept called the Weaver as well. We'll get into her later. But yeah, it is essentially this eternal war of Gaia's warriors, Gaia's children, against those of the worm. And the Bane are sort of like the beings that have been corrupted by the worm. You'll see a lot of themes of like pollution and just death and rot, as you can see up here, like everything sort of, you know, kind of like all of the gross shit is sort of like it's the eternal war between protecting the earth against the corrupting forces of like pollution and stuff like that, and it's done in many different ways. And in this, our character is seemingly going after one of the servants of the worm, this Bane, in order to protect Gaia. But I will stop yapping and we will continue. Let me just have a little sippy. Gamer sups, my beloved. Okay. You were not always what you are now. And growing up, I had no idea about this world. I was just a tough kid who loved the woods, bow hunting, and living by my wits. Though when I wandered the wilds, I knew there was more out there. Strange visions gave me inner strength and ferocious cunning. But I knew some of the truth. I thought I could only be a helper, though, not a warrior. I learned how to fix machines so I'd be useful. But I always knew the truth, and deep down I knew one day I would change. From a young age, I planned and lead through strength and courage. I think our survivalist sort of character, I think one of these top two. So we've got strength, wits, and aim, and then we got composure, wits, and intimidation. I think we're gonna go for this one, just because I don't want to like go all into sort of one bit immediately, because there'll be chances to like upgrade skills as you go through. There's like an XP system in these sorts of games. At least when I played Night Road and Parliament of Knives, and this is a very similar setup. You knew you were a monster because your parents always said so. From the first time you bit your mother, they knew. They couldn't get rid of you. Not the sort of thing that's done. What would the neighbours say? But they never looked for you whenever you left. First, it was just an overnight disappearance, hiding at a friend's house, reading under blankets, normal kid stuff. Then... Oh, hello! Hello, Lee. I see you. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat. I was yapping. Hi. Oh my goodness. Let me have the chat actually sitting in front of me so I don't miss anyone. We're playing some Werewolf the Apocalypse because my hands aren't doing too great today, so I'm just instead of doing sort of full on like a full on game with like a controller or something, I just need something simple because my hands are not great. Me yapping, who would know? Yeah, this is just an excuse to yap. But yeah, we're delving into the world of darkness today with some Werewolf the Apocalypse, the Book of Hungry Names, and we're just sort of creating our character. This is a sort of novel kind of thing that they've done a lot of different games. But I thought whenever my bones are feeling haunted, we could play some spooky stuff. Oh, that reminds me actually, I'm going to switch over to the spooky playlist. The spooky stream sounds. Here we go. There we are. Okay. Hopefully you should be able to hear me well. Yeah, it's like a choose your own adventure style. There's lots of different branching pathways. And also a hot shadow daddy. What? Wait, excuse me. I didn't hear what you said. Anyway, we will continue. First, it was just an overnight disappearance, hiding at a friend's house, reading under blankets, normal kid stuff. Then 2 or 3 nights in the summer, mosquitoes, rain. Then the death vision started. You don't remember those weeks. You remember your father's friend, Clay, who appeared in your life when you were 12. Dirty, rude, drove a rusted Chevy van. What would the neighbours say? Even around him, you were angry all the time. You don't really remember your last night with your real family, but you can still taste them sometimes. Clay never forgave you for that. You only took a few bites. Where is he now? He should be here with the others, with the pack. Where is everyone? So, in this world, you can't be turned into a werewolf or a garu by the bite, sort of like in certain stories, but the bloodline of Garu, sometimes it includes the kinfolk. It includes like humans who sort of know and support the Garu and a part of the pack, even though they don't specifically have the form of the werewolf. And sometimes children will be born without the ability to turn, or like without the power of rage, the power of Luna, that gives the werewolves their abilities. And sometimes those kinfolk families will obviously leave and go off and just be normal, and then a child will be born with it's like a recessive gene almost. But a child will be born with that rage, with that ability to turn, and it seems that is what our character is. Is what is hinted by our character. Like, our parents and our family were normal, but we were connected to Gaia, connected to the wilds, and their father's friend, Clay, is also a member of the Garu and welcomed you into their pack. Pushing away memories of your first change, you sniff the air and look around. Nothing but swirling snow and the horse rider picking their way past the dead trees. It's time to act. Clay says you've disappointed him twice before. He says he wants you to really join the pack, but not as a failure, not as a burden. Everything you've done these past few weeks has led up to the destruction of this monster. You chose this night for a reason. The same moon hangs in the sky as the night of your first change. A moon that gives you strength and focus, that defines you, that defines who you are as one of Gaia's champions, the Garu, the werewolves. No moon anyone can see, but I know it's up there. New moon, new beginning, the auspice of deceit and cunning, of new ways and secret paths. And this gives us dexterity, wits, manipulation, athletics, clandestine, and subterfuge. A crescent moon above the tree line, horned moon for the horned god of the woods, the auspice of sorcery and spirits, which gives us intelligence, wits, composure, academics, awareness, and investigation. A half moon high in the sky, half mortal, half wolf, half flesh, half spirit. Balance and clarity, the auspice of judgment, which gives us stamina, intelligence, charisma, investigation, persuasion, and subterfuge. A huge gibbous moon like a madman's eye, a howling moon, auspice of mad tales and wild tellers. Resolve, charisma, manipulation, academics, leadership, and persuasion. And then finally, a full moon, burning down on me as bright as the sun, fueling my rage, bright as steel or fire, the auspice of total war, the sign of destruction, which gives strength, dexterity, resolve, athletics, combat, and intimidation. So we got to sort of decide what we want to do here. Like, as I was saying, I was sort of going for like the sort of like survivalist type vibe. I kind of like the, I guess like sort of like the stealthy, like not all the way out warrior, but you know, like the sneaky survivalist. The top one kind of fits. The bottom as well, with all of the like combat based skills. I know we can see our stats so far, so this is what we're kind of working with so far. We got intimidation and survival down here, and we've got, it'll show our attributes and skills. But yeah, our auspice is so when Garu are born, they're born under a type of moon, obviously, and that auspice is almost like a predictive force in a way. Oh, I can't decide. Let me have a sip. I think maybe getting some combat in there is going to be a good one. Yeah, let's go for some like combat stuff, like strength and dex, resolve. Okay. The full moon overhead is a firestorm in the sky that burns away everything else: fear, doubt, pity. So bright that the trees cast ink-black shadows across the blue snow. So bright that you can see only the faintest outline of the Milky Way overhead, or of Buffalo's red city-like haze far to the west. So bright it could burn down the whole world. You know exactly what you are. Gaia did not create werewolves to mediate alongside spirits, or to fuss over legalities, or to contemplate the stars. She made them as living weapons, and that is exactly what you are. Punch them in the face, power is never wrong. Very true. Very true. Okay. But she did not make you to rampage across her service. Oh. Sorry, I'm just seeing the stream apparently is having some issues. Oh no, it's fine. Okay, it's just me. But she did not make you to rampage across her surface, slaughtering at will. Destroying this bane without letting its filth sink back into the earth will take skill as well as ferocity. You narrow your eyes, eager to confront this challenge. You are a werewolf of the full moon, the auspice of war and death, one of the Arun, Gaia's ultimate champions, and you are ready. So Arun basically means, in this sense, are the warriors. They are the warriors of Gaia. We will see other auspices at play very soon. The ice wind shifts and the bane steps towards the trees, its outline breaking apart as its cloud of flies rises up. You smell the others, clay and scarpa and black tarn. But they're not here yet, and the bane might still escape into the trackless forest. But you've planned for this moment, even as you hunted the bane through the winter woods, and you've already taken on the ideal form. Okay, so in this, there is not just one change into a werewolf. There are many different forms that you can take on. These are the 5 sort of different forms, which I will describe. Homid. I still wear my regular human shape, ideal for luring a monster into the traps I've already laid, so that gives intelligence mechanics. Glabro. The bestial, near human. I carry a bow, and this form's great strength and speed turns the archaic weapon into an instrument of swift death. Kind of like that one. Krynos, the ultimate war form, an incarnation of carnage and slaughter. Hispo, the Titan wolf, so huge and powerful that I can crash through those woods and run this bane down with my greater stamina. Lupus, the wolf, a surprise for any bane that expects me to use one of my supernatural forms. Small enough that I'll have to dodge and weave and lure this bane right where I want it. So, I'm liking Glabro for dexterity and aim. Let me see if I can... Just because this isn't, this doesn't really have the forms of the different... It doesn't really show... let's see. So if you see here, this is the kind of, these are the different sort of examples of the forms. Krynos is the enormous mass-off, like, it's the sort of ideal of what a werewolf is like. Glabro is sort of like the halfway turned, sort of like, if you ever watch those Scooby-Doo movies where the people are sort of like turning into halfway werewolves. Hispo is like an enormous wolf that cannot in any way be mistaken for for like a normal wolf. And then you've got the lupus, which is the regular wolf form. They all have like different like uses, I suppose, but for this one I think we're going to go with Glabro. We're going to go sort of like for the archer survivalist type rather than the full-on like punch your heart out of your chest. So let's go. Most werewolves favour the monstrous Krynos form in a close quarters battle, and that form is a true engine of destruction, able to spread terror and madness in regular humans. But this creature is no human, and it will not fear you. In addition, fighting a mounted soldier on foot seems unwise in any form, unless you unsling your bow. Careful to make no sound in your bulky parka. Guns are loud and strangely ineffective against unnatural flesh. You've already selected the barb arrows you want, and now you set it comfortably on your string, exactly the way you've practiced. The Glabro form gives you almost an extra foot of height, and enough muscle that your arrow can punch through steel. Let's see if it can punch through a man's torso. Release, hiss, thump. Yes, it can. Is the music loud enough? It should be. It should be okay. It should be okay. Right. Let's go. The black fletching disappears into the arctic camo of the horseman's coat. The arrowhead slips between 2 ribs and pierces his heart. He jerks, fumbles with the safety of his assault rifle. You move laterally among the trees and put a second arrow into his neck. Music and other sound belts is fine. Thank you, Dee. It goes all the way through his throat, disappears somewhere out in the woods. Then a third flies into his temple, shattering goggles and skull. The horse rears, and the dead man falls into the snow with a faint crunch. Flies swirl up into the freezing air as you approach, from higher up on the slope, setting a 4th barbed arrow on the string. The rider is dead. Then the horse turns and fixes its black eyes on you. You guessed wrong, little wolf. It says through bloody lips, and then its incisors lengthen, and it scrambles up the incline, blood and drool spilling from its suddenly massive jaws. Where are the others? No matter, this thing is coming for you. So far, everything had gone according to plan, just as you had practiced 100 times. But now you're forced to think on the fly as you confront the real threat, this mangled horse thing. You taste blood in your mouth, hear your frightened breath. Now it's for real. No mistakes. Okay, so these, so we have now, I assume, created, like, most of our character. We've got a heck of a lot of decks, and sort of a good balance of other skills, I suppose. Very intimidating. Oh, wait, show stats. It will also show you what form and auspice, and as we go through the game, different sort of powers that we attain. So I can't rely on the bow. I draw my knife and use all my strength to drive it into the horse thing's heart. Strength in combat. I steel my nerves and put an arrow down the horse thing's throat. Resolve and aim. I'm quick enough to dodge and weave and fall back until this Bane makes a mistake. Dex and athletics. I rely on stealth and cunning, disappearing into the undergrowth and then striking from the shadows. Wits and clandestine. I'm hearty enough to shapeshift into my war form before the monster reaches me and tear it apart. Stamina and combat. So if we have a look, let's have a look at Dex. So we have Dex and we have a point of athletics. So that will mean, in essence, if this were a game, we would be rolling 5 dice in order to do this action. With resolve and aim, we don't have that much resolve and not that much aim, so we would be using essentially 3 dice in that case. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to start. We're gonna start zigzagging, dodging and weaving, getting the heck out of there. Big horse, big mouth. I'm not about it. You're no horse scientist, but you know that old-timey soldiers used to run down peasants on those things. And you don't want that happening to you, especially since this horse has fangs. You duck a scything hoof and leap over a fallen log into the black woods. The monster behind you crashes through the trees, heedless of the branches that tear into its face. The force of its impact shakes snow from the trees, and you sprint through a glittering black and white landscape, dodging saplings and leaping over fallen logs and the occasional snapping fanged jaw. Then you see a huge, twisted pine and jump, barely clearing it despite the enhanced strength of your glabro form. You land just as the horse thing slams into the fallen log at a gallop. The monster screams. When you turn back, you see that it's impaled itself on 2 thick branches. You skid to a halt on the icy snow, turn in a single, smooth motion, and slide your bow back off your shoulder. The horse thing writhes and howls, but its struggle only impales it further. You draw back on the compound bow, step as close as you need, and bury the arrow in the monster's neck. It's ugly work against a helpless target, but you're here to win. You put one more arrow through its heart and the last in its eye, and it finally slumps down dead. So, as you can see, the Bane can take many different forms. They can be people, they can be animals, they can be machinery in some cases. But we have managed to take down our first one. You force yourself to breathe deep, calm down, and check your gear. Your bow is fine, though you don't want it out in this cold for much longer. Speaking of cold, your layers are starting to stiffen up. You know exactly what to wear for cold weather bow hunting, but you can't afford it. At least not when you rip your clothes apart whenever you push yourself beyond glabro form. Chapter 1. The People of the Map. Against whom shall we do battle? Where shall we direct our attack, when the very breath in our lungs is impregnated with the same injustice that haunts our thinking and holds the stars in stupefaction? Emil Kieran, A Short History of Decay. Oh, okay, so that's the first chapter. I'm just going to take a few bites of food. I have some really nice honey miso, like beef and rice that I made. I'm very proud of myself for actually making proper food. Okay, now just begin. Flies fall dead onto the snowy ground, forming a black halo around the dead horse in the shadow of an abandoned pipeline that stretches east-west across the landscape. You did it. Clay sent you to destroy the Bane, and now both Ryder and the horse thing are dead. You stand beneath Clay's greatest victory, the abandoned oil pipeline, contemplating the future. You won't be a cub anymore, but a true Garu. You'll be able to seek renown and respect to join one of the remaining tribes of the Garu nation. You can join Clay's pack, But is that even what you want? To linger here with your miserable elders? As a true Garu, you could seek out your own pack, or walk the world for a time on your own. Gaia suffers everywhere. As the monster's blood cools on the snow, you consider what you really want. Glory, to destroy the enemies of Gaia, and, if it's still even possible, to stop humanity's desecration of the earth and halt the apocalypse. Honor, to restore the packs and the tribes, to help rebuild the laws and the dignity of the Garu nation. Wisdom, to learn what has happened to Gaia, to the spirit world, and to the path of our ancestors used to walk. So, in the world of darkness, there is not just the material world, or the skin lands, as it's called. There is also places such as essentially the underworld, and different sort of like layers of reality. In particular, we'll be sort of dealing a lot with the Umbra. There's a lot of spirituality in Werewolf the Apocalypse. There are lots of different spirits of the earth and the world that assist the Garu in their various tasks to restore and protect Gaia. But I think I am going to go with honor in particular. I think that in order to destroy Gaia's enemies, we need to rebuild the dignity of the Garu nation. As in all things, over time, the Garu nation has sort of fallen apart with like a lot of tragedies. Like, humanity is consistently destroying the earth with big oil and global warming, and the planet is dying, essentially. So in order to protect it, the Garu need to rise again, I think. I'm gonna have a little sippy. Once the Garu were a nation. Each tribe worked together because each tribe protected Gaia in a different way. But now some tribes have fallen to the worm, the enemy, the principle of cosmic ruin. Others have fallen into disgrace and dishonor. People say the Garu nation has fallen, that the apocalypse has come and gone, leaving only the bitter taste of failure in the mouth of the elders. Now you must trust only your pack. But you don't trust your pack. Before your first change, Clay and the others worked together with human and spirit world allies to stop the pipeline that now rises empty over the winter woods. But now, your elders are paralyzed by despair, slaves to long-dead authorities, whose wisdom failed when it was needed most. So what now? How can you rebuild, and with whom? As you contemplate who might help, a strange smell draws your attention. It's the dead horse in the snow. Sometimes, for Mori, that's the name you learned for when a bane possesses a person or animal. Sometimes, a Fomori rot quickly after death, consumed by the putrescence of the worm. Other times, Clay's packmate Scarpa has to roll the corpse up in a rug and take it to a pig farm his ex-girlfriend owns. That's always a hassle. But though this horse's fang teeth have disappeared and it now looks like an ordinary dead horse, the flesh smells sweet and strong, as if it still held some power within it. The litany, the laws of your people, tell you not to eat the flesh of humans. This monster was never human, but still you hesitate. So yeah, the litany is the laws by which the Garu govern themselves, to keep themselves from falling completely to rage and becoming essentially rampaging monsters, or falling to the worm, which we talked about is the principle of like entropy and death and rot. Damn the litany, it has failed, and now the world is all but lost. But I have won, so now I brush the flies away and eat. I'm still worried about the horseman. I want to make sure he's all the way dead. Mortals ruined this world, and I don't want one slinking off to cause more trouble. I won't eat the dead. I offer the proper prayers to whatever spirits still watch over this place, and thank them for my victory. I don't want meat, I want information. If there are more of these creatures, they might attack the communities nearby. I study the dead rider for clues that will help me protect people. Okay, so this is interesting. So we're going towards being more of an honorable like Garu, and protecting the Garu nation. So I think this one makes the most sense as well. as these bottom two do, because I think following the litany and like restoring, like not falling to that despair of like the litany has failed is going to be important for our goal. You conduct a quick search of the horse thing's tack, but you're no equestrian, and it's hard to find anything useful among the fast freezing pink gore, so it's time to check the man. You move carefully among the black trees, with the moonlight so bright it's easy to trace your trail to the dead man who stinks of his own bowels. Despite the stink, the flies are all dead. You gingerly inspect the rider's equipment. The ruggedized tablet is a sticky nightmare, and it doesn't turn on. You set it aside and inspect the rest of the gear. Knife, USMC KA bar, favoured by paramilitary geeks all over the US. The snow goggles look military grade too, and Snowhawk is etched across the top. The balaclava, the throat, someone just slit this man's throat. You didn't do that. Why do I have to do your work? A voice says behind you. One of Clay's pack, the Galliard, Scarper. He flicks a knife back and forth in front of your face. The two other Garu lurk in the darkness nearby, nothing but wolf-shaped shadows. So, the Galliard is another, oh shit, why did that come up? Don't do that, that's rude. The Galliard is like the Arun, another product of the Auspice, and another sort of role within the pack. I'm just gonna, I cannot specifically remember what it is. Oh yes, it's another one of the 5 auspices, maybe born represented by the gibbous moon. The Galliard sings to the soul of the Garu. They are the voice of the people, calling them to battle and inspiring them to greatness in life and death. They are also keepers of traditions, carrying the lore of the tribe all the way back to the beginning. So, here we go. Back off before you look like him, Scarper. I lunge at Scarper with my own knife. Seems kind of rude. Put that knife away and help me search the body. If we can learn who this rider is, what this rider was, we can learn where he came from. I keep searching, looking for something that will help me warn people, if there are more of these things. I grudgingly step back. The litany has truly failed if all Scarper wants to do is wave that knife around and threaten me when we still have work. So I think we're going to go with this one. Scarper howls with laughter. What are you going to do, pup? Look for clues? Oh shit. This man smokes the same tobacco as the colonel we met at Lady Darthington's tea party. Don't you know what that means? You fucking idiot. You don't know what you're doing. That's why I had to finish the job. Why didn't you, Miss Marple? Didn't have the guts. Before you can speak, you hear Clay moving through the woods. You spot him as he kneels down in front of the horse thing and starts to feed. Clay tasks me with destroying the Bane. It's down below, dead. I'm not interested in your riddles, Scarper. Say what you mean. We're not done yet. People might be in danger if there are more Banes in town like this one. We need to investigate. I did what you demanded. Now you must acknowledge what I have earned. I am no longer a pup or a cub. In victory, I am Garu. From what I know of the Bane, killing the host body might not be enough. Should we look for signs that it escaped into the spirit world? I think we're gonna push Scarper to... He's being kind of a little bit of a dick right now. Let's push him on this. He means, Clay snarls around a mouthful of meat as he gorges himself on the horse, that you did not kill the Bane. Scarper did. He points at the dead man with a clawed finger. You're confused for a second when you notice a thin red line next to the entry and exit wound of your arrow, the mark of Scarper's knife. You sputter. Where to begin? The Bane was the horse, not the man. The man was already dead. You can still see the arrow wounds. You finished them both without help, even though the others were supposed to back you up. We're supposed to. What would be the point of arguing? You look from Clay's blood-smeared face to Scarper's gleeful smirk, to Black Tarn's hard, mad glare, and know you will find neither mercy nor fairness here. You could almost choke on your rage as this pack mocks the litany right in front of you, turning it from sacred law into a crude bludgeon, used only to torment you. You will win no arguments here, nor find any honour among those sad old wolves. Get back to the van, Scarper tells you. Get yourself creamed up. You look like shit. We're going to have to clean up your mess. He flings the keys at you, expecting you to miss them in the darkness, but you snap them out of the air. He snarls, but Clay just returns to feeding on the horse thing. Okay, So we've got not the best sort of like environment with the pack, obviously. Not the best Garu role models, as it were. We are the victim of their despair and like the fact that they believe that it is hopeless, and they are taking that out on us, which is not good at all. Keys in hand, you trudge through the snow, under the dead winter trees for maybe 10 minutes. In the silence and darkness, you forget about Clay, the Bane, and the old pipeline as you pass through a twilight world of shifting shadows and gusting snow. The world as it was 10,000 years ago. Then you suddenly spill back out into the regular world, as if stepping onto a rectangular map laid out on the table. Trucks rumble down a country road. Human silhouettes pass under fluorescent lights. The smell of diesel and fast food. One step takes you from desolate wilderness into what passes for northern New York civilization. A loading bay behind an Amazon fulfillment center. It's past midnight, and traffic on the nearby road is infrequent, so you regain your natural form. What werewolves call the homid. That transformation is always easier than the others. Barely any blood drips from your ears anymore, but the whole cold hits you like a bucket of ice water. Noting the cameras, you dart across the road to the rusted-out Chevy Astro in the Speedway parking lot. Pull yourself inside, store your bow and arrows, and just sit there. What are you supposed to do? Cry, scream in rage? Accept your fate as a permanent cub in a 3-Garu pack, where the youngest member is 53, and they all think the world already ended. Fuck this. I've got a van and the keys. I'm gone. It doesn't matter where. Let's get back to human civilization. This werewolf thing isn't working out. Time to grieve in a constructive manner by stealing $5 from Clay's spare jacket and getting something to eat. Nothing wrong with a good cry. Gonna do that for a few minutes. You know what? Let's go get some of that fast food, shall we? Clay usually keeps a few crumbly old bills in his Desert Storm era army jacket, and a quick search turns up a whole Hamilton. You're eating good tonight. The van creaks as you hop out with the tenner clutched in your hand and head for the Speedway's sliding glass double doors, eager to join the people of the map, the people whose lives make sense. So the people of the map are just regular mortal people who don't know about the world, essentially beyond. And in terms of obviously revealing yourself as a werewolf and turning into, say, if you turn into the into the Glabro or the Hispoform in the middle of the street, something called the delirium would affect mortal people. It is a supernatural effect, essentially, that sends mortals into essentially like disbelief, like a disbelieving madness that makes them sort of run away and question what they've seen and such. And this is how well the society is protected. But the door takes a second to open and you see your reflection. Oh, that's not good. You look like an insane criminal, which you've gotten used to, but did you always look so driven, so furious? Staring back at you is a wild-eyed young man, woman, or non-binary person. So this is where we get to do more character customization. I was like, you know what? I'll go with as I am sort of gender fluid. I'll go with what I'm feeling today. And then I was like, what am I feeling today? Quick examination of the feelies. I've definitely been feeling like more in touch with my feminine side as of late. With a lot of I've been doing a lot of crochet projects and looking at like I do a lot of LARP, so I've been looking at a lot of pretty sort of like dresses for characters and things. So I think we're gonna go with a woman. You look like a bag lady, shapeless and ragged in the dirty parka and torn black fleece covered in stains. You run your hands through your hair, twisted up hair, chewed down fingernails. You study the fingernails next to your red-rimmed eyes. Too many nights like this. At least Clay isn't weird about girls. Clay's a bastard, but he likes to play act a certain kind of courtesy around ladies. It's annoying, but better than the alternative. But back to business. This place has a Tim Hortons and a Subway. Fucking score. The overwhelming urge for raw meat you experienced after your first change has faded, along with the desire to rip small animals apart with your bare hands. But shape-shifting still leaves you ravenous. You sniff the air, looking for something you couldn't get for $10 that won't taste too bad. Meat. I know what I am. I know how to feed the monster. I still have hope that I can learn more about the Bane tonight. So I get coffee and donuts to stay alert. Normal person food, a sandwich and some chips. I need to do more regular human stuff so I don't just drift away into the wilds. All this food feels spiritually unwholesome. I'll refrain for now. That's some, ooh, that's kind of wild. Let's do some normal person food. Get back those calories from shape-shifting. You were a weird kid, but you still grew up in civilization, with its full selection of Frito-Lay snack food products and YouTube tutorials. And sometimes you want to return to that. You order a turkey sub from Subway because you read somewhere that it's the most popular. Sun chips and a Coke. You eat standing up, still jittery from the fight. And for a few minutes you imagine that you blend in. Maybe you look like a runaway or a street kid. But you're one of them. And then a woman who looks a bit like you after a shower and a wire brushing orders a caramel latte supreme and sesame seed bagel with strawberry cream cheese from the Tim Hortons, and you think it's the clearest thought in the world, like an old-timey radio guy announcing it to your brain, that you could rip her head right off. She'd never had a chance, soft and clueless. Don't even know what you're doing as they bumble through life, flinging their trash everywhere, shitting up the earth. She walks back through the sliding doors, hops in her Honda pickup. The headlights burn your eyes. You're not one of them. Never will be. The rest of the turkey sub tastes like grass and sawdust. You eat what you can and ball up the trash, more poison for Gaia to process, like a drunk guy's liver working on overdrive, and step outside into the icy air. That's when you spot movement on the far side of the parking lot where the semis are parked. Black Tom darts between two trucks, still in the form of a huge wolf. She freezes, bewildered, as if she's never seen a parking lot before. Never seen the normal world of signs and maps. Then Scarpa appears, dragging what at first glance looks like a huge black trash bag with someone in it. Did they bag another monster? But then you recognize the screams and growls coming from the thing. Scarpa is dragging. It's Clay. A moment later you realize that it's not a trash bag at all. It's Clay's flesh, shifting and sloughing off, leaving a trail of black filth between the semis. Uh-oh. Consequences. The Bane fight felt slowed down, as if it took hours, but now everything is happening too fast. Black Tarn is in the middle of a parking lot, near the diesel pumps, howling as if she can summon all the spirits of northern New York. Scarpa, 7 feet tall and shaggy, still in his near-human form, keeps trying to drag or carry Clay. And Clay is a nightmare, a tangle of shifting flesh, black as oil, except for occasional white glimpses of bone or teeth. Where is his blood? You scan this parking lot. Someone is going to see Black Tarn. In fact, a truck driver is sliding through the snow around his cab now, and if he gets near her, you fear what she'll do. She already walked under a camera pointed at the pumps, and the other two will be there in a moment. A huge dog recording on camera is bad enough, but what happens if someone sees Clay? So yeah, the delirium, sadly, does not work through cameras. It's like a supernatural effect in the moment, but it does not work through cameras. Like a lot of in the game Vampire the Masquerade, the Nosferatu have this ability called Obfuscate, which lets them go invisible. Also does not work through cameras. What happened to Clay? Can you help him? Should you? As you watch the now familiar face of Uncle Clay burst out of the black tangle, expression twisted in a rictus of agony. You finally see blood around his lips. Maybe eating the horse was a bad idea. I need to keep that trucker away from Black Tarn. I get in his face and scare him off. Better I act crazy than a wolf tear him in half. My near-human grabber form will give me the intimidating presence I need to frighten away that trucker, without looking obviously supernatural. I pick up a rock or something and break that camera. Better a vandalism charge than a recording of Clay. I know how to sneak around a camera. I run for Scarpa and Clay and cleverly move them around the edge of the parking lot to the van. We need to help Clay. I run to Scarpa, steal my nerves, and help him drag Clay to the van. I shift to Glabro form, giving me the size I need to carry Clay. Okay, so we've got 2 problems. We've got the camera, and we have the man who is probably going to get his face torn off by Black Tarn. Let's have a look at our stats. So charisma and intimidation. So If we look at charisma, we have 1 dot. And intimidation, we have 2. So that would be 3 dots altogether that would help us. If we do the rock, it would be dex and aim. So we have 4 dots of dexterity and 1 dot of aim. So that would be a good idea. I think that in this case, being like recorded on a camera would be bad. Murder, also bad. So it's between these two, because if we just do nothing, like our wits, I don't think our wits in clandestine is very good. Yeah, wits, and we don't have any clandestine. Oh, let's go down here. So we have our convictions here as well, that will move according to our decisions in speaking, in like the decisions we make during the text. So we have the litany has failed us, and the litany sustains us. Humans must pay, humans must understand. Our weapon is rage, our answer is spirit. I just want to survive, we can still win. Find purpose through dignity, find courage through laughter. So these are all the convictions that we will find help develop our character as we go on. And we also have a knife. What have you got? A knife? No! Okay. So I think we're going to go for the camera, because hopefully Big Wolf, hopefully Black Tarn is in control of herself. But we're going to go with dex and aim. Your bow is unstrung in the back of the van, in need of care after your rough handling in the freezing weather. You don't have time to get it ready, but you do have time to grab an old metal valve someone left next to the propane canister. It's lighter than you'd like, but you toss it in the air once, testing its weight. It'll do. You wait for the freezing wind to die down. Shift your fingers on the valve before they go numb from cold and throw. Easier than shooting a bow at a monster, that's for sure. The valve clicks off the camera and moves it up, maybe a ½ inch. That's all you need. It's pointed at the distribution center's exterior walls. Now, not down it, a scream. Black Tarn, still in the shape of a huge wolf, rips the trucker's throat out. You step their way, but it's hopeless. The man is either already dead or he'll bleed out in under a minute, and Scarpa is heading your way with whatever is left of Clay. Fucking move, Scarpa yells, pushing past you to hurl Clay into the back of the van. BT, come on, we need... What is that? Is this shit? Black Tarn shifts into her homid form over the steaming corpse, then runs, naked and blood-smeared, past where the camera was just pointed. She jumps into the back with Clay. Keys, Scarpa shouts. You toss him the keys, then hop into the passenger seat, while Black Tarn stays with Clay in the back. The van peels out of the parking lot. Why didn't you warn that guy? Scarpa asks. There was a camera, you say. I needed to... A fucking camera? Are you stupid? The Galliard snaps as he blows through the red and turns left. She tore that guy to pieces, and you're worried about a camera? Now I'm going to have to go back this morning and talk to the cops about an animal attack. Fucking fool. Not stopping BT when you could have. Okay, this is... Our character is very clearly, like, this is typical, like, abusive, like, a typical, like, abusive relationship that they're stuck in. And it seems as though they've been, like, with this pack since they were a kid. So, like, they've been dealing with this for a long time, which sucks. Drop me off and I'll hide that dead trucker. Mortals are nothing but trouble, and we need to stop an investigation before it starts. How's Clay? I ask Black Tarn. We may not get along, but it hurts to see Clay suffer like this. Get off my back, Scarpa. I did everything you wanted, and Clay messed up. I'm sick of these old fools. Does anyone want to stop for breakfast? I'm buying if it's not horse. My elders are idiots, and I'm enjoying this as I plan my way out of here. Maybe... So I'm the top two... Hiding the dead trucker, I don't think is going to be possible at this point. And we don't want to get caught with a dead body, so we're going to ask, how's Clay? How's Clay? How's Clay? Scarpa barks, a crude impression of your voice. You turn around to look at the old warrior, but you can't see anything except the occasional streak of light from passing motorists illuminating Black Tarn's naked and blood-streaked body. Her eyes and teeth flash in the darkness. Stop fucking twisting around, Scarpa snaps. He's deflating as he returns to his scrawny, honoured form. You can't fix anything right now, so just shut up and let me think. It's a frantic 10-minute drive to the auto recycling centre. where some corrugated fencing and old trailers mark the home of northern New York's greatest champions of Gaia. A blackened chunk of the pipeline hangs like a trophy over the main gate. The garage door opener in the van isn't working again, and Scarpa starts screaming and ripping at the steering wheel until you hop out of the van and throw the door open manually. The Galliard almost clips you as he guns the engine, and the rusty yellow van lurches into the garage. He stumbles out of the driver's side door, swearing about the snow around the garage door that you didn't shovel. And okay is the first thing Clay says when you throw open the back door. Don't worry, it's fine. It's not fine, though. The old werewolf has returned to his homage form. That's all four of you now. His face is streaked with black veins, and his teeth are bloody. A grey film covers his eyes. I told you not to eat, Blacktarn tells the old man. First share of the kill for the greatest in station, Clay whispers. Maybe that part of the litany made sense once, 1,000 years ago. Clay tries to spit at Blacktarn, but only vomits blood. What do we do? Scarpa whispers, on the verge of panic. Watch him, Blacktarn says. Her eyes are clear, her voice firm. Her madness has passed, and she's the pack Theurge. Again, mistress of spirit and secrets. So, that's another one of the 5 auspices, the Theurge. They are the ones born under the crescent moon. They are essentially the ones that make contact with spirits in the Umbra. Like, they can, like, summon them, ask them for advice, like, ally with them, that kind of thing. Pack Theurge again, mistress of spirits and secrets. You, cub, come with me. She heads into the breezeway, stumbling over old phone books you're not allowed to throw out, and hastily dresses in cast-off clothes. You make sure she's wearing boots. Blacktarn is only barely lucid, and for how long? You killed that trucker, Blacktarn. You're losing control. If you want the spirits to tell you what happened to Clay, it was that flesh he ate, a violation of the litany. Litany's spirit, if not its letter. Can the spirits help us? I almost never interact directly with that half of my nature. I'm glad you're lucid again, Blacktarn, but there's no reason to hurry. You saw Clay. He's as good as dead. I think... We can ask if the spirits can help. I think... Yeah, we're gonna... Is only barely lucid, and for how long? I am, she says slowly, slowing only a little. I am unravelling, like the silver fang queens of old, growing madder every week, and while I let my lucid periods convince me that I'll be fine in the end. But the end has already come and gone, and we live like maggots on Gaia's corpse. Nonetheless, right now, my mind is clear, and we have work. No apologies for what she did, not a lot of apologies from Gaia's champions. You follow her from the breezeway into the cluttered and filthy living area. Old sofa, wood-panelled walls, the smell of wet animals. Through Blacktarn's kitchen, with its hanging dried herbs, sage, parsley, and others that don't go in food and don't have names, and its overflowing trash can. You've been focused on that bane and haven't cleaned all week, which means nothing has been cleaned. Blacktarn kicks some cardboard boxes out of the way and opens the cracked storm door that leads into the garden. Do not fucking leave, Scarpa shouts from the other room. We have 2 crime scenes to clean up, but Blacktarn yanks you outside. Okay, we're going to see her picture in a minute. It's very cool. Even under a blanket of snow, the garden is beautiful. Stark blue-white under the starlight, as the moon set an hour ago. Shaded by 3 old and gnarled apple trees, low stone walls wind around the garden. Also snow-covered, a gentle and natural counterpoint to the hard, ugly lines of the recycling centre turned lair. The air here even feels warmer, and though you're covered in blood, you feel pure here. A crystal clear stalactite spills from the gnarled limbs of an apple tree, all the way to the ground. When you catch your reflection in it, you know enough to fear what Blacktarn plans. Come, little cub, she says, we must learn more. We must enter the Umbra, the world of spirits, and there is no time to delay. So this is Blacktarn. She is obviously the Theurge of the pack, and Theurges are a lot closer to the spirits, but they're also a lot closer to the madness that comes with falling to rage. Very cool character design. The Umbra, the spirit shadow, cast by the living earth, once a place for Garu to heal, seek enlightenment, and if you believe Scarpa, ambush enemies from the 4th dimension. Now it is nearly inaccessible. You always had a spiritual side as a kid, which might be why you never thought, maybe I'm a werewolf, until your first change. Werewolf stories were always about flesh and rage and madness, though you've had plenty of that. You never knew that real werewolves were servants of the spirit world, seekers of enlightenment, scholars of ancient mysteries. The spirit of my pack has been asleep for a long time, Black Tarn says, her voice tired. The spirits sleep because they are too weak to act, but we may be able to awaken them for a time. They alone can help Clay. You start to contemplate how much that matters to you. Then Black Tarn squeezes your wrist hard enough to bruise. Tell them who you are, cub, she says. You are no true Garo yet, and have no deed name. You hope the spirits will react to either the first name on your New York State ID, or the names your normal friends called you back when you had normal friends, because you don't have anything else. Okay, so we get to choose our name. I think, considering that we are playing a werewolf game, and also because I have been playing a lot of Hades 2, we are going to go with Celine, or Selene as they seem to call her in Hades 2. I'm just going to have a little bit of a... There we go. Your name is Celine? Yes, it is. It's no Black Tarn. Even Clay is really Eyes of Clay, a deed name earned for brave deeds before your parents were born. But the Theurge waves you towards the apple tree, and you say your name then again. Then again, louder. The air feels thin. Your vision sparkles. Good, Black Tarn says. She laughs then, howls. They hear us, Celine. The spirits of this place hear us. Now follow if you can. She stares at your reflection, then she's gone. The icicle cracks and spills onto the ground, and for a moment you see 1,000 Black Tarns reflected in their facets as she disappears into the umbra. But you remain where you are. Black Tarn told you only that the spirit world was now so toxic that only the greatest Theurges could enter on their own, and you're an untried Arun. But if you are to help rebuild the packs and the tribes to restore the Garu nation, where else should you start except here, with the door to the Umbra half open, and a fellow werewolf in desperate need of help? I use my survival skills and cunning to seek out a wild place, untouched by civilization, where I can make the transition. Black Tarn has spoke about occult patterns in the land. I think back to her lessons. Where did she say was another thin point around here? In academics? I shouldn't rely on scholarships to enter the spirit world. I empty my thoughts and stay calm and composed, feeling my way towards the entrance. Composure, awareness. I'll be damned if I'm going to chase Black Tarn across the cosmos to fix Clay's mistake. I head back inside. Right, let's have a quick look. Composure, and we don't have any awareness. We do have quite a lot of wits and survival, I believe. We have wits and survival. Let's go for that one. It fits with our idea of our character. Almost the first thing you learned about the Umbra is that civilization erects a barrier between the flesh and the spirit. In the years of Clay's youth, stepping into the spirit world from the deep wilderness was as easy as taking a breath, but only a great Theurge could leap into the Umbra from a shopping mall or construction site. This garden is always close to the spirit world, but it's also Black Tarn's place, not yours, so you head back into the cold forest. Snow crunches under and ice crystals clump on your fleece. Though it's still hours till dawn, the world seems to be growing brighter as you follow a long-forgotten deer trail into the wilds. You scent the cold air, study the trees. They're getting bigger, older. Excuse me. A frozen stream winds between two pines. When you look down, you see the Milky Way overhead. Something enormous drifts among the stars. You recognize it, the pack's spirit, Beaver. You reach out. Beaver floats in slumber, tumbling slowly like a civilization-ending asteroid, rimed with frost and glittering with starlight. Trail winds through the frozen river, made of stars or spirits or ice. A canine shape slips along one of them. A flickering black shadow then disappears. Your fingers touch the ice. You're off the map now, close to the Umbra, but not there yet. So, Beaver is the... all the packs will have sort of like a patron spirit, I guess. A being that will be like associated with the pack's creation and such. And ours is Beaver. But Beaver has grown weaker with the destruction of Gaia and is asleep. I'm just going to have another munch. And a sippy. Because hydration and food is important. Beaver, wake up! I pound the ice. I need him to help me enter the Umbra, and I can't awaken him with the proper rites because I don't know them. Black Tarn, where are you? I know she's on the other side, deeply attuned to the spiritual realm. I reach into the ice, hoping to feel her hand. We're doing this to cure Clay, and the first step is looking around for what infects him. Do I see anything unclean on the other side of the ice? I wait in silence for Beaver or Black Tarn to help. Here I really do feel like a cub. I'll follow my elder's advice. I think we'll reach out for Black Tarn and see if she can pull us through. You're surprised by how far your words reverberate across the starscape, but you no longer see the canine shadow among the starry trails. Nonetheless, Beaver twitches a little, like a dragon troubled by a fly. You push your hand through the ice and feel it parting like fog. The way is open, and you prepare to step through. As the wind howls and the wall between the worlds starts to come down, Black Tarn appears as an occulting of the frozen stars. She drifts towards you, half wolf, half woman, eyes like galaxies. Her clawed hand reaches for you, but you see her inner struggle as the barriers fade and she floats within reach. Her expression grows vague again, in a way you recognize, then hard and cruel. Stupid cub, she says, her voice wild and mad. Let it end here. No more ambitious little pups, no more footprints in the snow. Leave us alone. And she brings her fist down on the wall from the other side. It shatters and collapses, blasting you with ice and grit. When you can see again, the river ice is cracked and frozen, and the way is shut. Uh-oh. The spirit world retreats like it was never there, the enchantment bleeding out of the world as the full moon disappears below the western horizon, as if the moon is dissolved in the light of pollution of buffalo. From somewhere, the angry blat 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 of a truck's air breaks. You are terribly cold. But did you really think Beaver would wake up? Would you want to wake up if it meant seeing the world as it really is? Who said that? Who thought that? Your head swims. Don't you know who you are? Where you begin and end? Perhaps you don't have clarity of will, at least not yet. Sitting on a crumbling brick wall, is a little grey house cat. That's right. Here I am. Well, here is a body. A bit scrawny. Sick, I fear. One last moment of glory before the end. What is this? Here we go. Here we go. It's a spooky little spirit. I don't think your companion wants anyone following her, and I doubt she can save herself, or Eyes of Clay. If you want to help him, you'll have to do it yourself. Are you talking, or am I? Are you a spirit? I assume my best manners. This Houtcat might be half a god or more. What if I don't want to save Eyes of Clay? What if I think he's a poor doomed asshole? I don't think cats and wolves got along. Are you a cat, or like a metaphor for cats? Okay, what do we do? With this cat's help, I might be able to enter the Umbra or learn something. Let's ask if it's a spirit first. A good plan, Celine. But are you sure you can trust me? Maybe I'm that Bane you thought you killed, except you only killed a body. And I permit myself a little laugh. Tricky in a cat form, but not impossible. You admire my sleek elegance I don't know. There again are the limits of my power. I cannot command you to admire me. I cannot write in the book of the world like I used to. But what about the others? Should I actually tell the others what you found, that you found a way to help Eyes of Clay? Would they believe me? Maybe they'd call me worm spawn for my insolence. Of course, things might be different if we could bring back some useful information from those corpses. The storm-coloured cat hops off the brick wall and starts cutting through the woods. You shake off the snow covering you and stamp your feet. The spirit turns and beckons for you to hurry. She looks tired and thin, with patches of missing fur and blood on her paws. Do I really look like that? Great Gaia, you're right. Once I shamed the sphinxes, haunted the dreams of tigers, and you don't have many chances left. You failed twice tonight. First when you failed to kill the rider, then when you let Black Tarn kill the traveller. What will they do if you fail a third time tonight? If you can't learn something to help your wounded packmate? That's bullshit, Cat. I killed the Bane, and I did my best at the Speedway. If you're trying to teach me that my elders are wicked, I don't need your instructions. I know. If I were a less trusting soul, I'd think you'd deliberately trying to turn me against my fellow Garu. I think we're going to go for this one, because it speaks to the experience of Celine's experiences with this pack. Am I corrupting you, little cub? Turning you against your elders? Perhaps I am already shaping you into what I want you to be, and you don't even realize it. This body isn't slowing down, you'll notice. Please keep pace. And turning you against the other Garu is not my purpose here. The failures of the Garu elders are obvious to everyone, especially the elders. But let's actually think about how to fix this problem. I sprint through the woods on delicate feet, leaving sad red tracks, widely spaced, then stop on a fallen pine and turn as you hurry to catch up. I look quite elegant, neck long and sleek, eyes shining. Great Gaia, I am magnificent. Not a ragged skin puppet at all. So let's review what we know. We are at least reasonably confident that Clay ate tainted flesh. The flesh, you recall, was quite tempting. Can we learn something from that? What about the accoutrement of the horse and rider? You checked them already, but couldn't activate the tablet. Is there anything here that can tell us about what happened to Eyes of Clay? And you see that I've led you through the woods back to the site of your battle. The horse is still there, its remaining guts strewn all over the snow, already frozen. A faint howl drifts through the air. Black Tarn? You can't be sure. And if I know, I'm not saying. What about that weird lance the rider had? I've never seen anything like it. That horse's saddle wasn't made of monster skin. The horse had a normal-looking saddle. Could we figure out who made it? What about Black Tarn? She could end up lost in the Umbra forever if we can't help her. I'm sick of getting yamped around. I grab that cat so quickly it can't escape and demand answers. I'm kind of interested in the weird lance, because it was sort of highlighted. It was like, oh yeah, the rider puts down the lance. Let's have a look at that. You approach the spot where the rider fell. The lance still sticks out of the snow about 5 yards from the horseman's corpse. It will blaze like a torch when the sun rises, but now it's just a grey shaft against the blackness of the tree trunks. You wipe some of the snow away, revealing markings. Wait, no. Numbers? Sorry, I'm not good with numbers. I think I'll let you handle this. A serial number. You wonder if this thing was some kind of worm artifact, but it's not made of silver, and it doesn't bear any strange glyphs. And it's rather fragile. You're not even sure it's supposed to be a weapon. Some kind of tool? Actually, hold on. I bet you could write down those symbols, those numbers, and maybe go through this dead man's pocket and use your clever little human machines to track down where this lance came from. That could give you a lot of information. People love information, even your people. Go back to your pack with a little notebook full of addresses, and you'd make some friends. That would require an internet connection, the library which opens in a few hours, and some brains to conduct research. Okay. I need to understand the bigger picture, what sort of threat we're facing. I grab the lance and go to the library to conduct research. Okay, so that's intelligence and computers, which we do not have a whole lot of. So let's have a look at the saddle. So this is like, we can go through the options to figure out what we need. You examine the horse thing. Dead, and by now partly frozen. Blood is everywhere. Its entrails have been eaten, and blood stains the snow. But that saddle looks like an ordinary leather saddle. You don't see any Garu glyphs or anything explicitly supernatural. Maybe you could grab the whole saddle and look for identifying marks. Your thoughts? No, mine. I'm talking again. Just talking, though. Just making conversation. Nothing more. And if you find something to identify the marks, then you can do some old-fashioned detective work in town. Ask around, see who knows anything. You can start a serious investigation after sunrise, assuming investigation is a real thing. Like, can you actually hit the pavement and ask people questions, which leads to more people you can ask more questions to? Or is that what happens on detective shows? What about Black Tarn? She could end up lost in the Umbra forever if we can't help her. But is she really your responsibility? Not your thoughts, mine again. But seriously, would you want her to be your responsibility? Do you want to join Clay's pack as watches the mad woman? She has not closed the spirit door of the way, which means you might be able to find her, but leading her back to safety, it will require great patience to encourage her back out of the brambles of her madness and then pull her again into the real world. Okay. I need to learn what this creature was in order to cure Clay. I grab the saddle and then go into town and ask around. That might take all day, but I'm patient. I need to find Black Tarn. I answer her howls with my own and persuade her to return to the physical world. Okay, so that's composure and persuasion. What have we got in terms of composure? We don't have any persuasion. So that would be a 2. Resolve and investigation. That would be a 2 and another, so that's another 2. Intelligence and computers. I think that is a 1. Yes, it is. Then we could just grab the cat, but that kind of seems rude. It seems like a spirit, even if it's being a sassy little bastard. Um, it seems like it could be helpful. Right, I'm gonna eat some more food. Okay. I think in this case, maybe try to convince Black Tarn to come back. Not exactly the most persuasive. Maybe resolve an investigation might. I'm stuck between these two options. Let's think. I mean, Blackthorn seemed decently kind until, you know, like her madness came over her again. Even though obviously that's not an excuse, she still probably has not been the best to Celine. Uh, if we want to rebuild the Garp Nation, we need to like be more pack focused, I think. So let's go with this one. Even if you save her this time, what makes you think you can keep her in this world for much longer? What is there for her here? My thoughts wash over yours. Ignoring the cat, you listen for Black Tarn's howls as they echo through the woods, carried across the gap between the worlds. You follow the sound deeper into the forest until you see a shadow between the trees. Black Tarn! You shout, making your voice firm. Come back to us. Come back to what, Celine? The old woman snaps. Her voice is all around you. To Clay's sullen rages and Scarpa's cruel jokes. To this dead world that we failed to protect. That she's even responding to you, rather than drifting away to the stars is something. You know enough not to debate Black Tom when she's in one of her moods. Instead, you keep your voice calm but authoritative, the way powerful spirits are supposed to speak. Come back to us, Black Tarn. We need your help. Who was this Bane? Where did it come from? There are so many questions. From the east, I think, Black Tarn says, her voice hesitant. You've got her. One thing you've learned about Theurges in general, and Black Tarn in particular, is that if you ask one a question, they'll want to answer. What is to the east, you ask? Another pack? All dead, Blacktarn says, her voice drifting through the spirit woods. You should know that. You should know so many more things. When I get back, I'll talk to Clay about how little he's... How little... Time to push. Let's get back to Clay, you say. He hasn't done enough for you, Blacktarn says. A shadowy hand reaches out between the two saplings. I'm always telling him that. Maybe he has his reasons, but when we get back, Clay and I... You grab the hand and pull, and Black Tom tumbles back into the physical world, landing in ankle-deep snow. The eastern sky is brighter. How long have you been seeking her? And when you look around, the cat is gone. There's a little sizzle in your brain as your thoughts settle back into their accustomed shape. But don't worry, I'll be keeping an eye on you, cub. Okay, have another little snacky. Sorry, I'm very hungry. And this rice is very good. Yes, we successfully rescued Black Tarn from the Umbra and going even more crazy bananas. Not Silver, Black Tarn says, holding the dead rider's lance. It's still freezing cold and the metal sticks to her palms. You need to get her wrapped up, but she's poking around the crime scene at the speed of a cop making overtime. But I feel there's something spiritual about this lance. What is his name, do you think? She pokes the black man... she pokes the dead man's Arctic camo jacket, partially open with the lance. The man's tablet is completely trash, every port filled with frozen blood. But you peel the jacket open. Blood, stringy and pink, half congealed, and find a wallet. No ID, but $140 in cash. Don't let Clay see that, Blacktarn says, gesturing for you to take the money. Her voice is shrewd and clear, but she doesn't seem to remember what happened to Clay. And you don't know where her clothes are. As you transfer the cash to your duct tape wallet, a receipt appears among the 20s. Benicki Gunworks, Northampton, Massachusetts, you read automatically. Maybe the guy you killed, or who Scarpa killed, to hear him tell it. Shopped there. East, Blacktarn says, her tone haunted. The lost Khan. Why did Clay never tell you? Why? A cairn. A place of spiritual power treasured by the Garu and their enemies. What does she mean? And you can't wait here any longer. Blacktarn's lips are purple. You peel a thermal blanket off the dead rider and wrap it around Blacktarn, then point her back towards town. She hobbles through the snow, leaning on the lance. You walk along the side of the road for a few minutes before a familiar yellow van screams to a halt, blasting slush across Blacktarn's bare feet before lurching and stalling. Scarpa yells something, then rolls down the passenger side window because you can't hear him and screams again. Where the fuck have you been? Why didn't you call? You start to explain. I, Scarpa mocks, perfectly mimicking your tone of voice, and yet adding a tone of absurdity to it. I'm so sick of your voice. I'm not interested in your riddles. You wince at your words coming from Scarpa's mouth. I don't have a phone, Scarpa. Stop yelling. Blacktarn isn't exactly great right now. Trying to learn more about the rider and not having a lot of luck. I'm not feeling good about my prospects. I was keeping Blacktarn safe. At least one of us actually cares about elder werewolves. I've got my own business to attend to, Scarpa. This elder doesn't reserve my respect or explanations. We got to keep everything sort of on track to figure out this mystery, I think. Oh, shit! This is his Glabro form. Holy. Some of these pictures weren't in the initial, in the demo. So I'm seeing some of them for the first time. This is sick as hell. Holy. Even though he's kind of a dick. The what? Scarpa asks. The human rider. He obviously came from somewhere, so we need to... You were supposed to figure out how to help Clay. You already let Blacktarn kill that trucker. Well, which I'm going to be dealing with for weeks. And now you've been dicking around trying to find a spear or something? You cannot be more useless. Get in the van. We need to start fixing everything you did last night. Running off on my own seems hopeless. Resigned, I back off from a confrontation and get in the van. Clay shouldn't perish in ignominy. If there's any way I can help, I can help. I get in. I don't want Scarpa getting so mad that he wolfs out where people can see him. I get in. You know what, Scarpa? I think you and me are finished. I've got a possible location. This gun store in Northampton and enough money for a bus fare. I think we need to find out more about what is happening to Clay. Running off my own seems hopeless. Resigned, I back off from the conversation, get in the van. I don't really care too much about Clay. I don't want Scarpa getting mad, so we'll sell where people can see. Yeah, let's get in. Blacktarn is silent for a while as Scarpa blasts down the country road towards the recycling centre. Then she says, I met the Stormcat. Scarpa almost hits a yield sign. The Stormcat's dead, he says. No, she's not, because you just talked to her. Before you can say anything, the Garu of Broadbrooks are dead, Blacktarn says. But the spirit of that place lives on. I think the Stormcat needs help. Actually, you say, you wandered into the Umber again, BT, says, cutting you off. Blacktarn grabs your old parka and whispers in your ear. The Stormcat needs your help, Celine. They think I've lost myself in dreams, but sometimes someone finds me there. The Broadbrook Khan fell, but its spirit endures. Where is the Broadbrook, you ask? East, Blacktarn croaks. Northampton, you whisper? The old Theurge slumps backward, exhausted. The van lurches to a rattling halt outside the Scarpa recycling centre. Clay wants to talk to you, Scarpa says, his voice carefully composed. Where is that girl? You know him. You know how he is. A momentary, flawless impression of Clay's raspy voice, offered without enthusiasm or sardonic humour. Scarpa's eyes are red-rimmed, his skin grey and drooping. He's in his 50s, but he looks 70 right now. The old man doesn't move from the driver's seat or try to roll the van into the garage, so you drop down onto the snow and head for the main door. It's still half open, letting the cold in. When you glance back at Scarpa, he's banging on the steering wheel. What happened, man? He asked Blacktarn. We ruled these lands. We were kings. We were fucking kings. He's weeping as you head inside and yank on the door until it latches. You can smell Clay as you move through the living room and down the hall. He's in your room. There's nothing left of your bedroom except the werewolf. Everything else has been destroyed. Ah, that's kind of fucking rude. What about my computer? I need to research everything I've learned. Tell me that my extra clothes survived. At least I need to walk around normal people and blend in. My only concern is Clay right now. What's left of him. So, Clay, you're a trash bag full of pudding. Did it feel good to wreck my stuff? Let's go for this one. Torn to pieces. Every single article of clothing you're not wearing or carrying right now. Your old all-in-one computer is no better off, defiled by some combination of ripping claws. Clay's leaking black putrescence and animal piss Scarpa tends to urinate when upset, so that's probably his fault. What the fuck? Looks like you need to take better care of your things, pup. Clay wheezes. He sprawls monstrously across your bed. He looks half like a Garu in Krina's warm form, half like a marshmallow dropped in a campfire. His face is mostly intact, muzzle glistening wetly with blood and filth, but his lower body is a nightmare of corruption, especially his bowels, which are swollen monstrously. Your cereal bowl rests beside the bed, full of cigarette butts, and the hair is hazy with tobacco smoke. Your green backpack, normally stored carefully beside the bed, is gone. Either it dissolved or Scarpa took it again. What have you found to fix this, girl? Clay says, black blood dripping down his hairy chin. I've only started my investigation, but the horseman had a receipt for a gun store in Northampton a few hours east. It's almost nothing, but I'm not optimistic. I pulled Black Tarn out of the Umbra. We both met a spirit called Stormcat. The spiritual element seems important, but I'm not sure how. You and Scarpa just wrecked everything I own, you assholes, and you're still begging for my help? Let's talk about this. Northampton, Clay wheezes. The Broadbook can. What's that, you ask? Clay sighs, and for a moment you see him as he used to be, through the monstrousness of his ruined form. A great pack once reigned the east of here. They believed they could stop the apocalypse, that they could show us all a better way. Arrogant bastards, right? And for years they did. The lands they ruled were bright and clean. Garu and spirits and even humans found equilibrium, maybe even peace. Scarpa never trusted them. But when I suspected you might be one of us, I considered sending you there. Ash drifts off the bed. But around the time of your first change, the Broadbrick calm fell so suddenly that we didn't even dare investigate. Their galliards fell silent, and their theurges ceased their rituals. And the skies east of here turned pale, as if the spirit world had retreated in shame and honour. The bane could have come from there. We can track it. I spoke with a spirit called the Stormcat, an exile from Broadbrook, maybe. How did they fail? And if they fail, what hope do we have? Give you permission to go there and learn what happened. Let's say about Stormcat. Clay's eyes calculate as if he's unwilling to reveal certain things to you. The Stormcat spoke to you, he asks. You saw her? I saw her, but she didn't speak. The Stormcat is a powerful and dangerous spirit. A herald of Tyrannus, the Thunderer. And I fear she has work for you, girl. But don't believe the spirits, Selene. They do not want what you want. They don't care about what the Garu anymore. Be wary, and don't let yourself. He starts coughing, and he doesn't stop. Even as his intestines swell more and more, licking sticky white pus over your bedsheets. Holy shit. Scarpa crashes into the room, red-eyed and bloody-fingered. What did you do to him? He shouts. I just told him about the receipts from the gun store, you say, and shut up and move, Scarpa says, shoving you out of the way and running to the mutilated pack elder. But he's no healer, and you don't see Black Tarn. She can't help, Clay roars as his muscle rots, exposing yellow burn. She never helps. The old werewolf's flesh boils and he thrashes, overturning the bowl full of cigarettes and splattering ashes on the carpet. Then he closes his eyes and slumps down into unconsciousness, wheezing pathetically. Get the fuck out, Scarpa shouts at you, shoving you out of your room. You stumble through the trash-strewn hallway that connects your room to the living room. In the kitchen, you can see the yellow van through the dusty horizontal blinds above the faded sofa. An Erie County Sheriff's Office police SUV is parked next to it. Maybe someone traced the dread trucker here, or found evidence of a dozen other things. Clay's pack has done over the years. 2 cops get out of the SUV, stomp their boots in the snow and look around. One points out the van, but you're not in any rush. It's time for you to go. Wait, your thoughts? No, it's me again. Your friend from the Khan east of here. The Stormcat sits on the dirty sofa, paws folded daintily, over bangs and shouts from your bedroom. I remind you that there's nothing for you here, and I think you know where to go. Are you manipulating me, spirit? I don't like being controlled. What's waiting for me there? I need a spirit's wisdom. I can't leave my pack. Let's go with the first one. Maybe I'm manipulating you, or maybe this is how it has to be. And we're both trapped here, but don't try to blame me. I'm not the one narrating your life. It just feels that way. I close my shining blue eyes, open them slowly. The air smells like ozone. I'm trying to change things, Selene. I just don't think it will work. Have you ever imagined what it's like to see what's coming and know that you can't change it? I've done this 1,000 times and it never works. But here we are again. The cops reach the door and start knocking. Your bow is in the van, you realise. You can't get it now. You look around. Maybe Scarpa brought it inside, but no. If those cops come in here, they'll die. I prefer fit people didn't get torn to shreds, all things considered, especially if it exposes what we are. These are my people, Cat. Clay and Scarpa hate me fine, but I belong here. The Garu have lost so much. We can't lose another pack. These losers are doomed. I hope they and the cops kill each other. Don't get yourself killed, Cat. I leave. My only hope is to follow the clues I found. Clay can't help me anymore. He can't even help himself. I'll see you at the gun store, Cat. Maybe there's a flak vest in your size. I think we'll go with the first one. I will respect your desire for mercy and keep the men outside alive if it's within my power. The room darkens as if storm clouds have suddenly covered the winter sun, and the little grey cat seems to grow larger, as if something impossibly vast stands behind the sofa. Something massive that's coming their way. This way. Go while you can, Celine. More rice. Yum yum. Oh shit, I didn't realise the music's got off. Okay. You grab a fanny pack because you can't see your green pack anywhere. Back through the trash-strewn hallway, past Scarpa screaming for Clay to be quiet and Clay screaming in mindless pain. Out the busted screen door into Blackton's frozen garden. You almost expected to be there, but no. A sudden bang and you jump. Gunshots? No, a peal of thunder overhead in the white sky. When you look up, lightning crawls slowly across the pale heavens, passing from west to east, then over the horizon. You know the woods behind the recycling centre, and though you have no problem avoiding the cops, you have to stay in town and risk exposure a little while longer, because you need one more thing before you leave. Clothes. Your old parka is ragged and filthy. Your gloves made more duct tape than leather. You head to the pharmacy you don't normally use and buy a loofah with soap already in it. A pack of new white shirts and thick wool socks. Then you lock the store's bathroom and clean yourself up in the sink. There's a lot of dry blood, but you scrape it off and dump everything in the trash can. The fleece and the parka go too. They're beyond saving. That means you have to hurry down the street, arms crossed, to the cheap consignment store. It's cold in here too. A cold not helped by the ugly glare of the woman behind the counter. She looks like she's biding her time, picking out a really good slur to call you. But you have money now to buy clean clothes. Good ones. Not so expensive that you can't afford to explode out of them in a burst of rage, but not the dirty, sweat-smelling cast-offs Black Tarn used to toss your way. You look for something that will get you out of town without problems. After searching the racks and making sure you have enough money for necessary cold weather clothing, you pick out tactical clothes, functional and aggressive, easy to go from ignore me to don't mess with me. Hunter camo, a mix of Arctic and woodland. If everything falls apart, and it probably will, I can retreat to the wilderness. Something half decent for once. College girl clothes, not too prep. Regular human clothes. Black on black, because it hides blood while still being honest about what I am, a killer. Something barbaric and intimidating. I don't want to look like a werewolf, but I want better regular people to know that I'm not one of them. A pretty floral glass, cute, and also I can change without ruining it. Let's go with the hunter camo. You tried to put together a kit like this before hunting the Bane, but you didn't have enough money. Now you splurge. Insulated pants, a wool fisherman's sweater in olive green, and a long reversible coat patterned grey and blue on one side and grey-green on the other. Socks and undergarments are easy, but the only gloves in your size are too bulky for delicate work. That's fine. If you're outside, you need to stay warm, not type on a laptop. The resulting outfit is good for hiding out in the woods, while also letting you wander around town without looking like a maniac. The clerk glares at you the whole time. The people of the map will never trust you. Ignoring those hard, cold eyes, you also buy a lighter, some maps, a roll of toilet paper, and some plastic baggies, in case snow turns to rain. Then you pay and get dressed. Okay, now you won't draw so much attention, but you're faced with so many possibilities now that you barely know what to do. It's clear, if you want to help the Garo Nation, you can't start here. Something has gone wrong out east, and it might have gone wrong in a way you can fix. The question is, how to get there. You've got enough money to take a bus across the state line. That's safe and reliable and warm. Or you could try hitchhiking. That's risky, but you'd save money. Or you could change. In wolf form, you could run and hunt during the day, silk shelter at night. That would be glorious, assuming you didn't freeze at night. No risks, at least not on the way there. I take a bus. I know my way around the world of petty crime, and not quite crime. I can hitchhike without incident as long as I keep my wits about me. I pay attention as I hitchhike the whole way, watching for signs of weird or dangerous behaviour. I wrap up my modest supplies, then head into the woods and become a wolf, trusting to my endurance and survival instincts. This feels like the most this character one. So we're gonna go with we're gonna go we're gonna be a wolf with a backpack on. The first thing you do is secure your new clothing in a nylon duffel bag. You've planned ahead for shapeshifting, and after a bit of adjustment, everything fits comfortably over your back and will continue to fit in lupus form. So the only problem now is that you're standing naked in the freezing woods. Time to change. The transformation, all the way from your natural shape to the form of a huge, sleek wolf, takes a long time because mistakes hurt. You let yourself change slowly and smoothly, muscles gliding in and out of alignment, bones separating and then knitting back together. Your eyes liquefy like caterpillars in a cocoon. First left, then right, before opening again, transformed. As you drop to 4 legs, your sensorium undergoes a metamorphosis that takes several seconds to reach your brain. So for a moment, the world is just an explosion of undifferentiated sensations. But then you feel the ice under your paws, the smell of trash and exhaust on the winter air. Hear the scurrying of animals under the snow. You are a wolf, and you run. Top hats and tails. Get out of the hometown uninjured and with more than $20. Okay. Does it tell us how much money we have? It doesn't. That's kind of funny. Let's go to the journal, actually. So this will show us like different kinds of like lore and things. Let's go through it a little bit. Let's take a little bit of a break and go through. So, Garu divide themselves into 5 auspices, or moon signs, based on the moon of their first change. The Ragabash of the new moon are tricksters and nomads, subtle and cunning. Many remain close to humans and retain the customs of their old life. The Theurges of the crescent moon are witches and sorcerers, shamans and seers, close to the spirit world and the riddles of the Umbra. The Philodoxes of the half moon are judges and ministers, keepers of the litany, or agitators who dream of a new Garu nation. They see city and forest, flesh and spirit, wolf and human. The Galliards of the gibbous moon are lawkeepers, musicians, skalds, and secret tellers. Theirs is the howling moon that roars down the ages and keeps the memory of the ancestors. The Arun of the full moon are reavers and slayers, warrior kings and blood-stained queens. They are hunting wolves, they are death. Your auspice determines your base rage, the rage you return to after each time enough time has passed. This is 2 for Ragabashes and Theurges, 3 for Philodoxes, and 4 for Arun. We are very angry. Rage. Oh Jesus, this is a lot. To a werewolf, rage is more than anger. It is a kind of spiritual energy, a mystic power that pulls everywhere in the universe. It shines down from the moon and is transformed through the alchemy of a werewolf's body and spirit. Like the moon, rage waxes and wanes. Oh shit, whoops. That's not correct. Whoopsie. Okay. Yep. That was showing my Discord for a second. That was an accident. I did not mean to click on that. Whoopsie. Okay. Okay. Discord is in streamer mode anyway, so we're okay. Okay. Where were we? Apologies. It shines down from the moon and is transformed through the alchemy of werewolf's body and spirit. Like the moon, rage waxes and wanes. It grows as you suffer injury or challenge an insult. It also grows when you fail a task particularly badly. Werewolves are proud and grow furious at their mistakes. Finally, it rises significantly when you kill in battle. Just as rage rises when you confront a challenge, it falls when you de-escalate a conflict, though few werewolves are humble enough to back down. Rage increases by 1 when you take damage. Certain actions, often intimidation or in your face defiance, increase rage by 1. Using rage. A werewolf uses rage to shift into Glabro, so it's shifting into human form, requires no rage. 1 rage for Glabro or Hispo, 2 rage for Krynos. A werewolf can also heal injuries with rage, but only in supernatural form. Aggravated injuries caused by silver, fire, or certain dreadful supernatural attacks, such as the jaws of another werewolf, require more rage to heal. You heal fastest in Krynos form. 1 rage heals 2 normal wounds. Leaving your Krynos form also heals 2 normal wounds. You cannot regenerate in this way when you've taken aggravated damage. Dangers of rage. First, rage penalizes most actions that aren't destructive, aggressive, or something a wolf or nature spirit can do. You can hunt, kill, spot, and run without difficulty. and you can also perform many mystical and supernatural actions, but extreme rage makes it hard to negotiate, repair, or calculate. Oh, goodness me. Excuse me. Hiccup. Second, if you let your rage grow too much, you frenzy. Rage above 1 incurs a penalty to most of uses of the following skills. So lots of different, like, sort of technical skills, basically. You may also suffer a penalty to other skills using the technical or analytical matter, such as survival to calculate caloric requirements for a long trip. Frenzy. When you enter Frenzy, you enter Krynos form, if you're not in it already, and attack with mindless ferocity until no threat remains or you're exhausted. This normally spells the end of an outing. Losing the Wolf. If your rage drops to 0, you lose the Wolf and can no longer use gifts or change shape. The 5 forms. Garu can shift between 5 distinct forms. A human who witnesses shapeshifting suffers from delirium, panic, confusion, and short-term memory loss. Homid is the human form and is almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Since you were born a human, this is your natural form. Glabro is called the near-human, or among Cheeky Garu, the Wolfman. It is the first of the supernatural forms. A supernatural form allows for rapid regeneration, but also supernatural forms are vulnerable to silver. In your Glabro form, you are stronger, faster, and quite a bit hairier than in your human form. Fortunately, like most Garu, you could see also pass for human in your Glabro form, as long as you pull your hood up and don't smile too wide. Krynos is the war form. A bipedal, 9-foot-tall nightmare of claws and fang. A human who sees a werewolf in Krynos form suffers delirium even without seeing the change. The mere sight of a Krynos Garu can drive humans mad with terror. This form is for killing, and only for killing. The compulsion to rip things apart with claws and fang are overwhelming in Krynos form. You are immensely strong and resilient in this form. Though since it is a supernatural form, silver is highly dangerous. Let me just move that out the way real quick. Hispo is the direwolf form. Powerful, supernatural, and fast. It isn't subtle, but it does come equipped with huge jaws that can kill almost anything. Your bite in Hispo form will kill Fomori, Bane-infected humans or animals, and most other monsters. Lupus is the wolf form, also a natural form. It is as vulnerable as your normal human form to violence, but an experienced werewolf can run all day in Lupus form, and reach places car or dirt bike never could, swiftly and silently. Humans who know what a wolf looks like know you're a wolf, but most humans have no idea what a wolf looks like, especially at night or in a distance. You're just a big dog. It costs 1 race to shift into Glabro or Hispo, so that's all the stuff from before. So, regeneration. Garu can expend their spiritual energy, their rage, to heal from grievous wounds, as long as they have not been harmed by silver or fire, or certain especially rancid and noxious attacks, just as the fangers of some monsters, including other werewolves. Even if apparently killed by bullets, blades, or drowning, a Garu will eventually regenerate and return to life. Short of total annihilation or digestion, only silver or fire can permanently kill a Garu. So we are the brick shithouses of the supernatural universe, essentially. We have just an ungodly kind of... just an ungodly ability to fuck shit up people. Oh, so this has all of the sort of information on... This is Clay in his war form. He is a Heart Warden, which is the sort of pack that he belongs to. Roger Fitzroy, deed name Eyes of Clay, and usually just called Clay, led the successful attack on the New York pipeline. An Irish-American from Buffalo, he abandoned his human family after his first change and became a kinseeker, a Garu who looks for werewolves who haven't yet experienced their first change or who do not understand what's happened to them. A dynamic and respected leader in his younger days, he was cruel and sullen by the time he started to stalk you as kin, a werewolf who had not yet undergone her first change. He encouraged you to hunt down your first Bane. You succeeded, but Scarpa took the credit, and Clay ate the dead monster flesh. He will certainly die, unless you find a way to save him. Black Tarn? Only once a talented mystic and umbral nomad, Black Tarn has given too much of herself to the Umbra. Lately, she's struggling to remember who she is and what her goals are. You last saw her back in New York, when she had been dreaming, drifting in and out of the spirit world, lost in dreams and memories. So let's go back. Wait, no, that's wrong. Journal. Ability, skills, and improvements. So this tells us all about So the different aspects of the game. Life in the age of apocalypse is desperate, and a werewolf needs both regular abilities and supernatural power to survive. To hone your regular abilities, you need that most precious gift, free time. Paradoxically, that means you'll probably need an honest job. Maybe some Garo can get everything they need from the wilds or the human fringe, but even with your wilderness training, you can't devote all your time to survival. And even if you can find stability and allies willing to teach you, you'll need money to free up time and give yourself the opportunity to think, learn, and grow. While training, you're at the mercy of your trainers, what they know and how well they can teach different things. You may notice some skills require more time than others for this reason. Developing your supernatural powers requires renown, respect earned in the spirit world. According to your old mentor Black Tarn, Garu divide renown into 3 categories: glory, honor, and wisdom. Different spirits who grant different supernatural gifts favor different forms of renown. Glory is the respect accorded a ferocious, aggressive, and victorious werewolf. Gain glory by destroying your enemies. Cowardice and defeat in battle will cause you to lose glory. Sorry, I'm all sniffly, so... Honor is the respect accorded a werewolf who shows loyalty to her pack and courtesy to others. Gain honor by leading your pack, encouraging Garu to work together, and keeping them safe physically and psychologically. Exploiting your pack mates and letting them come to harm will cause you to lose honor. Wisdom is the respect accorded to a cunning werewolf who encourages secrets and mysteries. Gain wisdom by learning secrets, especially about Broadbrook. Acts of reckless stupidity may cost you wisdom. All Garu struggle to build their own legend, as one path often closes off the others. So that was this, right? So that was an improvement. So yeah, this is just all of the stuff about the different abilities and skills that you need. So let's go back. Return to the game. So we just received the achievement for getting out uninjured. Your lupus form lopes east through the woods. A swift blur among the trees. You don't just race blindly through the winter woods, though. You parallel the I-90, close enough that you can hear the rumble of trucks, but far enough away that it feels like you're retreated back in time 5,000 years. You end the first day in the greenhouse of an abandoned home somewhere outside of Rochester. It's still warm inside, and the air smells of vegetation and rot. You awaken with a snarl of rage. Your spiritual energy is waxing stronger again. You're hungry, so you pad outside, listen, and kill a chipmunk. Squirrels always taste terrible, even in your lupus form. But Black Tarn was right about chipmunks. As a wolf, they're sweeter than pancakes and syrup. You fastidiously clean your muzzle with your paws and some snow, and see yourself in a cracked pane of the greenhouse. Your fur is... Oh, so we get to choose what we look like. Oh, very cool. Let's actually have a look at like wolves and like so we've got like golden wolves are cool, and then you've got the black wolf, dappled grey brown, silver, white, red, and blue grey. I'm leaning more towards like the blue gray. Kind of looks like this. That's kind of cute. Let's go with that. A strange color and distinctly unnatural looking under these flat artificial lights, which you blend into the wilds. Clay once said that your coloration is a mark of the Weaver, the great machine spirit, but you're not sure if you believe him. But there's no time to linger and admire yourself. You keep moving, and as you run, you contemplate who you are and who you could be. You think about the tribes. Tribe, that's what it is, not pack, it's tribe. Clay said that soon after you become a true Garu, you start to hear the calls of the patron spirits that watch over what's left of the Garu nation. A mere cub can't join a tribe, but you've thought about each one of them over the years. You think about the Black Furies, wolves who guard the weak against those who could prey on the vulnerable. The Bone Gnawers, a tribe of survivors and secret hunters, mistrusted by other Garu for their ability to survive anywhere, even in the urban wastelands of major cities. The Children of Gaia, who seek harmony and reconciliation, only shedding through flesh and bone when there is no other choice. The Gale Stalkers, tireless worm slayers, relentless bane hunters, patient and brutal. The Ghost Council, mystic seekers, willing to fight the worm using the worm's own dark secrets. Oh, that's kind of fun. The Glasswalkers, the future techno-shamans and corporate raiders who pit the Weaver, the cosmic principle of order and machinery, against the depravity of the worm. So yeah, so we're talking here about the third sort of like primordial concept, as it were, the Weaver. They are related, yes, with like order, machinery, like technology, like very much like the future, the futuristic way, or like the urban way of opposition to the worm, as opposed to like Gaia, that is the more natural way. The Heart Wardens, a tribe of laughing warrior poets dedicated to the untamed beauty. Oh, something's loading. To the untamed. Where was I? Fuck. To the untamed beauty and grandeur of the natural world. The Red Talons, brutal and implacable foes of humanity's endless sprawl, endless spread. They alone speak for the wolves in their own voice. The Shadow Lords, ruthless and pragmatic, as dark and cold as the mountain peaks. The only werewolves with the courage to make hard decisions and the brains to carry them out. The Silent Striders, travelers of the hidden ways. One of those ways must hold the answer to the only question worth asking. How do we save Gaia? The Silver Fangs, queens of the Garo nation, once fallen to lethargy and madness, now looking for new blood. I think in this sort of, I think the Gale Stalkers are like cool to me, as do the Black Furies and the Silent Striders and the Heart Wardens, which is a lot. It's 4 of them. They're all super cool. I think maybe... I don't think it's as much warrior poets. Travelers of the hidden ways. One of those ways must hold the answers. I'm assuming these are more spiritual. So the Gale Stalkers and the Black Furies. Patient and brutal. Relentless bane hunters. But then again, the Bone Gnawers as well. Ah! Curses. Okay. Let's go with the Black Furies for this one. Even among monsters, there must be justice. The Black Furies protect those who cannot protect themselves, and if they arrive too late, their vengeance is terrible. It makes sense that the Black Furies, like, Celine having gone through what she has gone through with her pack, like, idolizing a tribe that protects those, the weak, and protects those who can't protect themselves, and are, like, balanced and, like, justice-focused. Oh, Black Tarn is sworn to this tribe. Her mind has wandered in the past few months, but the Galliards tell the stories of Black Tarn's wrath. She was a shadow in the night, a bloody-handed angel who guarded the helpless. Scarpa told you what happened to the police lieutenant who wouldn't stop hitting his girlfriend, the priest who couldn't control his urges. Fuck yes, queen! The scrap dealer who ran that dogfighting pit. It's a strange thing that to show mercy to the weak involves such merciless brutality towards the strong. Black Tarn never told anyone the name of her tribe's patient spirit. She sometimes spoke of the Gorgon as a personification of her wrath. American Furies show a fondness for Greek mythology. Oh, that fits. That fits with the name Celine. Though Black Tarn was Mohawk, not Greek. Perhaps you weren't allowed to know the true name of her rage, so she surrounded herself with the names of a foreign culture. You suspect that if you want to name yourself a Black Fury, you'll have to find a name for the thing inside of you that burns for revenge. That's cool. Then time becomes wolf time. Hell yeah, wolf time! Let's go! You race through a mountain valley near Syracuse. You run with a pack of wild dogs who hunt in the decaying suburbs of Utica. You scare off a stray cat and enjoy the spoils of your victory. Half a Boston Market rotisserie chicken and 2 slices of pepperoni pizza, not yet completely frozen. Then you spot a long-haul delivery van idling out front and think, why not? You're a clever wolf, and you hop in the second before the driver slams the door. You travel the rest of the way in luxury by wolf standards until a highway sign says Northampton. Northampton. You've made it. Okay. We're gonna have some more scran. It looks like you came into town from the south. It's still 2 hours before dawn. So you cross a highway and another smaller road called 5, or was it 10? You're having trouble with numbers. Maybe it's because you've never spent this long as a wolf, or maybe it's because you've eaten nothing but chipmunks and trash and you're not thinking too clearly. You investigate the borderlands between town and wilderness until you spot an open door in a building across the street from a bowling alley. It's dark and quiet, so you pad upstairs, find a bathroom, and reverse your metamorphosis again, taking your time. It goes faster the other way, as your fresh resettles into its natural configuration. When you see yourself in the steamed-up mirror, there's a bit of blood under your eyelids, but otherwise you did fine. As you wipe the blood off your cheek, you contemplate the strange and frequently challenging intersections of your human ethnicity, your Garu nature, and what remains of the tribe. The tribes. The Garu tribes aren't human families. Blacktarn said the tribes were like religions, in the confusing sense that sometimes you choose your gods and sometimes they choose you. To Clay, each tribe was a yearning so strong that it took on a spiritual form, in the shape of a mighty patron spirit that represented its values. And to Scarpa, the Garu tribes were nothing more than street gangs, fighting over turf as an enemy army set up its artillery. But most humans don't think about your gods, your desires, or your tags. They see another human, they see skin deep. So you can't help but think about who you are to them and what that means to you. I'm black. My family came up north in 1920s, so an ancestor could work at a shoe factory apparently. As near I can tell, my family is from Central Asia with some Middle Eastern and maybe even Eastern European ancestry. I'm East Asian. My dad was first generation, but my mum's family has been in the US, sorry. It's because I'm from the UK that I'm thinking about it. Has been in the US for at least a century. I'm Latina. The forms I filled out as a kid said white Latino. I'm at least partially native, though my mum was in some kind of messed up residential school and never knew or never told me about her parents. Oh god. The residential schools of just America and Canada were a fucking crime. Awful. Sorry, I won't get too far into that. It's just we're doing a chill stream today. I have Middle Eastern and North African ancestry. I'm South Asian. My mum was born here, but my dad's family immigrated when he was 3. I'm white, at least as far as I can tell. Good question. I'm sort of brown. Like, that's what people say, sometimes rudely, sometimes just confused or trying to be polite. All 4 of my grandparents abandoned their history, whatever it was. This is interesting. Because I'm assuming it will play into how, in certain ways, mortals or regular people of the map encounter us. I'm like leaning towards white because I am like a white woman and I have no experience as like it feels kind of weird to play as like a person of color or somebody of a different ethnicity. Maybe I'll go for the bottom one. Let's go for the bottom one. Just, you know. Because it feels a bit wrong, like, being like, oh yeah, like, black would be interesting to play, or like, Latina would be interesting to play, that kind of thing. Let's go with the bottom one. You know that at least one of your grandparents fled the Soviet Union, and he was probably a member of some kind of indigenous group, but you were never able to learn more. And one of your grandmothers has stories of her grandmother living in the Ottoman Empire. But did that mean she was Turkish, Arab, Greek? And the other 2 were absolute ciphers, last name Lane and Carter, like they couldn't wait to become normal, assimilated Americans. America didn't let them, of course, but they found a niche for themselves. The only problem then was you, temperamental, distant, prone to daydreams and fantasies. They had no cultural framework to understand you, but of course human culture wouldn't have saved them. You weren't a witch or a prophet or a schizophrenic. You were Garu, awaiting your first change. And now you're alone, without Garu or humans, fleeing the only home you've ever known for better prospects. You pull your hunting gear on, head back downstairs, and wander around as if you've never before seen human civilization. Bowling alley, shell station, car wash. A roundabout. It all seems bewildering. But after a few minutes of walking on two legs, you feel less like a ghost or a lost nature spirit. Still, the few pre-dawn walkers shy away from you, as if they know what you are. They're just regular people, the people of the map, getting ready for their day. Not like you have work to do. Answers await. As we get on to Chapter 2, Trail of the Straw Thief. The winter moon is surrounded by an extraordinary darkness, the logical antithesis of the supernal clarity of day. In this darkness, the dogs in every household howl together at the sight of a star, as if the stars were unnatural things. Angela Carter, The Smile of Winter. Right, I think I'm just going to take a quick break to go to the toilet and grab some more water. So let us put us onto here, and I will be right back. You're going to listen to the lovely music. Okay, I have returned. And I'm just going to take a few more minutes. I'm very sorry. My hands are hurting quite badly. And I am having problems with my... I have problems with my... my hips and my knees as well. And it just... I need to wait for these painkillers to kick in. And then we'll get right back to it. I'm almost definitely going to lose my voice. So Saturday stream might be a bit fun. We'll have to see if if tomorrow on Saturday we can play some more games with the boys TM, or if we can have a lovely girls night with Maddie and the lovely Lissa on Elden Ring Night Rain, because I've been having a lot of fun with that. Hopefully I'll start feeling better by tomorrow. And that's why I'm hurting so much. I forgot to take one of my meds earlier. 1 second. Wonderful. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I need to sort out my creature check for next Monday as well, because I had to take a I completed my creature check in almost a spectacular fashion. I was like, I am gonna clean up this one section of like my room. Like I have like a little bedside table that I had a bunch of stuff on top of, and random tat, and a drawer that was sort of like a messy drawer, and I was like, I'll organize that. And then I did that, and I ended up organizing my entire like Warhammer collection and box, because I've been doing like my cafe stuff. I've been doing my cafe army because I got the battalion box and spent way too much money on silly little bits of plastic because Dragon Mommy is very pretty. But I did that, and then I organized essentially pretty much my whole room, getting ready for I'm gonna be moving soon. Not to dox myself so incredibly. But yeah, I think I might set a more chill goal for this week, like maybe something stream related if we can, like keeping like consistently to my schedule rather than being crazy about it. We'll see, but let's get back to chapter 2, shall we? Trail of the Straw Thief. The rage is in you, making you itch, making you hurt. It feels like there's wolf fur and dirty hair beneath your skin and your flesh, and every time you move it slides and scratches around. And you just want to dig your claws into your skin and open it up and make the itching stop. A vegetarian cafe below street level, away from the freezing wind, serves you a hot bowl of lentil soup and some coffee. Fuel for your work here. Surrounded by pre-Raphaelite prints and gilded frames, bookshelves heavy with modernist literature, and early morning students drinking smoothies and opening their laptops. All the trappings of a well-to-do college town. You count out your last few bills, then dig around for change. The dead horseman's fortune in 20s has dwindled to less than $40. Before you can heal clay and restore your pack, you have to consider the 3 necessities of modern life: food, shelter, and data. You also need to consider the wolf. Other Gari have probably moved into the territory around the Broadbrook Khan, and werewolves don't react well to intruders. On the other hand, maybe someone here can tell you about what happened. I need to find other Garu and make formal introductions. No use starving to death before I learn anything. I need a job and a place to stay, maybe even a nice place around normal people. I get to work on the investigation straight away, and don't expect other Garu to help. I think setting up, like, as a sort of, like, person who is very keyed into survival, I think we're gonna go with this one for Celine. It feels like she would be like, I've got to set up the essentials first, and then I can go into doing other things. You pay for your breakfast, then grab an abandoned breakfast burrito on your way out, eating as you walk down the cold street. Normally, you'd never bother to wear out shoe leather on a job hunt, since no one gets jobs that way anymore. But you also have an investigation to conduct, and you've learned to follow your nose. And since you don't have a phone, a laptop, or much time, you can't spend all all day on Indeed trawling the job listings. You need to get in someone's face without scaring them to death. The downtown area has a mini mall with a bookstore, some fad diet food markets and restaurants, and lots of vaguely exotic knick-knack shops. You hit every single one and no one is hiring. Not get out, you creep, not hiring, just fully loaded with college students and underemployed graduates. Isn't that a big mood? I lived in a college, or I suppose university as we call it in the UK, town for quite a while, and it was so difficult to find a job, and housing was crazily expensive. But an entire morning spent talking with retail clerks, baristas, and tired postdocs gives you a few leads on where to find work. For a werewolf, jobs are a question of balancing your rage with demands of employment. Customer-facing work means you'll have to keep your wage in check, but even if you work stocking cans, you need to hold it together around bosses and co-workers. You also need a job with flexible hours, of course, and people who are willing to ignore lots of weird shits? I don't know. And you don't have a car. This won't be easy. I want to interact with normal people. What about barista or restaurant work? This town is full of academics, and I passed 3 or 4 bookstores already. I look for library or bookstore jobs. I want a job where I can use my brains and my hands. Maybe a garage of some kind, or repair shop? Dangerous outdoor work tends to pay well. Lets me work alone. I look for roofing, logging, anything like that. Oh, logging. Yucky. Grounds creeping or waste management will let me work alone when other people aren't active. I'm a living weapon. I need to keep my skills honed. So let's... dangerous outdoor work, I feel fits a little bit. Oh, this is another thing where we can sort of go through. Werewolves can do dangerous work without worrying too much or needing good health insurance. Everyone you talk to at the mall seems to have a brother or an uncle or a boyfriend who works in roofing or as an arborist. They stay busy even through the winter. But as you investigate, the problem becomes obvious. Every single roofing and tree cutting company expects you to have a driver's license and your own vehicle. You have neither. You fight your way past secretaries to a few owners to see if there's any wiggle room here. But though they're sympathetic, they can't make exceptions. Maybe you can try again if you ever find a truck. Okay. Let's look into groundskeeping and stuff. Groundskeeping is good. It is good for, what is the polite way to say this? Creepy loners with few ties to friends or family. Even a Garu consumed by her rage won't draw too much notice. But it's also physically demanding. You'd have to be strong and quick to do these jobs well. And it's not all mindless, untrained labour. Snow removal and general maintenance around sensitive equipment requires finesse. The best way to hunt for this sort of work is online, so you walk to the nearest library. Forbes Library is a sprawling, Romanesque building, a 19th century castle located on a hill across from Smith College. Cast iron railings flank a manicured walkway, now dusted with snow, that takes you inside. The interior is spacious, quiet and cool, but not cold. Once you have a library card, a brief self-tour familiarizes you with the circulation desk, the freely available computers, and the media library. You boot up the first open computer. Most places requires a driving license, but there's an assisted care facility on the bus line in the suburbs that responds to your email right away. It's just before lunchtime by the time the bus reaches Gorski Manor. The facility in question is an ugly, decrepit place. Once a stately Victorian estate, now a crumbling heap that serves as both an elder care facility and a halfway home for recovering addicts. The decaying mansion has bad vibes, but the haunted-looking assistant director you meet says that all you need to do is pass a drug test and never be alone with a client. You won't have regular hours either, as long as you get the work done. Snow blowing and defrosting in the winter, weed whacking and landscaping in the summer. You'll get paid. You won't get paid well, the rate is almost insulting, but it's enough for you to live on for now. Demanding physical work and probably not honest work. There's something wrong about this place, something crooked, but it's a job. You take the assistant director's card to call him. Groundskeeping work is best for werewolves with high strength, dexterity, and stamina. So if we have a look, we got pretty good all around stats on this. So we'll probably go for this, but let's have a look at some of the other ones because we can sort of go through. Your New York State ID refuses to say you're 21, no matter how many times you check it. So bars are off limits. But this town crawls with coffee shops and hip little restaurants. Ah, so we're under 21. The place you had breakfast isn't hiring, but a waitress there tells you a few places that might need help. Most aren't hiring. There's an upscale breakfast place that seems interested, but their hours are inflexible. Finally, early in the afternoon, you step into a new coffee shop that keeps odd hours and opened a few weeks ago. The location is bad, the furniture is ancient, and the espresso machine looks like a chunk ripped out of a U-boat's engine. But Byzance is hiring. Hours are flexible, clientele is eccentric, if rather unsavory. And the owner, a magnificently fat Turkish woman with more rings than fingers, seems only moderately insane. Working at the coffee shop would require carefully controlling your rage, but a werewolf with some social graces could rake in the tip money. You take a menu and promise to call back. Okay. Coffee shop work offers the most money and by extension training opportunities to werewolves with high charisma, manipulation, and composure. Okay. Let's look at the security work. I'm a living weapon. You don't want to work as any kind of bouncer or threat response specialist since rage and petty violence don't mix well, but security companies need surveillance, training, armory and inventory management, personnel and scheduling, and lots of other peripheral work. The security supervisor at the mini mall isn't hiring, but she gives you almost 20 places to check out. Light industrial sites that need night watchmen, armoured car companies that need people to handle inventory, and even a few companies that sell security equipment. You hit the streets for hours, hitchhiking twice to get out of the cold, but you get nowhere. Most places either want a driver's license, which you don't have, or long and regular hours, which you can't commit to. The rest are already full up with veterans of America's endless wars or police officers rounding out their salaries. Around 3 p.m, you spend some time placing calls using the phone of a neglected motel lobby to nearby malls and housing complexes, but even the lowest rent cop jobs are filled. Okay, so that's not going to work. Let's do the library one. Stocking is good solitary work. The bookshop in the malls wasn't hiring, but there's another one right outside. And when you head there, you feel like you're being watched. So you make only a cursory check to see if they're hiring. No, before you leave. There are lots of independent bookstores in town, but even more students look for intellectual work. So every place you ask is apologetic but unaccommodating. There are no jobs to be found. Not even the humblest job moving crates of books. And that requires a driver's license, which you don't have. Get out of here about my driver's license. What the heck? You head back to Ford's library and make a few casual inquiries, but all the librarians in town require advanced degrees, and that's beyond your ability to fake. Damn, but this whole town is overeducated. A simple wolf can't catch a break. Now let's look at the garage stuff. You start by hitting 2 computer repair places. One isn't hiring. You strike up a good conversation with the tech at the other place, but she wants more details and references that you can't provide. You keep the place in mind, wondering if you can cook up some fake references, and try the local garages. Unsurprisingly, they want long, brutal hours. You're not here to work. You're here in your professional capacity as a werewolf. You doubt they'd understand, so garages are out. You're staring at a retro electronics store, wondering what an Atari is and how it is used. And the store's big window reflects a bike with fat tires pushing through the snow. Curious, you follow the cyclist to a small house you mistake for a psychic's because of the neon hand glowing in the window. The cramped interior is full of bikes and bike parts and decorated with astrological paraphernalia. It takes you a while to find the store's name. Epicycle Bikes. Hey dude, the owner says. Dude? You strike up conversation. Excuse me. The Southbound turned pewter wizard statuette salesman turned bike store owner tries to play it cool, but he's obviously desperate for skilled help. Apparently the stars haven't aligned for his previous employees, and even in winter there's a lot of work at a bike shop. Just as you're wondering what kind of resume you could fake, he asks you to pick a card from his deck. I need to see if you're honest, man. If you're gonna be good for this place. You pull the 10 of swords. Yeah, man, that's a good one. That's good. He starts telling you about hours and perks. He must be desperate. Of course, you're desperate too. There's a lot of work at the cycle shop, from inventory and computer operations to mechanical repair and market research. You'll need to have a lot of mental faculties to excel here. You'd also need to control your rage. You'll spend most of your time in back, but you might have to talk with customers or suppliers. You take his card and promise to call him back. So it's best for intelligence, wits, and resolve. So we're probably going to have to go for the creepy care home manner because of our sort of like balance of skills. Oh, we haven't looked at this in a while. Oh, so we've got 3 points of humans must understand. We got a library card. Let's go. Okay, incredible. Incredible. So let's go with Gorski Manor. You take the bus again, hoping that you'll get this job because you're seriously running out of money. You stand in the lobby for 10 minutes and you have to explain to 2 nurses you're not in any of the programs you're applying for a job. Finally, the assistant director you met last time reappears. After some hedging, Mr. Weiss, he gives no first name, leads you into a cramped office with an antique computer the color of bad teeth. He bids you to sit, then takes from a manila envelope, not a contract or a timesheet, but a map of the facilities. Oh, this is sketchy as hell. He unfolds the yellowing paper like a pirate map and spends several minutes going over first the areas where you'll spend most of your time, and second the areas where you're absolutely forbidden to enter. We have many patients, Mr. Weiss explains, his tone bored rather than didactic. In advanced stages of dementia, and others who are trying to overcome their addictions, they must not be interrupted under any circumstances. There's something not quite right about this place, but just as you're starting to reconsider, Mr. Weiss says, since your work here will not require regular hours, we would not want to waste your time with payment schedules, timesheets, that sort of thing. If you prefer, we can pay cash twice a month for your services. Ah, not exactly above board, is it? You wonder what Gorski Manor is doing that would encourage under-the-table payments. Then you realize you don't need to care. You're just the groundskeeper, and you desperately need money. That'll be fine, you say. Mr. Weiss hands you the daily checklist of winter tasks and encourages you to start first thing tomorrow. Even as you've looked for a job, you've kept your eyes open for places to sleep. No one you've spoken to has offered you a place to crash for the night, but you still haven't found any other werewolves, so it's time for shelter. You've been in scarier towns than this one, but you also know how fast shelters fill up when it's cold, and you know that sometimes staff can be worse than the residents. You adopt a suitably humble and deferential position, but not one so listless that you look like you're nodding or tranquilized, and approach the interfaith cot shelter you saw earlier today. It's located in a building that looks like a Greek temple, currently wrapped in orange construction netting. Downstairs, past half disassembled stair lift for wheelchairs, a woman sits on her phone behind a desk. She tells you to be quiet when you ask her if this is the shelter. Finally, the woman finishes whatever she's doing and says, "This is the overflow shelter?" Pronouncing each shelter in overflow like you've never heard the concept before. You need to go to the main shelter on Aldrich and check there first. Where's that, you ask? There's a plastic holder for brochures on the desk and another bolted to the wall, but they're empty. Oh my god, she pulls up Google Maps on her phone. Aldrich. You barely get to look at the street before she yanks her phone back and sends you on your way. It's a long hike along unshoveled sidewalks to Aldrich Street. The lack of streetlights makes it hard to find your way, but after a few false starts and a car blasting you with freezing slush, you reach your destination, the Aldrich Street shelter. It's a big Italianate house, pushed back from the street and gone to seed, an irregular black heap against the purple sky. You open the main door and step into the stinking, brightly lit room full of restless bodies. "Close the fucking door," a ruddy-faced man yells before you finish opening it. You close the door and spot a thin, middle-aged white guy in an oatmeal sweater. Oatmeal sweater? What the heck? Oh, sorry. Quick flash of my desktop because I'm opening up my my stream manager on my other screen. Oatmeal sweater talking to an old and agitated black woman. The facility director points to a tablet in his hand and the woman storms past you furious and stands in the doorway, glaring as if daring someone to make contact. "We're full up," the director tells you, not looking up from the tablet. "Try Center Street." "I was just at Center Street and I was told to come here." I'm gliding slowly past the limits of my patience. "This place is barely half full. Maybe I can find some angle that will help score me a cot." "Are you really full?" I'm willing to walk back since looking around I can make it and a lot of people here can't. "I guess I can go." I was just at Center Street. I was told to come here." The director starts to roll his eyes, then remembers himself. "Center Street still has available cots available. Just fill out the forms here and bring them to Marie." "Marie, you ask?" "It should be obvious from context that I'm discussing the care director at Central Street," he says. He peels a form off a nearby table and hands it to you. "Better do as he says, girl," the scowling woman at the door says, "or you end up at Langton." "Langton, you ask?" "I would discourage you from staying there. Violence and theft are endemic at facilities not affiliated with our network. But they got cots," the woman says. She leaves in a blast of cold air. "Close the door," the same man yells. "What's the form look like?" I skim it. "What's this Langston place? Is it really dangerous?" "There must be something I can do for a cot. Something that you might like." "Oh dear. I'm not dealing with the shelter system. It's too cold for a human, but I should be tough enough to survive in lupus form." What's the form look like?" "Complex, contradictory, and badly Xeroxed. The foam seems designed to confuse and belittle. The first thing you notice is there are places you can check if you're feeling suicidal, if you're currently undergoing withdrawal, and these boxes are carefully positioned next to the boilerplate about promising not to bring weapons or drugs into the facility. Is this how unhoused people end up as ranting paranoiacs? It would take brains, patience, and fairly advanced education to fill out this form correctly. The shelters are probably so full that they want any excuse to turn someone away. What's this Langton place? Is it really dangerous? The Langton shelter is not affiliated with us in any way. Theft and violence have been reported at the shelter they operate in Northampton and Hollyoak. I cannot recommend them. And do you have cots here? Actually, maybe people like you belong at Langton. People like you? Ugh, gross. Fucking disgusting. So we've got resolve and academics, which we don't have a lot of. We've got 2 resolve. Wits and streetwise, which once again we don't have a lot of. Manipulation, subterfuge, which we are not going to do. Stamina and survival, which we could do, but I feel like we don't want to get robbed, but we're going to try resolve in academics. You stand at a chipped desk in the lobby and fill out the form with a borrowed pen, lying where you need to and double checking everything. You have to work fast, the last few minutes, because the director wants you gone. When he threatens to call the police unless you leave immediately, you head back out into the cold. It's a freezing, miserable walk back to Centre Street. As you get back inside and head down the stairs, someone barrel past you, knocking you against the bricks. They scream and rant, then disappear into the cold night. Marie is still at the desk. She's on her phone finishing up a call. That gives you time to review the form. We're full, she says. The East Hampton Annex is open until 10 tonight. You hand her the form. She barely looks at it before she says, out-of-state addresses are not valid as former addresses without proof of previous stays in a registered Massachusetts shelter or the address of a caretaker or guardian. She points out a line that sort of implies that. Well, can I just have a pen too? We're full, she says. But I thought, is there a problem here? A man in a black hoodie stalks up the steps. He mumbles, saying everything in the same tone like it's one word. Is there a problem here? If I could borrow a pen, I can just change the is there a problem here, he shouts out, one hand in a warning gesture and puts his other hand on his hip like he's going to draw a sidearm, though he's obviously not armed. Is this guy crazy? You look at Marie, who's sneering at you. You know that we're right next to the police station, right? Don't even think about trying anything. You are going to have to depart the premises, man, the guy in the hoodie shouts, but you're going to have to depart the premises. I'm calling the police, Marie says. You walk out the door. You can't take another chance with the shelter system. Your options now are turn into a wolf and put your survival skills to the test, or just stay up all night walking around so you don't freeze to death. Humans are scum of the earth. I guess I'm walking all night so I don't die. I take on my wolf form and I'm tough enough to survive the night without any harm. I think this is the best one. It doesn't look like I have a choice. Rather than giving in to my rage and transforming, I just walk. How much rage? Whoa, we are kind of angry. We're kind of mad. You leave the Italianate house and creep between 2 dark and empty-looking buildings across the street. Hidden behind crooked picket fence, you rearrange your equipment so you can carry it in wolf form. Drop to hands and knees as the cold bites your palm and change. Flesh boils and rips, bones shatter and reknit, and you bite back a scream until blood dribbles down your teeth. Then you lick your teeth with your tongue. Huge and sharp. Good. You nose your way into your backpack, then look for shelter. The 2 houses that look abandoned actually aren't. Now you can smell the squatters already in there. You follow the smell of cooking grease until you're behind a combination KFC Taco Bell. There's no free food, but there is an auto body shop across the street. And someone left the side door to the garage open. You check the hours. You really have to concentrate in your wolf form. And realize that they don't open until 9 AM tomorrow. You'll be gone by then. It's pretty warm in the garage, and even warmer on the ugly sofa in the waiting room. You curl up and sleep like a queen among wolves. Should have just done that in the first place. But yeah, the shelter system in like both the UK and America is just it feels like if you're not going to be like patient and kind to the people who are without a home, like you shouldn't choose to work at a homeless shelter. Like if you don't have that sort of level of compassion for people, don't just get it because it's a job that's open. Like you are dealing with people who are probably at their like the lowest point and like at their most like desperate, especially on a freezing cold night, having to like get rid of somebody like that. Like it's just frustrates me. You dream that you cannot cry, and that when tears come, they are hair, and the hair droops down your face, burning your eyes. And then, when you stumble blind into the kitchen and take scissors to cut the hair away, the hair is full of nerve endings, and the pain is blinding, and blood spills from the filaments of hair tumbling out of your eyes. as if compelled, you keep cutting, keep weeping, and the hair keeps growing, endlessly blinding and agonizing. You startle awake, thrash your arms, realize too late that you don't have arms, fall off the sofa. Dirty grey light filters through the display room windows. It's dawn. Time to go. You head into the unisex bathroom to handle the business of your transformation. Then you wash your face and get out of there half an hour before anyone is scheduled to arrive. Taco Bell for breakfast. Your first day of work is mostly orientation. The good news is that Ernesto, the elderly groundskeeper, wants you to work the morning shift for the first few weeks. You'll be up before sunrise, but it means you'll have the afternoons free to explore the town. Okay, so I need to find other Garu and make formal introductions. I investigate the actual location of Broadbrook. I think we've sort of... I wouldn't say we've wasted time, but we've spent a lot of time on something that is clearly a time-sensitive investigation. So let's actually investigate the area of Broadbrook. You walk to Forbes Library, where you can search online and also look at physical maps. The nearest bend of Broadbrook itself is north of the library, but the forest around it stretches miles and miles to the north and west, not ending until somewhere in Canada, where the trees give way to tundra, probably. There are parts of that forest that have never seen the people of the map, you're sure. Miles of land still ruled by North America's oldest spirits. You could conduct your initial research here from the comfort of the circulation desk or a library computer. Both physical and online maps might reveal evidence of a settlement, which would let you head toward the cairn. But not everything is online. Instead of poking around on the computer, you could head out early and scout on foot. Patience and survival training would help you turn up evidence of previous occupation. Alternatively, Garu leave spiritual evidence of their presence. And though you don't know any Garu rights to sniff out occult energy, you might be able to rely on your spiritual awareness and attunement to find something interesting. I think... how high is our rage? Our rage is pretty high right now. So... we could spend some rage to shapeshift into lupus form, follow your nose and your intuition to sniff out the magic of the cairn. So we've got... other options are, I'm smart enough to use computers and maps to figure out where to go before I head into the woods. It'll take great patience and endurance to find the Garu camp, but I know how to survive in the woods and where to look for settlements. Garu theurges would have veiled their territory to prevent discovery, but I'm sensitive enough to feel out what's left of their power and follow to its source. So, shapeshifting and using our different forms is obviously won't require a skill check. We'll probably get different things, but I think considering my rage is so high and it's very possible I could go into frenzy if I gain another point of rage, I am going to shapeshift into lupus form. So then that will have... oh no, it hasn't spent a rage point. You're no expert on Garu rights, but you know how power can linger. You also know what enchantment feels like, having spent so much time around Black Tarn. Black Tarn, not Tan. I'm thinking Cairn. Black Tarn and working in her garden. You relace your waterproof boots and hitchhike up to the Veterans Hospital. From there you head into the woods. Civilization disappears in less than 5 minutes. You can't even smell car exhaust. Squirrels leap from branch to branch. Crows and hawks cry overhead. The land is hilly and rough, the trees crooked. You strip, feeling the ice wind lash across your shoulders. Pack all your gear into a tight bundle that you can carry in wolf form. Then will yourself to change. Flesh bends and rips, and when you open your wolf eyes, steam wreaths your transformed body. You close your eyes. Old death. Something terrible happened here. And I forgot about the music again because I was so lost in the source. Let's put on some... let's do some cheeky lo-fi, shall we? The land is hilly and rough. The trees crooked. You strip, feeling the ice wind lash across your shoulders. Oh no, we did that one. So you close your eyes. Old death. Something terrible happened here. Wounded spirits linger in this place. You follow your intuition, pushing through the snow and sliding down hills on all fours, trying to remain open and sensitive. As you walk, the air seems to get more solid. You look around. There's no wind, but there's a sense of resistance ahead. Ah, you get it. Old magic, no longer maintained but still powerful. Magic of veiling and warding, created to encourage you to keep walking and not to pay attention. This is it. Okay, so we didn't lose our rage, so we need we need to keep an eye on that. We need to not freak the fuck out and murder a bunch of people. You ignore the subtle hints to turn away. When a half-hidden trail almost cries out, "Follow me," you instead climb up a low slope, and then you smell it, the faint, close reek of death. You follow the smell to an abandoned ATV, half buried in a snow drift. A leather glove lies nearby, its back covered in a design you don't recognize. Some kind of crowned dragon in the sun? Almost certainly not Garu. When you turn it over with your snout, the smell of rot hits you. There's still a hand in it. You hastily back away. Speaking of hands, you need them to investigate now more than you need a keen nose. You shield yourself from the wind behind a thick tree trunk, regain your human shape, and hastily dress. Then you return to the glove. Nearby, a .38 revolver, rusted beyond hope of repair, a bronze sword so thick with verdigris that it looks like moss, and a wallet. The wallet has $7, two gas cards, and a card for Benicki Gunworks right here in Northampton, Massachusetts. So these are the same group of people. These might be the same sort of people as the human that was with the Bane. So that's interesting. That might be worth checking out. The wallet also has a Forbes library card with a name, Harmony Palace. If you manage to meet any other Garu here, they might want to know about this. Sorry, I am just once again switching over to my Twitch. There we go. The wallet also has a Forbes library card with a name, Harmony Palace. Okay, if you meet any other Garu, they might want to know about this. This battle happened at least a few years ago, but you're still able to follow the signs of fighting at the edge of the swamp where a terrible battle raged. So yeah, there was clearly a battle at because our pack didn't know why the cairn had fallen, but it seems like there was some sort of big battle between the members of the cairn and like servants of the worm. Like there's an actual bronze sword, for fuck's sake. Like there isn't much of value though. You find bullet casings, broken blades, a Red Sox hat. There's probably more under the snow or lost in the cold water. The most interesting find is a saddle that looks exactly like the one the Bane wore. It's burned and blackened, but when you turn it over, you can read J.L. Heaney, Maker, Hadley, Massachusetts. You've seen Hadley on maps. It's just a few miles away. You're going to need to investigate this J.L. Heaney. You head downslope and find yourself standing over a half-frozen bog, a maze of tiny islands and hillocks surrounded by gelid black waters. A badly defaced standing stone rises crookedly out of the mud. The air is warm with rot. Flies rise up from the muck to seek your eyes and nostrils. That place is important, you're sure of it. But how? Maybe more investigation will offer answers. Oh, so we've got evidence of the flies again, which seem to be like a representation of, or at least a manifestation of the worm and the Bane. So it might be that the standing stone is corrupted. You turn away from the marsh and head back into the woods. The sun has set and it's bitterly cold and windy by the time you reach the Veterans Hospital. You warm up in the garden centre before the bus comes. The temperature plunges, but you've made plans this time. You retrieve some free newspaper, cut through a garden that hasn't been touched in decades, hop a chain-link fence and approach an abandoned ranch house across from a boarded-up daycare. Despite previous signs of occupancy, no one has squatted here for weeks. You dig around under the porch and retrieve some dry wood, then kick out a board and crawl inside. Use the newspapers to start a small fire. The air is smoky and the fire doesn't offer much warmth, but you're able to curl up in your stained fleece and get a few hours of sleep. Okay. You dream of the tribes. What if the Black Furies reject you? What if another beholding their patron spirit? What if after beholding their patron spirit, you find yourself spiritually incompatible with them? Who else might you join? Oh, so we get options! Yes! Okay, this is good. We get more than one. As somebody who is incredibly indecisive, this is excellent. Right, I'm just gonna have a bit more rice. I must eat food, even if my body does not want me to. Okay, who else did we say? I think it was the Gale Stalkers, the Heart Wardens, and the Silence Riders. I think the Gale Stalkers. Let's go with the Gale Stalkers, because we sort of went with the Furies, which were like justice focused, and these guys are people that will beat the brakes off of a Bane, which I feel like we did pretty effectively. The Gelstalkers know that only the strong can serve Gaia, but the strength he needs is not the fury of the berserker or the prowess of the soldier. To serve Gaia, the Garu must learn the strength to endure. They must learn humility and endurance. They must learn the limits of the flesh and surpass those limits. That is what the Gelstalkers teach. They have endured death and torment, the cause of the worm and the cruelty of humanity, and they endure. That feels very thematically appropriate as well. Blacktarn warned you about the Gelstalkers and their brutal patron spirit, whose name she would never say, calling him only Icewind or the Cruel One. A member of the Mohawk Nation, she had suffered terribly in her childhood, but she said that the Gelstalkers she knew, indigenous or otherwise, had been consumed by their grief, turned into living weapons incapable of mercy. In her lucid days, Blacktarn always changed mercy for the weak as the highest virtue, and the Cruel One terrified her. So we've sort of got to balance our endurance with not becoming like so disillusioned that we lose our capacity for mercy. To join the Gelstalkers is to face Northwind and let him tear away everything weak, everything that hesitates, leaving only a dagger of ice aimed at Gaia's enemies. The next morning draws cold and bright. You feel half frozen and 3/4 dead, but at least you woke up. However, this cold is so bone deep that you can't even rely on your werewolf regeneration to heal you. Uh-oh. Oh, I've been injured. Oh, no. Your first day of work... oh, God, how's rage? Oh, Jesus. Your first day of work, that's more than orientation. Suddenly hungry, you remember the smell of sandwiches and a plastic wrap at Gorski Manor, and you ought to get to work. You hike up to the ancient, decrepit manor house, retrieve one of 7 bowls of chicken soup destined for the addiction recovery ward, and check your task list on the break room whiteboard. Snow clearing, spot checks for structural damage, as if this place isn't already falling down at any moment, and some minor repair work. You're no engineer, but all heating and ventilation equipment you're expected to maintain comes with 1, instructions, and 2, a number to call if anything requires professional expertise to fix. You work your way through the checklist, shoveling, snow blowing, scraping, and performing other work that would exhaust most people. It's hard, it's cold, and sometimes boring, but honestly, you can do this sort of thing all day, especially if you get soup and sandwiches every day and an envelope full of cash every 2 weeks. Weird place though, rancid vibes. You're careful never to approach the restricted area of the facility. Okay. So we could do more research. The Nikki Gunworks has come up twice, but I also feel like trying to find other Garu might be a good idea, to like question them about what actually happened at the cairn and let them know about what we found, because they may also, if there were Garu left or Garu who have come to this place, they may know more from having claimed this as their territory. So let's go with that. There are certain courtesies expected, even of a cub, and it's better to make contact with the local werewolves on your own terms than to stumble into them. Even if the werewolves of Broadbrook all died, new Garu might have moved in by now. Tradition dictates that you perform the Howl of Introduction. The Howl is traditionally performed by a Pax Galliard, the Auspice known for its bold presence and talent for leadership in times of peace, but Scarpa is far away. If you prefer to be more discreet, you could look for glyphs. Some Garu mark the territory with a unique system of signs and scratches. Though werewolves understand the primal tongue, the language you use in your wolf forms, almost instinctively, you only know a handful of Garu glyphs. So yeah, it didn't look like Clay and the others were really teaching them much beyond like the simplest of the simplest of Garu stuff, like culture. Nonetheless, with enough patience, you might be able to track the marks and symbols to a cairn or some other werewolf community. But glyphs are old-fashioned, and not all Garu bother with them anymore. A smart young werewolf could go online and search for evidence of Garu. Anything from news articles about animal attacks to deliberate hints and riddles left by urban wolves to help facilitate contact. Also, many city wolves move among an urban population's indigent and criminal communities. If you are able to stay cool around them, they might help you. So we've got, I change into my lupus form and chant the Howl of Introduction. I patiently seek out Garu glyphs and decipher the signs to find other werewolves. I get online and look for evidence of Garu activity in town, deliberately planted or otherwise. I act cool and casual around the local transient population. Maybe some of these fringes know about the Garu that can lead me to other wolves. So let's have a quick look. How's my charisma? My charisma is fucking abysmal. But I feel like this is the best... Even if I don't really have the skills for it, this is the best sort of, like, I am performing the correct sort of like ritual, as it were. So this is resolve in academics. So resolve is at a 2. So it's 1, 2. I believe this is 1 again, and then composure and streetwise. That's another 2. So I think yeah, doing the howl, even if I do it badly, hopefully will be enough. Hills surround Northampton, but you don't want to head into the woods, especially if no one lives out there. Instead, you pull yourself up onto a fire escape and make your way to the roof of the Hotel Northampton. Shielded from view and from the worst of the biting wind, you strip, wrapping everything you own in your new jacket, and let your rage wash over you. The transformation is smooth, the agony of breaking bones sweet, the agony of healing flesh sweeter still. Oh, so do we heal? Oh no, not yet, okay. Shifting into your lupus form used to leave you spiritually exhausted, but now it's almost as easy as becoming human again. The cold is nothing new. You climb on 4-clawed feet to the highest point on the roof and howl. Though you belong to no tribe, you sing the notes of the Arun auspice as well as you can. Then describe Clay's pack and the unclean thing that attacked you. But there is no answer. Perhaps there are no Garu here to receive your howl, or perhaps they will not answer a mere cub. You try again, but apart from cars below and a barking dog out in the suburbs, there's only silence. After a third attempt, you stop before you draw unwanted attention. You reluctantly regain your Homid form, dress hastily, and head down to street level. But as you drop down into the parking lot, you spot a well-dressed black woman hurrying to a luxury car. When she peels out, you notice that she dropped a card. You pick it up. The card reads Daphne Clear, GRC Media Group. There's also a phone number and an email and address in town. Maybe it's a coincidence and maybe someone heard you after all. Okay. GRC Media Group is located in a glossy new building in the boxy metallic gentrification chic style across the street from a garage junkyard rigged with concertina wire. You circle the building to make sure security isn't heavy. Nothing. The door swishes silently open as you approach, silently closed as you take in the tasteful atrium, the minimalist decor. A formica table holds brochures and engraved business cards. The one that says Daphne Clear, Chief of Operations, catches your eye, and because there's a faint raised design on it, it's Spider, patron spirit of the Glasswalker tribe. It seems awfully bold to advertise oneself so clearly, but it's woven so subtly into the pattern that only a Garu would notice. Can I help you? A secretary in a purple fleece is sitting at a white plastic desk beneath a huge flat screen monitor that's cycling through nature scenes. Her tone and expression say that some kind of bum, possibly a drug addict, just wandered into her tasteful atrium. Good afternoon, I'm here to see Miss Clear. No reason to be rude or to waste time. Best to learn about this place first. I'm just picking up some brochures. You can help by watching your tone. Okay, let's be polite. Because I am very close to losing my shit. You've taken adroit from generating. Oh dear. So I have to heal that aggravated damage. How do I do that again? I need to check. 1 second. So heal as long as they have not been harmed by silver fire. Will eventually regenerate. So we've just got to, I think, be patient. Good afternoon. I'm here to see Miss Clear. And do you have an appointment? The secretary asks. Is there a problem here? A guy shouts a little too loud. He comes from an office further down the carpeted corridor, all red face and fists. Not a security officer, just a big guy in a small button-down shirt. What's his problem? If you don't have an appointment, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. He tries to glare at you, then meets your gaze and stumbles away as if you just punched him. Your rage is white hot right now. And both the secretary and the sales guy looks like they're about to throw up or call a SWAT team. You could probably just muscle past them to talk to Miss Clear. I probably could, but I think maybe we should de-escalate the situation. I just shove my way past these silly people. I need to see Miss Clear. It won't be easy, but I should be able to show them the card I got and persuade them to let me in. No, I can't. It'd be hard to lie to these people. These skittish people, but I make something up to score a meeting with Miss Clear. I don't want a confrontation. I back off, then I sneak in. I'm definitely clever enough to find a way inside. I don't want to fight, because I could kill someone. I back off and leave. As you leave, you hear the big guy explaining to the secretary. Yeah, they come up along the bike trail or whatever. They panhandle here and go back down to buy drugs. You get out of here since you already have a few brochures that you could use for subsequent research. Still, without shelter, you head back to the abandoned house, and then you spot a police FUV sitting with its lights off across the street. You fade back into the tangle of the woods and field that exists off the map, and hurry across town as the temperature drops until you reach a shipping container you noticed earlier. You repeat your trick with 3 newspapers and broken sticks. The fire this time gives off foul black smoke, and it barely warms the metal container. Oh god, I'm dying! Freezing rain in the night. When you awaken in the morning, the world is frozen and sparkling, shimmering little rills of melting water. This can't go on. You need shelter. Oh, fucking Christ. I've taken 2 aggravated damage. That's not great. Can I... Oh, I can't. Fuck. Alright. Okay, my rage has gone down. That's good. I'm no longer in danger of flipping the fuck out. Up early for Gorski Manor, chiseling frozen shit out of a bathroom that lost heat overnight, causing the pipes to explode. Ernesto has a special frozen shit chisel that he lets you use as long as you promise to return it. You handle that while he fixes the heat, and by noon it's like a tropical sewer in the bathroom. You switch from the chisel to a mop and bucket. How you manage to choke down a bologna sandwich afterward, you don't know. I think we're gonna go... Because this, even though... Like, she's a glass walker. She probably knows that I was in her lobby by this point. So maybe we should just wait for her to come and find me while we continue with the investigation, because I've got a lot of damage on me right now. Okay. I have finished my food. Excellent. I have done it. Okay. Let's go to Beniki Gunworks. Beniki Gunworks is, or was, nestled into the woods west of the town centre. That's an hour's walk along Route 66, but since the day isn't too cold, you elect to range through the fields and farmland. That will let you avoid casual observation or gaining greater familiarity with the area. You don't see any more Garu glyphs or other sign that you've left the map, but as you trundle through the woods, you suddenly come upon a train-link fence. Troubling. You circle around the fence to the north, cutting through muddy fields until you're back under tree cover, then return to the road. The gun store is a low concrete building that might have started life as an auto garage. I say garage like I'm an American, goddamn. It's closed. Locked down and shuttered. A few minutes spent exploring the cold mud and cracked asphalt around the store reveals only broken, rusted tools and a few shell casings. You can see a few ways inside. The combination lock is of excellent quality and you have no idea how to open it, but the chain it's attached to looks rusted. You might be able to bash it open, or you could try propping open the garage door or wiggling under a window. The main problem is road traffic. You've kept out of sight so far, but a driver might notice you scurrying around. The intact lock means someone watches this place and you don't want them calling the cops. Examine the garage door. How exactly could I open it? I smash the rusty train off the front door. I shapeshift into Glabro near human form and smash the lock. I change into my lupus form. It'd be easier to wiggle through the window if I'm smaller. I wiggle inside one of the high narrow windows. Let's have a look at the garage door first. You're no expert on mechanics, but you recognize this kind of rolling overhead fire door from Scarpa's garage. You could probably get it open enough to roll under it if you had the right tools. You don't have the right tools, or even the wrong tool, like a car jack. But you do have a bunch of broken junk scattered around the deserted parking lot. You might be able to cobble something together, but it'll take some technical knowledge. I think we're just going to try and wiggle in through a window. You strip off your jacket and place it carefully near to the garage door. One of the windows is already clearly broken, but it faces the road, so you'll have to move fast. It's an easy climb up onto the flat roof. From there, you drop down through the window. The only tricky part is your hips. You twist and shimmy for a few seconds, and then you're through. You even manage a nice little tumbling roll down to the concrete floor. It's easy to open the garage door now that you're inside. You roll it up 6 inches and retrieve your jacket, then look around. The dingy windows let in enough midday sun to reveal the gun store's empty shelves, metal shelves, and wooden counters. You weren't really hoping to find an arsenal here, but this place looks stripped bare, and from the jewel pods and condoms on the floor, you aren't the first person to go exploring. The store isn't big, and it takes you less than 15 minutes to sweep the showroom, the garage, storage room, and the back office. Your haul 3 losing scratching tickets from 2017, a few damp pages from the American Handgunner magazine, and a key that unlocks the office desk. Empty. At first you think the metal desk is bolted to the wall, but when you try to pull the key back out of the drawer, the desk slides with a hideous shriek along the concrete floor, and a field notes notebook plops onto the ground to land in a puddle of icy water. Ah! You pick it up even as the water soaks through the pages, making the ink run. Open to a random page. What we had to do. I will not call him a traitor, as he acted out of love for his art and for the free families who guarded this land long before your birth and who will guard it long after you're dead. The man you call Mr. Heaney was more than my friend. He was a poet with leather and flesh that you should come to regard. What the oh, so... Okay, so these two artisans, Benicki Gunworks and the Heaney place that made the saddle are connected. A section already hopelessly illegible. Then, defense of Broadbrook. I've done what I can, but what can any of us do now? You and Linus should have acted years ago. Okay. The next page is a hand-drawn, unfinished map of the Broadbrook area with lines of defense sketched hastily around the perimeter. It reminds you of last stands you saw in high school history textbooks. The page after that is written in black pen, not blue. It looks like some kind of doodle or glyph. Glyph or doodle. Jagged labyrinthian lines cover most of the page, but then you suddenly realize what you're looking at. One humped shape is a standing stone. It is in fact the standing stone you remember seeing at Broadbrook, and that arch is the large hillock. It's a map. And those jagged black lines reveal every patch of mud and water. You could use this, and then you think back to the marshlands of Broadbrook, hundreds of acres of freezing black water and tangling trees. What good is a map without a destination? You're sure that there's still something out there in the wetlands, perhaps even the source of the Bane, but wandering around out there won't get you anywhere, even with a map. You need a specific destination. Once you have it, this map will be vital. And wait, what was that about calling someone a traitor? You flip back to the other remaining legible passage about Heaney, a poet with leather and flesh. That's too interesting to ignore. You see some Google searches in your feature. How many nights have you spent on the streets? You don't think even a werewolf could survive more nights exposed to a New England winter. You have to try getting a place to stay. Yeah, that's true. Day 3 of gainful employment. Suicide attempt in the mental health ward. That's not technically your business, but it puts all the doctors and psychiatrists in a bad mood, and they take it out on you and Ernest. Oh, poor Ernesto. You keep your head down and your mop in motion. I think the next place is definitely Heaney, but I mean... This was a person who was at Broadbrook. But everything we have seems to lead to this Heaney guy. Oh, we are really, really, really fucked up. Maybe going to somebody who can help us. Or continuing with the investigation. I think we gotta look for our fellow Glasswalker. Just turning your thoughts to Daphne Clear makes you feel as if you're being watched, and who knows what else besides the Glasswalker is monitoring your progress to this town. That assumes Daphne Clear is the Glasswalker, of course. After reading the brochures you took from GRC Media, you see several avenues of investigation. Internet research might reveal more about Miss Clear's operations in town, though you doubt passive research will tell you what you need. You'd have to get online and talk to people, and you'd have to be clever not to draw attention. But maybe it's smarter to go low-tech against a Glasswalker. Archival research at the library might yield physical records, though that'll take patience. Or you could hit the streets and investigate. A cool and friendly attitude will encourage people to talk, and then, here's the trick, stop talking once you're gone. I returned to the library and performed computer research, wits and computers, back to the library to dig through physical records, resolve in academics. I burned shoe leather, walking around town, carefully asking people about GRC Media. So, I don't think we have anything in computer, academics, or investigation, so it's wits, resolve, composure. Wits, resolve, composure. They're all pretty much the same. If she is a Glasswalker and she is a technically minded, I think maybe performing computer research might be the best, because if she notices that we're doing that, it might encourage her to come and find us. You have good information to work with, including Daphne Clear's name, a dozen people whose names you gleaned while inside GRC Media, and knowledge of the Broadbrook can. But you also know Glasswalkers can do creepy techno-spirit hoodoo to track your searches, and as you hammer away on Google at the library computer, you start to appreciate the extent of the spider's power. Daphne Clear, 44, has a degree in computer science from the Georgia Institute of Technology and a bunch of weird gaps in both her resume and her posting and media history. Obvious signs of the aforementioned techno-trickery. You find a single picture from 2007 of an elegant black woman in a moss green turtleneck discussing the environmental impact of the then new iPhone. Miss Clear started working at GRC 2 years ago. Before that, she was married to and then separated from a local radio personality named Linus Harriman, who died 3 years ago. Is that around about the same time that the cairn was attacked? Harriman's record is also spotty, too spotty for a popular DJ and local celeb. But after that, you hit a wall. Nothing about Clear or Broadbrook Cairn or Harriman shows up. You find nothing except weird truncated records, dead links, information filled in with random text, all signs of tampering, and there's nothing you can do to turn the noise into data. Most alarming of all, some of these timestamps indicate that the information has been changed today. Someone's heading you off, erasing you information you need before you look into it. You keep searching without further success. Oh, another freezing sight on the streets! Ah, God! Okay. We just gotta keep going with the investigation. Some kind of state inspection. You watch Mr. Veitz hands over an envelope. All they do is to show up. All they do is to show up, collect money, envelopes full of money, and ignore any problems. Charlie, the orderly, dragoons you into watching some of the most violent patients during these delicate negotiations, so you have to stay an hour late to help Ernest staple down some new carpeting. I researched this we gotta just research Heaney, I think. A poet with leather and flesh. How, close are we to being? Oh, we are so injured. Okay. You poet with leather and flesh. That's what the water damage field notes say. You walk back to the Forbes library. It's easy. I'm all sniffly because, who knows at this point? I'm always sniffly. That's how my body works, apparently. You walk back to Forbes library and try various combinations of Heaney, leather, flesh, poet, Northampton, Broadbrook, and so on. It doesn't take you long to find the man, Jasper Lee Heaney, a saddle maker and leather worker, formerly of Hadley, Massachusetts. Checking the map, his old address is less than a half-hour drive east over the Connecticut River. A few equestrian websites mention him, and his name also appears on Leather Daddy forums. Old posts from the mid-2000s praise his skill and professionalism at constructing fetish wear. Online news articles indicate that Jasper Heaney died 4 years ago and that his house burned down last year, but details are scarce. You might have to cross the river to Hadley to learn more. Another freezing night in the streets. Oh, God. Jesus. Laying down more carpet for most of the morning, but when it gets quiet, you have a few hours to watch YouTube videos about basic maintenance while Ernesto watches soccer highlights. Has that? We are in dangerous condition. I think we need to keep following this line of inquiry. No buses run to that part of Hadley. In fact, your destination is so deep in the woods that you're not even sure you can hitchhike up there, and it's all the way across the Connecticut River, too far to walk. But when you mention your frustrations to the groundskeeper you've seen before at the park bus stop, he mentions that Smith College students have been visiting Hadley to conduct genealogical research. You run for the college, then spot a van just about to roll into Elm Street traffic. You flag it down and confirm its destination. 7 students and the driver glare at you like a beggar, just wandered into the solarium and flop down on a fainting couch, but no one says anything. The shuttle takes the bridge across the Connecticut River and turns north, heading through frozen fields and past a restaurant. It stops outside a dilapidated, whitewashed wooden building in the federal style, apparently condemned. I need to blow my nose real quick. I am so sorry, chat. Okay, here we are. We are back. Apologies. For some reason, I am like I've got a stuffy nose, even though it's a million degrees. Okay. Right. Where were we? It's up here. It stops outside a dilapidated, whitewashed wooden building in the federal style, apparently condemned. Nothing remains of the baseball field next door except a twisted fence beside overflowing dumpsters. The students make for a postcard-perfect New England church up the street. According to your maps, J.L. Heaney's workshop is less than a mile away. And indeed, after 10 minutes of walking, you pass a mid-century truck half buried in snow, and then find yourself in front of a blackened ruin, a house burned down to its foundations. Someone needs to update their maps. Let's see. Okay. You examine the house, but nothing remains except a few scorched bricks where a chimney once stood. But there's an old wooden barn nearby. You're just considering where to explore when something moves in the tree line on the far side of the empty field. Maybe something has followed your shuttle across the river, or maybe a local is getting ready to dome you with his grandfather's rifle. If you take one step onto his property. I focus on the investigation, the barn. I check out the barn. I'm not afraid of banes or bullets, ready to change if I have to. I walk into the field towards wherever it is. I need to investigate, but I don't want to get ambushed. I stay low on the far side of the barn from the bail for presence and conduct a search. I am very unhealthy right now, but I gotta focus. We gotta focus. Ignoring the unseen presence at the edge of the woods, you step into the unpleasantly warm darkness of the barn. It smells like rotten hay and freezing water drips from the rafters. You search meticulously, turning over boards for the better part of an hour, checking the tree line every few minutes. Nothing. Not even footprints. This barn doesn't look like it was ever a workshop. That must have burned. Nonetheless, you climb a rickety ladder up into the cold, slimy filth of the rafters. It's dark enough inside that you need to flick on your lighter. You drag a soggy hay bale away from a window, letting pale sunlight in. You resume your search until you spot a wet gleam. You reach out, hands clumsy in your gloves, and pull something white and sharp out of the wood, so soft it's the consistency of cornbread. A photo, badly stained, but you can still make out two smiling, sunburnt white men in each other's arms. Judging from their physiques and hairlines, they're probably in their mid-20s, but their full beards make them look older. The back says P-Town 92. Okay, interesting. Another step and your boots cracks through a board. You stuff the photo in your jacket, drop back down into the ground and scan the tree line. Nothing out there, but the midday sky is dark, almost black. A storm is coming. Oh shit. You think back to the buildings that might provide both shelter and information. You don't want those smithies at the church asking questions about you. You could conduct research at the town offices or ask around at that restaurant the shuttle passed. Even if you don't learn anything, it's better than being caught out in the open when the storm breaks, or enduring the wet, stinking warmth of the barn. Though maybe you could stay. Something is definitely out there. You could hide in that old truck within sight of the barn and see what comes out of the woods. Ooh, I consider how to approach. I check out the truck. Could I hide there and wait for whatever is in the woods? The truck is a rusted heap with wooden seats and a missing windshield, but it gives you a good view of the woods and entire surrounding farm. And the coming darkness will hide you completely. There's an old, but newer than the truck, grey tarp in the back. A bit of skill in hiding and skulking would let you position the tarp so it doesn't draw attention, while keeping the precipitation off and letting you see out. The main problem is the cold. You'd have to be tough as old wood to sit through the cold drizzle long enough for something to appear even with the tarp in place. So that would require stamina and clandestine. We don't have any clandestine, but we do have a bit of stamina. I consider what the town offices might have to offer. First, they'll offer shelter from the storm, since the main building looks open. Second, there might be information about Heaney and the fire, something that reveal how he fits into everything. You still don't understand, but you don't know. But you won't know more about the records there unless you go. I consider how to approach people at the restaurant. You see two approaches at a restaurant. Firstly, you could just sort of casually mention Mr. Heaney's level work and see if anyone talks. That won't draw much attention, which is good, but it'll take a long time. Alternatively, you could try conducting a more active investigation, which would take certain easy-like ability to get along with the locals, the sort of thing that rage makes difficult. And we are still quite high on rage. Right now, getting in a fight is going to be kind of bad. I do want to check again very quickly. The fight forms. So, heal high performance, struggle faster. What was it? Was it Krenos where I was healing? Let's check rage. A werewolf can also heal injuries with rage, but only in supernatural form. Glabro, Krenos, or Hispo. Okay. Aggravated injuries caused by silver or fire requires more H to heal. You heal faster in Krenos form. One rage heals 2 normal wounds. Leaving your Krenos form also heals 2 normal wounds. You cannot regenerate in this way when you've taken aggravated. Oh, that sucks. Because I think this is all aggravated. Yeah, I've taken aggravated. That sucks, bro. Okay. So, we could do an extended stakeout. And try sort of to figure out who has been following us, which means I could turn into my Glabro form. Or just use my own stamina. I don't have much clandestine, and I'm got high on rage, and I think clandestine is one of the skills that gets reduced by rage. We could go to the restaurant and talk to people, or we could head into town and look through the records. I kind of want to see what's been following us. I think Glabro is going to be the shout for this. The barn blocks a direct view from the truck from most of the tree line, but you still work fast as you drag the frozen tarp into position. A few minutes of work arranges it so you can peer out, but anyone seeing it will only see a pathetic lump of lumpy frozen trash you perfectly hidden. Fat, leaden raindrops start to fall as you crawl inside the antique truck. Not snow, but rain, freezing, hammering rain, deafening against the truck's metal roof. The lack of wind is a modest blessing as the precipitation doesn't blow into your nest, but the air hovers right at freezing. You let your flesh transform slowly, swelling muscles straining against your jacket. Your vision sparkles, your hairy knuckles grip the wooden steering wheel of the ancient Ford. Transformed, you wait for a half hour, an hour. The cold sinks into your bones, but you stay focused, scanning the barn, the fields, the pine trees, even the distant houses in the woods behind you. Your breath steams as the rain finally lets up and becomes a fine, freezing mist, and then you see it. It moves like nothing human, like nothing that should be alive. Uh-oh! We might be getting in a fight! It's massive, twice the height of a man, but bowed down as if with age. The creature moves with arthritic slowness through the barren fields, grey-black in the cold mist, its body sometimes glinting as if studded with metal. You start moving your legs to warm them up, as the huge figure vanishes into the mist among the far trees. After another 20 minutes, it's time to investigate your enemy. The tarp crunches as you peel it off and rise stiffly. Then stay low as you trot through the mist toward the tree line, trying to follow the creature without running right into it. Trash stink. Just where the trees begin. A hastily abandoned trash bag burst open on a sharp root. Flies swarm the bag, huge and iridescent, startlingly loud. Mist around you and dead branches overhead that could conceal anything. Ooh. We are in quite a state at the moment, so we can't afford... we can't afford to really sort of get into any sort of fight. So I think we investigate, but we will back off if we need to. That's how much... we've lost a bit of rage, which is okay. I'm not afraid of that monster. I rip open the trash bag looking for anything useful. I'm here for answers. I kneel, wave the flies away, and investigate the trash. Flies, this bag might have answers to what ails Clay, and I have to help him. I check it out. I'm not getting killed here. I'll nudge the trash bag with a stick, and I'm ready to run if I have to. Okay. You didn't leave everything you knew and travel across straight lines to squat in homeless shelters because it was fun. You want answers. You pull out your knife and slice the plastic bag open. Rancid strips of leather, broken tools, rusted speed loaders for revolvers, paper Paperwork stained beyond legibility. What might... Who is this? What might be ground beef. Ew, blue furred with mold. The only intact thing you find is a tattered brochure for Benicki Gunworks in Northampton, and you've already been there. The smell is getting to you. There's nothing else of value among the trash, so you rise stiffly and back out of the woods. And when you head towards the barn, a tall dark figure is visible through the mist, staring right at you. Young, but with a prematurely lined face of someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. He has a short beard and hard dark eyes. He's too young to be one of the men in the P-Town photograph. You can tell from the way he carries himself that he wears a sidearm under his Carhartt coat. My name is Hobland Nash, he says, and I know what you are. Then you know I don't have a lot of patience. I stare right at him with my half-monstrous face. I'm the girl who hasn't had lunch yet. I got $5. I'm here for a reason. Did you know J.L. Heenley? I think this one, that's kind of funny. You can tell he's afraid, but it's a fear that comes from knowledge. He's not irrational. I won't waste your time, kid. Have you been up to Broadbrook? I can smell the dead up there. Someone needs to give them a proper burial. A defiled place. Something rancid is up in those woods. Broadbrook? What is that, a golf course? I don't golf. Don't like the outfits. I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm running out of patience with this guy. He obviously knows that we're like a werewolf, and they're seeing us in Glabro form and not freaking the fuck out, so I'm wondering what that could mean. I can smell the dead up there. Someone needs to give them a proper burial. That's where it happened, he says, but it's not over. You saw something out in those woods, he says, nodding in the direction of the mist, didn't you? He used to work for them, so some people had to get rid of him because he was working for them. Do you understand? Working for the worm? You try to think of a question because you really don't understand, but he just talks faster and faster. That's when things really start getting out of control, and it's still happening. You've smelled the corpse smell, haven't you? Carried by the wind. You've heard the drone of flies. You have to cut them just the right way to get the flies to come. Shit, I should have killed them all the way when I had the chance. What the fuck? Now you think you get what he's talking about. The bad meat Clay ate. The flies that swarmed around the Bane. The flies at Broadbrook. And the field notes that you found at Benicki Gunworks. Those strange scribbles are a map that would let you navigate the swamp and follow the flies to what? You have to find out. Ravens explode up into the air from a nearby field, and you both scan the tree line. My name's Hobland, kid. You should get the hell out of town. He says the last two sentences as he hurries to a parked jeep. He doesn't offer you a ride, just takes off in a blast of mud and slush. You head back towards the shuttle. A dreadful feeling of being watched as you trudge through the muck of the abandoned baseball field next to the municipal building. The church down the street is a black spire in the growing darkness. Students hurry out of it back to the shuttle. You thought you had more time, but the students are already leaving, and you don't want to be stuck in this town when the light fades. You hurriedly join them, and the shuttle carries you to Northampton. Another freezing night on the streets. A wonderful week at Gorski Manor. When do you get paid? You spend all morning pushing the ancient snowblower around the garden and forget to ask. Oh, we are so in trouble. Can I regenerate yet? No. I see if I can learn anything about Harmony Palace. Yeah, the person who was at Broadbrook. You head back to Forbes Library and hop on a computer. Harmony Palace graduated Berkshire Regional High School in 2013. Her sister Melody graduated in 2016. Okay. A few pictures, both girls tall and pretty with curly hair. Harmony's cropped short, Melody's unfashionably long. A picture of both interning at the studio of Lucinda Palace Nash. The same person as Hobland Nash, maybe? A local neo-surrealist artist. A single death notice in Berkshire Eagle for Harmony, nothing for Melody. Because she was at the battle. A startling lack of records for two young women only a little older than you. And what you can find has gotten the Glasswalker treatment. Randomized snippet of text instead of Facebook entries, deleted Tumblr posts, other obvious signs of tampering. Almost every picture is gone. You have more luck with Lucinda Palace Nash, a moderately successful local artist inspired by Leonora Carrington and Remedios Varo. According to her website, she has a studio in town. Her website says that she's touring art museums in Mexico for the next few weeks. She's interesting though. If your other leads don't pan out, you might risk emailing her. All that took less than an hour. You still have some time before the sun sets. You spend a few minutes lost in thought as you get up and make the bed. You have everything you need to make the bed. Lost in thought. bed. You have everything you need to return to Broadbrook, and nothing else slowing you down or distracting you. It's time to get ready. You organise your things, check your map, and try to mentally get prepared. But it's a bitterly cold day, and even as you walk down Main Street, you cut down a covered alley to avoid the icy wind. Oh shit, I'm losing my place again. Maybe you should take a bus closer to the site so you don't freeze halfway there. A man is waiting for you in the shadows. You've come a long way, he says, just to die here. Ah! Oh shit, it's a hot boy! The alley is so dark that even your sensitive eyes take a moment to adjust. The man standing in front of the stained bricks is a few years older than you, with a dark, serious face and short black hair. He's dressed in tattered but elegant clothes. A black frock with mismatched buttons, polished black boots, and a dark, frayed V-neck sweater. Leather gloves protrude from the breast pocket of his coat. The young man has the air of a scholar, especially with the oversized leather book clutched in his hands. But his knuckles are crisscrossed with pale scars. Though he looks dangerous, he makes no move to attack. My name is Elton Day, he says. Miss Clear told me you had come. I want answers, even if I have to be pushy. I know about Broadbrook. I need to know what happened there. I think this guy is one of us. I should keep this formal. I am Celine of Clay's pack in northern New York. A Bane attacked us and I tracked it here. I need to focus on helping Clay. A friend of mine has fallen ill and I think you might be able to help. I glance at the tome. You're a scholar. What are you working on? I didn't expect much from this guy, but then again, I am broke. You got $10? Let's be pushy again, I think. You need, do you? Elton says, one eyebrow raised. Then he sighs, breath steaming in the cold air. Well, I can't have you saying my name at every billiard hall and pachinko parlor from here to Boston. I'm still a Shadow Lord, despite everything that's happened, and we rely on discretion. Come with me, and maybe I can tell you something that will encourage you to leave me alone. He's not local. He sounds British, and not a Cambridge lad, despite his air of bookish and gentle poverty. That whiff instead of with. He pushes past you to a narrow door and takes out an elaborate brass key. Why are you dressed like a Dracula? Why do you sound like a butler in that show? Why do you smell like a dog that learned to smoke? Are they talking about Black Butler? Are they talking about... Holy shit. That's actually very funny. Why do you smell like a dog that learned to smoke? Why are you dressed like Dracula? Let's go with why are you dressed like a Dracula. Actually, no, this is funny. I'm from Bristol, you dumb yank, Elton says, opening the outer door. My mum and dad work, you know, and I'm not even trying to impress you with my accent. I save that for spirits. A theurge, you suspect. Crescent moon, the auspice of sorcery and divination. The stairs from the street to Elton's apartment are narrow and steep. The urge to walk hand over foot is almost overwhelming. Though it's only late afternoon, there's no light except for a crooked witch window at your back. The stairs bow in the middle, as if thousands of years of monks have climbed these stairs. Though the building can't be... Sorry. Losing my place again. Can't be more than 2 centuries old. In the darkness, Elton inserts the key again without hesitation. Turns it easily and then puts his shoulder into the warped wood of the ancient door until it pops open. You step into a living room full of books and immediately bang your knee on a coffee table covered in heaps of printouts. Books are everywhere, at every level, noticeably at wolf level in several places. The smell is books and dust and old rugs and brass and pewter, old cigarette smoke burned into the walls and black coffee. You see the cups left everywhere, balanced in the oddest places, and heavy dinners, not always cleaned up right away. You pick your way past iron candle holders covered in melted wax, plates decorated with blue pastoral scenes, stained red and black, fat leather-bound notebooks full of handwritten scrawl, and nearly bang your head on a low candelabra strung with electric lights. Sit wherever, Elton says, sweeping his hand across a dozen surfaces, none suitable for sitting. I'm not going to do a Bristol accent because it will be terrible. You're awfully open about what you are. You barely know me. So I've never actually been to ID. Where do I put my doily? Incredible. I hate to sound all business, but I'm here because a Bane attacked my pack. Never interrupt an enemy when he's making a mistake, or a potential ally when he's making tea. I'm so hungry, so I wait for crumpets. I think I found the remains of someone named Harmony. I hand Elton the library card. I think we're gonna go with this one. He stops what he's doing, then takes the card. She was a friend of mine. Oh, uh-oh. I don't know if that's good or bad. Where did you find this? Broadbrook, you say. Smashed up ATV in the woods next to a verdigreed sword. Thank you, Elton says. We knew she was dead, but this is useful. Was the sword intact? No. Still, this is impressive. You've obviously been busy since your arrival. Let's back up, though. Tell me what brought you here. I focus on the Bane, maybe throwing in a few details about how I kicked its ass. Wait a minute, does this Shadow Lord village know the Stormcat I met? I cover the basics, then I get to Stormcat's appearance. I focus on Clay's sickness and how to cure it. Honestly, the first thing I need is a place to stay. Let's talk sofas, bathtubs, whatever Elton can offer. I'm going to talk about Stormcat because he's a theurge. You describe your prep work for hunting the Bane, the fight itself, and the horrible aftermath of Clay's appetite for horseflesh. But only when you talk about Black Tarn and the Stormcat does Elton set his teacup down and steeple his fingers, offering you his undivided attention. Hell yeah, boy! I know the Stormcat. She and the Falcon of Doors were the guardian spirit who guarded our cairn. I thought she died. He looks momentarily pained. I wonder if the Stormcat actually thought you could help Clay. Is that even what you want, Celine? Yes, he raised me. He taught me the litany. If you had seen him, you wouldn't say that. Clay was a tough old bastard, and this just chewed through him. Clay was a shit, but I plan to stop whatever infection is coming out of this town before it spreads. Couldn't care less, but we can't escape our obligation, Shadow Lord. Yeah, he was kind of a piece of shit, but, like, this infection is important. Big plans for a little cub, Elton says. You're trying to stop something that destroyed dozens of werewolves and defiled an entire cairn. You get that, right? Clay told you what happened here, didn't he? I've heard about the Broadbrook cairn, but if you want to if you want to tell me what really happened, I'd like to listen. Maybe I should scale down my ambitions then. Hey, speaking of, can I sleep here tonight? I'm out of doors. He didn't tell me much, but I still need to help him. So what should I do next? Were you there? Because I checked the records and I don't think Daphne Clear. I tried speaking to her. I think she arrived after what happened here. Yeah, because she came here 3 years ago and, like, Heaney died, like, 4 years ago. And I think that was what precipitated this attack on Broadbrook. I would like to listen. We were going to stop the apocalypse, Elton says, staring at the tattered curtains spread across 1.5 walls. The Broadbrook Khan held nearly 40 Garu, mostly from the tribes of the Silver Fangs and the Shadow Lords. We were old and wise and strong, and we had allies among the humans. 3 families who had this is about the families who had guarded this land for centuries. What happened? The answering tiger, Elton says. A spirit, you ask? A bane? Of what use are names? The Shadow Lord says. The final night. God, it was only 3 years ago, but it feels like 1,000. We realized too late that we had already lost. The tiger had let us believe our own propaganda. That's all the tiger was, all the tiger is. A lie shaped like you want to believe. What you want to believe. We lied to ourselves, and it came to us and blinded us. I'm going to put the music on again. There's more. Let me check. What are the spookies? Let's go to the spookies. A lie shaped like what you want to believe. We lied to ourselves and it came to us, blinded us. We turned on each other, Shadow Lord against Silverfang, human against Garu, family against family. Oh god. The answering tiger had servants, of course, banes like the one you battled, Fomori, werewolves sworn to the worm, but the weapon it used to strike us down was us. What a grim farce. So the battle was against each other. His eyes narrow and he stares past you. Some of the younger theurges, including myself, knew something was wrong. But when I went to warn the elders, they called me a traitor and imprisoned me on the night of the final battle. He smiles, then laughs darkly. That's the only reason I'm still alive. A few others got out, I think. Those who were too young or crazy to fight, and a few regular humans from the three families. But the Broadbrook cairn is gone, defiled beyond use. We murdered ourselves. They called us the last hope for Gaia, so we probably murdered the world. So there are other survivors. Where are they? What about these families? Did any of them survive? So the cairn is defiled. Could it be the source of the monsters like the one I face? The families. Because Heaney and Beniki probably, I think, belong to the families. And I'm wondering if Harmony, Melody, and I can't remember the other lady who was Palace Nash. Maybe Nash is another one? Or it could be the Clear family, but she was married to somebody called Harriman, maybe? I don't know. So could it be the source of the monsters like the one I faced? The cairn is still out there in the woods, a stained hive of madness and defilement. A maze with no entrance. I remember when Daphne Clear first came to Northampton. This was a few years after her husband died fighting the answering tiger. She tried to approach it. I had to drag her back, gibbering and gnawing on her own hands. Daphne and I don't exactly get along, but we understood each other after that. We keep in touch. She told me about you, actually. But she won't go back there. No one could. You see the despair in his eyes, but then something flickers to life in there. Do you know where Broadbrook is, the actual site? I've been there, you say. One eyebrow quirks up. Finish your investigation, Celine, then come back to me. Maybe we can look at that place again, with fresh eyes. Eyes that aren't blinded by the lies of the answering tiger. This is an interesting, so a bane that's just a lie, that, worms its way in. A lie you want to believe. Oh, that's... And the elders were so, arrogant that they didn't see it coming. He shakes his head as if the whole idea is hopeless. But what about the world's occult horrors? What about the Muldoon ones? You need a place to stay. You didn't want to say anything, but... I'll be right back, Elton says, rising and stepping into the kitchen. Oh, he's gonna give me a fucking house! The Shadow Lord returns after less than a minute. Where are you working, Elton asks. I'm a groundskeeper at an old folks' home, you say. You don't waste time, the Shadow Lord says. He disappears into the kitchen for a moment, then comes back with a business card that reads Al Gaultier Realty. The card has contact information for Mr. Gaultier, and on the back, in unusually fancy penmanship, a gyroglyph you don't recognize. I'm doing you a favour, the Shadow Lord says. If you show him that card, Mr. Gaultier will permit you to stay in one of his units starting immediately as long as you have a job. Now, it's getting late and I've neglected my studies. You rise, careful not to knock any books to the ground. I respect your determination. Call that number I gave you, and for what it's worth, I hope the spirits of Gaia watch over you. He follows you back down the tall, narrow steps, then closes the downstairs door, leaving you alone in a wind-blown parking lot across from the covered alley. We have a house! We have a house, chat! Oh, hi! Hi, Kai. Sorry, I didn't notice your message in stream. I'm locked in, yapping. Dropping into lurk. Hell yeah. Please allow me to read you a story whilst you are working. A story of werewolves and darkness and madness. Okay. Let me find my place. Shit. You really thought he'd follow you to Broadbrook, but maybe you've pushed yourself to... Oh, no. He follows you down the tall, narrow steps, then closes the downstairs door, leaving you alone in a wind-blown parking lot across from the covered alley. You really thought he'd follow you to Broadbrook, but maybe you've pushed yourself too hard. You glance at the number. It's time to put a roof over your head. Thank the gods. Since you don't have a phone, you go to the bagel place on Main Street near Elton's apartment and you ask to use their phone. The call connects immediately. Al Gaultier. Hi. I spoke with my friend Elton about an available unit. You got a job, kid? I work as a groundskeeper at Gorski Manor on... Jesus, kid. I didn't ask how your mother met your father. Shut up. Just get your supervisor to indicate that you're gainfully employed. I need it for insurance purposes. And bring the card from Mr. Day and come to... Hey, Todd, what do we have? Muttering from the other end of the line, Al Gaultier reads off an address that's a half-hour away. On foot. Can you handle those two things? He snaps. Are you talking to me or Todd? He's hung up. You're already sick of the walk up to Gorski Manor. You can't decide if you want a phone or a bike more as you trudge through the woods, once again to avoid the busy streets. You get there by 10 a.m. The nurse on duty tells you that Mr. Weiss won't be in until afternoon, so you devote a few hours to your job. There are walkways to salt, snow to knock off the roof, and a cage to install around a thermostat so the guests stop fiddling with it. You're just putting the cage on when Mr. Weiss appears, sulking like a pervert with warrants down the dirty carpeted hallway. This place is so weird and creepy. You explain what you need, and his pale eyes narrow like you're trying to trick him, but he signs what you've written without a word. Then he just stares at you as you put your tools away and get out of there. The days are getting lighter, but the sky is slate grey, the air bitter. When you reach the address Mr. Gaultier gave you, as if by magic, one step takes you from a truck-choked commercial avenue into the snowy woods, where a decaying gambrel squats among skeletal black trees. In summer, the foliage will hide it completely from the commercial street in one direction and the farmlands in the other. Only the brand new pickup idling in the driveway hints that the cottage is something other than a ruin. The truck door bangs open and a short, fat man jumps out, Mr. Gaultier. Hey, you. Yeah, you, cutie. Are you Elton's friend? I'm his fiance. We're looking for a honeymoon hovel where this looks perfect. I sigh. Yes, I'm Elton's cute friend. I'm not stooping to this man's level. That's not a short joke. I just handed my proof of employment. Way to be sassy. You're almost as nice looking as the last broad, Mr. Gaultier says. Oh, so he had a fiance, okay. Or he had. I don't know. Well, he's not. There was nobody there with him, so I wonder if she died in the Broadbrook incident. Anyway, where's your thing? He scans your document, then says, "You'll still owe me at the end of the month for your time here. First and last month gets rolled into your next 3 payments. Let's get inside for the rest of the paperwork." Mr. Gaultier wears a pork pie hat to hide his baldness and a checkered coat. His movements are twitchy and anxious, like he's expecting the feds to jump out of the bushes at any moment. He talks in rapid-fire ramble about how hard he'll kick your ass if you damage his property. He has a kind of Scar, Danny DeVito vibe. Or if the butler in The Prisoner did poppers. Inside, his 2 sons are yelling at each other about a drill one of them dropped. They stop yelling to check you out when you step into the living room, their eyes cold and praising. The living room is trash, like raccoons used to hold secret illegal boxing matches here. It's also freezing. Where's the heat, you ask? Seems like a pertinent question in New England in February. Girl, I'll keep you warm, as one of the sons says. Ugh, disgusting. He winks at you and the other pushes him. How much rage have I got? I need more feminine rage, please. We're working on it, Mr. Gaultier says. But look, these old houses need heat, you say. Listen, you whiny bitch, Mr. Gaultier says. I'm doing you a favor. For Elton, you owe me, not the other way around. I forced myself to be polite. Why don't you just show me around? I'm not sure I appreciate your attitude toward me or Mr. Day. I ignore the Gaultiers and look around for a way to fix the problem. I'm not going to start screaming yet, but get the heat on now. We're not going to be polite about it. Fuck this guy. You can feel your rage starting to rise, but now isn't quite the time to make threats. But you do make your position clear. Mr. Gaultier's sons are big, but you know you can always get bigger. Look, his youngest son says, let me show you around the place. He offers you a tour, glancing back to make sure you haven't pulled a revolver and pressed it to his temple or anything. Todd tries to hide the gambrels, warped timbers, and crumbling stonework as he gives you the tour, but he's not fooling anyone. The electricity works, and only the living room is trash, but the place is small and badly laid out. 2 rooms upstairs, a kitchen, and a living room downstairs with a fireplace and mismatched furniture. The bathroom is bare concrete and chipped porcelain. It looks like a place for Victorian doctors to hose down mental patients. The water doesn't flow so much as ooze out of the pipes. Yeah, this ain't getting fixed today. Pack it in, boys. We'll send someone out, I don't know, Friday-ish? The wind howls across the farmland. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with this. I saw strength and intimidation. The wind howls across the farmland, cutting through the warped timbers of the little cabin. Fix the heat now. I'm willing to make explicit threats and to break up to 3 bones to get what I want. Strength, intimidation. We need that heat to heal if we're gonna be going back to Broadbrook. I'm willing to flirt and flatter to get what I want. Please, boys, I really need that heat fix, and I'm sure you know how to do it. I know my way around mechanical problems. I can figure out what's wrong with the heat in mechanics. We're going to go with the first one, because our strength is pretty good, and our intimidation is pretty good. So we're going to go with that one. I'm not getting into a confrontation here. Fine, just get it fixed as soon as you can. Hey, bitch, the older brother says, grabbing your arm. You can't talk to my dad that way. You stare into his eyes, and when he flinches, you shove him into the freezing wall. Fix the heat, you say, now. And I thought you were a sweet girl, Mr. Gaultier says, as you dig your elbow into his son's throat, and he doesn't move towards you, and he keeps his hand where you can see them. Todd, why don't you call someone to get out here this afternoon? You let go of the other brother. We'll get it fixed by this evening, Mr. Gaultier says, trying to keep his tone level as you turn and glare at him. Is that all right? That's great, Mr. Gaultier, you say, flashing a sharp-toothed smile. I'd like to sign my lease agreement now. Incredible. I love her. I love her so much. This mostly looks like a pretty standard lease for a mixed-use building, except there's no line for the name of the occupants, so you just write occupants plural in case someone needs to crash here. They all glare venomously at you as you write working heat into your lease agreement, then sign it. You make sure to get Mr. Gaultier's signature. Hell yeah, ignore shelter or comfort to investigate the obsessive investigator. So there was probably a way to get, like, a shelter, but which means I probably wouldn't have fucked myself up quite as bad. Hopefully by having a little eep, we can regenerate. You spend part of the afternoon cleaning the trash living room, bagging everything the Gaultiers didn't take with them. The cabin is furnished with ancient, dusty antiques from Scarlet Letter times, complete with a rocking chair in front of the blackened fireplace, but there's nothing except the furniture. No food, no coffee maker, not a single bent fork or slither of soap. To your surprise, a heating company van trundles down your unpaved road before the sun sets. The technician doesn't say anything or make eye contact, but he replaces half the components of your furnace, leaving it a weird mismatch of rusted metal and chubby, primary-coloured new plastic. Once the van leaves, you're sure the heat works, you finally take a shower. The flow is weaker than an old man's afternoon piss, but the water is hot. You don't have any towels, so you dry off with your ass against the kitchen's heat vent. Incredible. Home sweet home. You sleep like the dead and wake up early. It's time. You check your remaining cash, over $10 left, a veritable fortune, so you return to Byzant's coffee. You eat and drink slowly, since this might be your last meal, and you never thought this might be my last meal before, not even before hunting the Bane. You normally scrounge at Byzant's, but today you've earned exactly what you want, including coffee, tea, cocoa. Oh, hot cocoa, baby, let's go! When you were left alone, both before and after your first change, you'd sometimes make bagged cocoa. Terrible, too sweet stuff, soupy and gritty. This cocoa is the exact opposite, creamy and flavorful, but without any aftertaste except a sense of gentle warmth. Assuming you don't die this afternoon, you're going to have to find a way to make more money so you can keep drinking cocoa like this. When you're done, you walk due north, cutting through streets and parks, heedless of how the people of the map navigate their environment, until you pass along the edge of a Walmart parking lot and reach the woods. Have we... Oh, I still have a lot of ag. The day is cold and blustery and the wind bitter. Cold mist hangs over the green marshland around Broadbrook. The face standing stone rises over the mud as you check the field notes again and get your bearings. Then you head down the hill between the two hillocks of dead yellow grass into the marsh. You move cautiously, so it's over an hour before you notice how warm it's getting. So warm that you're sweating under your jacket. Unhealthy looking flowers bloom and wrist-thick vines sprawl and writhe like odalisks in the vegetal heat. As you climb up onto a low, wide hill covered in pale green grass, you check David Bernicki's notebook. Remembering one of the other undamaged pages, you flip back to his battle plans and recognize some of the terrain around you. Noting his advice, you move away from the areas labeled "Concentrate sniper fire here" and "Grenades?" and immediately feel safer. Climbing the gentle, grassy slope, you pass more standing stones, all defaced or toppled, before you notice an odd indentation in the center of a hill. It's a door. All around you, grey-brown marshland or venomously iridescent jungle, and straight ahead, an open double door of white stone in a low hill like a barrow, covered in reddish grass. The air is warm and heavy. Flies drone as they head into or out of the doorway like bees around a hive. You follow the flies, trying to control your eagerness, sure that answers wait past the doorway. The hot air reeks of carrion, piss, and chemical preservatives. Garu glyphs mark the walls at irregular intervals, most effaced beyond legibility. The corridor is less than 10 feet long, and then you emerge into a central circular tomb. Black Tarn told you about these places. You've never seen a tomb like this one, but you know this place has been worse than abandoned. It's been defiled. Bones crunch underfoot as you fully enter the tomb. When you step to one side, the midday light streams past you and reflects off a beaten copper mirror on the far side of the room. Niches in the wall hint at generations of interment, and you see tools or weapons scattered along the bones. Between you and the mirror rises an oval catafalque of chipped stone. I think that's how you say that. A corpse in stained linen lies on the catafalque, and just behind it is the creature you glimpsed through the mist at the Heaney farm in Hadley, except now you can see it clearly. A huge, hulking figure, more than twice your size, and wearing only a belt hung with jangling steel tools, curved lovingly around the corpse. Steel-tipped fingers caress the linen-draped chest. Leathery lips touch the corpse's skull. Hot breath faintly stirring scraps of grey hair. "I didn't think there were any of you left," the leathery creature says, its voice a bellows wheeze. Flies blow out of the asymmetric black mouth. "Who and what are you? I'm here for answers. Why have you Why have you defiled one of the sacred places of the Garu? I'm here to fix what the worm defiled. I keep this monster talking as I look around this tragically dishonored tomb. Who's the dead guy? Friend of yours? Why have you defiled? I'm here to fix what the worm defiled, yeah. Always with this piety, the man says. Always so righteous. You call yourself people of the spirit world, but you do nothing but talk and talk and give things names. Endless talk about the worm and the enemy and the defiled and the impure. Endless labels to apply to people you hate and hurt. You and this man probably aren't going to settle things with a philosophical debate about the virtues of the litany, because you think you know what this man is. A living man whose malice and cruelty has opened him up to bane possession. A Fomor. Uh-oh! The Fomor rises. He's tall enough to scrape the dome ceiling. His hand lingers on the dead man's skeletal fingers. His hands, his arms, his chest, part of his face, are covered in blades, hooks, and other tools. You've been investigating Jasper Heaney for long enough that you recognize leatherworking tools. Is this the man himself? Oh shit, so Hobler Nash tried to murder him for some reason. Maybe because he was becoming corrupted by the worm. He was like a leather worker. And then there's this other guy who he's like very into. It's this corpse. Could it have been like a lover or something? Or like a younger sibling or something? Because we saw there were two men in the picture. I'm leaning because it said P-Town, so I'm assuming it's like a college photo, so I'm assuming it's like this might have been his lover or something. Maybe they died and then he fully gave over to worm possession or something. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading because I just noticed something. Do you know what they said? What your people said? The Fomor wheezes. Spittle drools from his slash mouth down to his chest. Old stains mark him from jaws down to crotch. The damp slash sticky with flies. They said I collaborated with the worm, that I made weapons for the enemy. I was a weapon maker. I sold guns, but they didn't care. They didn't care that I was from the oldest of the 3 families, that we had served this land before them. And when they came, we served them. Good little servants. He leans down again, touches the corpse's face. Scraps of beard still remain on the dead man's gaunt cheeks. It was Jasper who deceived them, who claimed that he'd sold the weapons, so they killed him. They tortured him and killed him because he loved me so much that he was willing to die for me. A weapon maker. This is David Benicki, or what's left of him. Oh shit, I got it the wrong way round. Hold me. I'm sorry they killed him. I'm not going to defend the laws of the Garu. This is the problem with human servants. They're faithless and honourless. The Garu here were fools to ever trust someone like you. You sold weapons to the servants of the worm. What did you think would happen, you damn collaborator? And now you're what? Some kind of leather monster? Shouldn't be a gun monster since you're a gunsmith, I think. Yeah, no, he sold worms. He sold weapons to the servants of the worm. Like, bro. I'm very anti-gun. Very for gun laws. I sold weapons to the public, Benicki wheezes, because it was my job. You damn werewolves wanted a public front for your crimes and atrocities, and the 3 families gave it to you. I gave it to you by running a business, and you would have killed me for it. The Garu never showed me a moment's kindness or pity. Only the answering tiger understood. He taught me how to bring Jasper back. He shifts, trying to conceal something in the darkness of the tomb. Amid the pale gleam of steel, leather, working awls, and the fiery reflection of the copper mirror, you catch the cold white radiance of a silver scalpel. It looks like a pin in his swollen leathery hand, but you know it could kill you. Even in your supernatural forms, you can't regenerate runes from silver, and right now you're just a regular human, unarmed and as vulnerable to conventional violence as anything else. Though some of the tools or ceremonial weapons scattered around the gravesite look heavy enough to split Benicki's hide. Oh, I see. Some Bane promised to resurrect your dead boyfriend and you swore yourself to the worm. Idiot humans. The answering tiger. Is he the Bane spirit you compacted with to resurrect Heaney? I need more information if I'm going to beat this thing. David, I know you're in pain, but the dead, they don't come back. That's one thing we Garu know. Let's keep him talking. Try to get more answers. The Garu must be almost extinct. If they send a pup who doesn't know anything about the world. The dead don't come back, girl. I know that. I didn't enter into this agreement out of insane grief. I'd bring Jasper back into the world by perfecting his work. Jasper Leahy was the greatest worker in leather and flesh that the world has ever known, and the Garo treated him like a slave, then killed him like a dog. He lives now, through my mastery of his art, through my creations, which I have spread far and wide, but I come here whenever I have the time, to love Jasper in my own way. Ew, what the fuck? The Formor leans over the corpse and places his huge, crooked lips against the dead man's mouth. He parts the teeth and draws out the purple tongue, kissing passionately, then bites messily through it. Then he lunges and spits, hitting you in the face with the corpse tongue. As you stumble back, the silver scalpel whistles through the air towards your neck. I'm not fighting the brute in the dark, crowded tomb. I roll away from the scalpel and transform. I think this one, I flee as fast as I can and force Benicki to follow me. I think this is a good one. I stay calm and grab the dead guy and use him for cover, daring Benicki to smash his boyfriend. Not my proudest moment, but I can't fight in this cramped space. I grab one of the stone axes and lay into the Fomor with all my power and ferocity, hacking him to pieces. I grab the nearest sharp tool as fast as I can and fling it at Benicki's head. Dex and aim. So that's Dex and aim, Dex and athletics. I think getting out of this tomb is kind of the priority because we can't really fight effectively in here, and we don't want to get up close and personal with whatever the fuck he's got going on. Benicki is so huge that a frail human has no chance in these tight quarters. You leap sideways to avoid his hook hand, then turn and sprint for the light. Benicki is monstrously fast, and it's all momentum and raw fury, and he can barely fit under the arch. The moment you're outside, you dodge left down the grassy hill. You skid and land hard, then slide along the grass, but so does Benicki. And while you're able to roll and recover, the Fomor slides until he crashes into a standing stone, knocking it into the black waters. He flails and jumps onto his feet, but you've got the high ground as he runs back up the hill towards you, muddy and shrieking. This can't go on. You know, you are Garu, and you feel your rage rising as you confront this servant of the worm. Yeah, let's fucking go! You need to destroy this horror before he destroys you or spreads his physical pestilence even further. Easier said than done, especially when you can hear something approaching quickly through the wetlands. Ally or enemy, you can't tell, but it's moving fast. Benicki lumbers towards you across the grassy slope, silver scalpel gleaming in one hand. The other holds a tangle of steel hooks and spikes. I need my rage to beat this Fomor. I change. I disappear into the swamps. I'm not fleeing. I hide until Benicki makes a mistake, then pounce. Tactical retreat. I flee, relying on my smaller size and greater stamina, then strike when the Fomor tires. I lure him into the path of whoever is coming, friend or foe. The surprise will give me the chance to strike. I need to change, I think. We kind of want to go, I think we want to go fucking Glabro, near human form, fast and strong, but still human shaped. Horrific Krynos form. I rip Benicki to bloody shreds. I round Hispo Titan Wolf form. I round Benicki and crush him in powerful jaws. Hispo form. As a direwolf, I can retreat and outlast Benicki until he's weak and vulnerable. Stamina and athletics. So stamina, athletics would be 3. Strength and did it say combat? Would also be 3. Let's go Krynos. Fuck it. You rush the Fomor with claw and fangs. Benicki stumbles back and raises one arm, the one with the silver scalpel which flashes in the winter sunlight. You grab that wrist with both clawed hands and wrench it backwards, snapping bone, then rip away 3 fingers and the scalpel, which flies off into the grass. Benicki howls and stumbles sideways, bringing his neck down within reach of your fangs. You bite into his throat, and though he struggles, raking you horribly with his hooks and spines, your own claws shred his chest as your jaws clamp down. You bite down, crushing the Fomor's spine and half severing his head. You spat out tubes and gristle, then shove the twisted corpse away. It lands in a broken heap. Huh? You pick yourself up off the mangled corpse of the Fomor and shake your head to dislodge flecks of blood and flesh. Flies settle on the corpse. First 3 or 4, and then dozens. They're eating what's left. That was well fought. You turn and see Elton Day. The Theurge has abandoned his frock coat in favour of a long robe made out of something black and velvety you don't recognise. Some artefact of Shadow Lord sorcery, you suspect. He circles the battlefield, examining what remains of Benicki and the weapons and tools he's left scattered on the red grass. And it was good work finding the old barrow, he says, nudging a broken handle with his bare foot. This place is ancient, and it was strong once, but we're not finished, not yet. You're having trouble thinking clearly as the rage burns through your Krynos form. You shift back to your Glabro near human form so you can concentrate. Elton helps you recover your clothes with the brusque efficiency of someone who has done that many, many times before. Now that the adrenaline and the rage are cooling, you can see more barrows and graves like the ones you entered, and you hear a rhythmic, mechanical hammering. The air reeks and it's full of flies. Elton's eyes show recognition and pain as he studies the place. He's been here before, but he seems willing to wait for you to decide what to do next. I keep hearing about the Free Families. What are they? Human allies of the Garu? What's that sound? It's like a diesel motor. Intriguing, I want to check that out. Whose tomb was this? I head back toward the barrow. And what was this place? I came here hunting the Bane, and I think there are more. What do you think they are? I'm not done fighting. After you, Elton. I defer to the elder werewolf. I keep hearing about the Free Families. 3 families moved here almost 200 years ago with the first wave of Polish immigrants to the area. The Benikis, the Palacis, and the Lubasics. Malachi Palace was a Silver Fang, and Casimir Lubasic, a human sorcerer. Their interactions spawned an entire philosophy that came to define the local Garu. It freely mixed Casimir's Catholic heresies and Malachi's Jewish mysticism with the more traditional spiritual beliefs you're no doubt familiar with. If you came here 10 years ago and listened to the Silver Fangs, you'd learn that the 3 families gave the local Garu a continuity of tradition and access to human resources that let them thrive in their battle against the worm. That was all rot. The 3 families were manipulators, proud beyond their station, who believed that they could dictate the terms of Gaia's champions. Sometimes useful, yes, but they turned on us in the end. My tribe, the Shadow Lords, we were right to doubt them, but it was a hard way to be proven right in the end. He shakes his head, then as if not entirely convinced of the Shadow Lord position. Then he starts to say more, but the mechanical rumble echoes across the water and he scowls as if offended that anything would interrupt an incipient lecture. You and Elton follow the hammering sound and the rancid smell circling around the barrow until you look down upon what David Benicki had been doing. You instinctively cover your mouth as snarl rises from Elton's throat. First, here is the source of the noise, a crude dam of cement and piled stones supported by a cage of rebar. Water flows through the dam in 3 sections. The waters flow as it hammers into the cement and turns some kind of plastic turbine, produces the racket. It's also why the landscape is flooded in this particular way. Second, the smell. How could anyone do this? Elton says, momentarily overwhelmed, even though, as a Garu, he knows exactly what drives humans to do things like this. He stumbles back, choking on the caustic reek as he wade through the muck, closer to the cages where David Benicki kept the horses. 8 animals are in the broad pool formed by the dam, chest deep in filthy, muddy water that stinks of rotten meat. Oh, the poor horses. Oh, no. Crude plastic blinders hold them in place as flies swarm over them. All are blind, their eyes eaten away. Blood drools down their mouths into the foul water. Oh, this is horrific. 5 more horses are dead and half skeletonized, their bones pink in the pale sunlight. When the winds shift, the still living animal senses your presence and starts to scream as if they've been being burned alive. Crude shacks served as David Benicki's workroom for whatever he was doing to the horses. Your rage momentarily blinds you. Or maybe it's not blindness. Maybe it's the ecstatic clarity. You know what you have to do. You know what Gaia blessed you with, rage and wisdom to do. How's Rage doing? Ooh, I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt. An act of mercy. I head into the nearest workroom, find a sledge, and systematically kill all the defied horses. We have to rip this place down, Elton. We have to work together to destroy this affront to the litany and Gaia's laws. I'm going to take the notes, and then you're going to destroy things when we're done. I take out the field notes and turn my education towards understanding the dreadful operation. Yeah, we're gonna give these horses mercy. That's so fucking awful! Life is defiant, even at the end. Even far past any hope of salvation. The horses scream and try to break free as you wade through the shit and tainted water with your sledgehammer, determined to live even though they're so infected that nothing could heal them. Elton helps you, soothing them as well as he can, as you wield the sledgehammer, crushing skull after skull. It seems to take hours, but it's done in less than 15 minutes. You and Elton wade out of the shitty water and throw up. Once that's done, Elton tells you what tools to gather as he turns to confront the dam. Though impressive, the dam is crudely built. Elton uses bolt cutters to snip the wire frame toward holding the stones in place, and then you both use long iron poles to break the dam apart. Once the stones are out of place, the two of you hurry back to the old barrow. After a few minutes, the hammering sound grows irregular, like a dying man's heartbeat. Then the concrete shatters and water blasts out across the wetlands, carrying with it fragments of plastic and pieces of crude machinery. The water level drops above the shattered dam, leaving dead horses hanging upright like crucified thieves in their dirty plastic harnesses. Oh god, this smell was disgusting. Awful. Awful, man. After wading into a patch of fresh water to wash off the filth, the two of you sit for a while on the grass. Elton's eyes are red-rimmed. You probably don't look any better, exhausted after so much work. You shift back into your normal homid form. After a few minutes, he rises and says, "The barrow." You're not done yet. The theurge leads you back through the white doorway. Once back in the barrow, you and he help return some of the bones to their niches. Elton unceremoniously tosses Jasper Heaney's corpse out of the barrow for the ravens. You straighten the copper mirror. It doesn't look like any Native American artifact you've ever seen. But then again, what do you know about archaeology? Then the two of you head back outside. The air feels cooler through the sun, though the sun is not yet setting. Binnicky mentioned the answering tiger. I think it taught him how to do this. The thought fills me with a cold rage. My packmate Clay is still sick from the poison that David Binnicky put in those poor horses. What can we do? Why have the Garu here abandoned their charge and let men like Binnicky do this? Oh, change of subject. My new landlord is an asshole, and so are his adult sons. What's up with that? Let's tell him about the answering tiger. But I wish I knew why, Elton says. Depravity for its own sake is common enough. But I think David was working towards something. But who can say? We call the answering tiger a bane because it reassures us to classify things according to Garu taxonomy. But I think it's more and less than a mere worm spirit. It's more like a principle, or like an error in thinking that perpetuates itself among humans of Garu. None of my books have offered much insight. The only one who saw the answering tiger was Melody, and she... Yes, she's mad, Elton says. More mad than the average Silver Fang, even. Lost in dreams after our defeat. Melody is lost in dreams? What happened to her? Are there any other Garu still alive from the old cairn? How did you survive the fall of the Broadbrook cairn? What about enlisting Daphne Clear's help? She's a glasswalker. Let's ask about Melody. Something terrible, Elton says, rising stiffly. Oh, excuse me. God, I'm so, like, icky. Feel a bit icky. I need a cold shower and to have a nice sleep, and then hopefully my meds will make me feel better. Something terrible, Elton says, rising stiffly, but I don't know what. She fled after the cairn fell. Once she was sure all the other Silver Fangs were dead. I hear she's hiding out in some little town up north. What a waste. She and her human sister were brilliant. Oh, so Harmony was human. She and her human sister were brilliant when I knew them, and strong. They all were. Podge, he's across the river now if he's still alive, was one of the toughest fighters I ever met. And even Nin, his eyes brightened for a moment as if he plans to jump in a car and pull an all-night road trip to track the three of them down. Then he slumps and shakes his head. This place is cursed and six of death, the Shadowlord says. Let's fill a backpack with whatever we find here and head back to my ends. Once we're there, we can... He trails us off as so you rise and search an outbuilding more accessible now that the dam is gone. Among the metalworking equipment, you find an extra pair of boots that fit. The same model of ruggedized tablet the horseman carried, also destroyed this time by throws and mud. And what's this? Another one of those lances. Looks exactly like the one the rider carried. What are these lances? You return to Elton's flat a half hour after sunset. You're both freezing. You because you managed to find every puddle of cold mud on the way out, despite using the lance as a walking stick. And Elton because he's barefoot and appears to be wearing only shadows. Once back up the narrow steps to the Shadowlord's cluttered and dingy home, Elton does the nicest thing anyone has ever done for you. After you finish your bath in the Shadowlord's elaborate, if stained, chipped cloth tub, you dry off. Well, that's so sad. The nicest thing that anyone's ever done for her is draw her a bath. What the fuck was her pack before this? It's wild to me that a Black Fury like was it a Black Fury? Yeah, a Black Fury like Black Tarn would. But I guess she was sort of falling to madness. saying Clawfoot Tub. You dry off while studying the posters for old trip hop shows in Bristol and London that line the walls. Hey, there's Jordan Day. Wasn't there a Jordan Day track in a movie you saw as a kid, like The Matrix or that American Godzilla? Is Jordan Day your dad, you ask as you dry yourself off? Yeah, Elton says. The silvery glint through the half-open bathroom door reveals that Elton is messing around with the lance. You find the world's oldest pair of pajamas waiting for you. They're more patched than original fabric, but they're clean. And so are the mismatched Turkish slippers. One green, one taupe. See, this is what this feels like what a pack should be, you know, like supporting each other. I took everything that survived to the laundromat, Elton says. He's seated in his leather armchair in the corner of the room previously covered by a faded burgundy tapestry. A fire roars in an elaborate Art Nouveau fireplace under an oil painting, life-size and in a realistic 18th century style. It depicts an ethereally beautiful woman with dark eyes and a dress the colour of storm-tossed seas. Curling gold ringlets frame a face with delicate features and an alarmingly high and broad forehead. A pale ring glints on one finger, lovingly rendered as her hand rests against a high-backed chair. She appears to be seated outside, since the Milky Way is visible behind her, forming strange pattern. Who's the babe? Elton seems fixated on the image. Let's maybe not say that. An ancestor. Elton is black, but sometimes on TV there are white people with British accents. Those are Garu glyphs in the stars, right? That's an impressive painting. I stare at the painting for hours sometimes, trying to make sense of those stars, the theurge says. I've asked the painter, and she says they don't mean anything, but I have my doubts. I suspect my wife was trying to tell me something through the glyphs. Trying to tell me something, though the glyphs aren't Garu, they're human alchemy. Her friend Harmony was a human sorceress and occult scholar. That's your wife, you ask? Elton gestures to the painted woman. Catherine died defending the cairn like so many others, he says. Before she died, she was one of the greatest theurges of her generation, a true prodigy. The spirits are silent now, and she's gone. The spirits are silent now that she's gone. Most of the world is just dust. He follows the starfield with his eyes, then looks down into the fire. Kate told me a story once about the Milky Way. Long ago, during a winter worse than any winter in history, the god of fire stole straw from a greedy king. As he flew, bits of straw escaped the bag from his bag, and they scattered across the sky, forming the Milky Way. Words. What we see, then, exists as it really is, and also exists as a remembrance or of an act of mercy. The same thing, but two ways of understanding it. I'm not much for riddles, Elton. I think I prefer mercy to justice. To the justice I've seen from my fellow Garu. Did Catherine intend that as a moral lesson or as a riddle? I think I prefer... Yeah. We've had a sucky time. The scope of our failure really is breathtaking, isn't it? Well, Elton says. Genocidal wars against the other shapeshifters. Whole tribes fallen to the worm. Humans running rampant across Gaia. And in our arrogance, now the Garu of the Broadbrook Cairn, thought we could save the world. Maybe we can't save the world, but if we failed, I'd like to know why. And maybe we're close to some answers now. This is so sad. No one really understands what happened to the Broadbrook Cairn, but I was... Cairn? I think Cairn. But I was completely in the dark, jailed for my doubts, whilst almost everyone else died fighting. What is the answering tiger, and why have we done nothing since it happened? We live like ghosts, and it can't go on, Celine. We're going to talk to the other Garu, learn more about how David Benicki created those monsters, figure out what this thing is, he picks up the lance, and even see if we can help your packmate. But first, we head deeper into Broadbrook to face and destroy whatever other worm spawn lurk there. I'll bring you a sample of that horse flesh that you can analyse so that we can find a clue for Clay. We pay a visit to Daphne Clear and enlist her help in identifying this lance or figure out why she won't help us and what to do about it. We commit to rebuilding the Broadbrook Cairn by finding its guardian spirits and performing the rites to one of them. I think at the minute our focus should be on rebuilding and protecting Broadbrook. And we can sort of like have that as our main focus and then go and do other sort of like investigative stuff around that. No, Elton says. First we have dinner. When was the last time you ate? He's so sweet. He disappears down to the street, then returns with a perfectly spherical burrito for you and another for him. You try not to tear the burrito apart like a raccoon. It's hard because you haven't had many proper meals lately. You eat in silence for a few minutes, looking down at Elton's collection of occult statuary, a jade unicorn, scattered medallions, and candle holders in brass or bronze, a bust of Athena in white marble with African features, and a helm of what you hope isn't silver. Was that a... Oh, please say a wasp hasn't gone in here. I'm having a... There's a wasp problem at the minute. I think I need to call my my flat people about it. It's a problem. There are wasps outside my window, so I can't open my window during the day because I'm deathly terrified, so the air doesn't circulate in here and it becomes fucking boiling. A bust of Athena in white marble with African features and a helm that you hope isn't silver. Bookshelves hide tapestries and paintings, and plush velvet curtains frame the windows. Tomorrow afternoon, Elton says as he retrieves a dusty bottle of wine. You need to... Do you want some? Wine me? Let's go. Elton starts to pour, then realizes that you have neither a wine glass nor a clean, flat surface. You've been using your lap to cradle the burrito. He rummages through, digs a cup out from between two stacks of paper, realizes that no, that's a gravy boat, then finds a teacup and fills it with red-black wine. What was I saying? The Shadow Lord asks. Tomorrow afternoon, right, tomorrow, I'm going to investigate the barrow and see how close I can get to the actual Khan. Can. Contact me, Khan. Let's use Khan. Contact me in the afternoon and I'll fill you in. You exchange your plans for a few more minutes, but when you finish your wine, Elton clearly wants you gone. But as you rise, the Shadow Lord says, hold on, and then digs through a kitchen door. He tosses you an iPhone. Here, keep this. This will be perfect for my investigations, thank you. Please tell me this isn't your dead wife's phone. Cool free stuff. I'm not proud. Does it still work? I'll find a phone of my own. I don't want to be beholden to a Shadow Lord more than I already am. That's cool, free stuff. Hell yeah. Should, Elton says. It's reset to factory defaults, but it works fine until I upgrade to the new one. Oh, thank God. It's not his dead wife's phone. That would have been fucking awkward. Free stuff is always nice. You pocket it and the charger. Next, you really try to fight off the bread and the little jar of artisanal jam. But Elton is like an Italian grandmother, and he absolutely won't let you leave until you have something for breakfast tomorrow. You can't tell if he's reeling you in with gifts, or if he really doesn't like seeing you so poor. But by the time you're back outside, it's almost midnight and bitterly cold. You trot double time back to your dingy little gambrel and plug your phone into charge and fall asleep the moment you pull your boots off. I really hope I need to... Oh, I can regenerate! Let's fucking go! Okay, let's go, gamers. You've already accomplished so much, but you still don't know how to heal clay, and the Broadbrook can. Once Khan... I need to stop saying Khan. Once admired all across the northeast, has been reduced to 4 or 5 scattered Garu, and you have yet to reach the cairn itself. Your brain... I'm just gonna say it how it is in my brain. Can. We're doing both. Let's go. Your brain rattles over the names even as you try to sleep. Elton, Daphne, Nin, Melody, Podge. Until you finally fall into a deep dream. In it, Elton holds one of those threaded paper circles with a bird on one side and a cage on the other. He spins the paper circle so the bird appears trapped in the cage. But then the bird hurls itself free of its prison, heedless of fragile and snapping bones. The cage breaks. The bird is out. It flies away, spilling blood across the skyline of Northampton, and trees burst out of foundations, shattering buildings and flinging people high into the air. Morning. You rise groggily. Check your side. Your scalpel wound has mostly healed, leaving an ugly scar that will vanish in a month or two, but it still hurts. So you take the last of the painkillers and meticulously change the dressing. Your new phone is fully charged. It shows a single email from Scarpa. Only a subject. It reads, he's dead. Clay is dead already. You blew it. You fucked up everything. Well, shit. I can only offer my condolences now. I tell Scarpa and Black Tarn that I'm sorry. It's not her fault, though. One mission can't be accomplished, but there's still more to do here. I asked for details I can use. Scarpa is an asshole, but I'm not going to dash off an angry email. I'll let it sit for now. I don't want Garu business going over the internet. I don't answer. Excuse me, I'm getting all snotty again. I'm going to need to go blow my nose real quick. Okay, there we go. I have... I don't know what is wrong with me. It might be my hay fever or something like that. Right. Let us get back into it. Once that way, I need to... Whoops. Make sure I can see chat. There we go. Even though there is nobody here. But there might be people here later. Who knows? You've already accomplished so much, but you still don't know how to heal Clay in the... Oh, this is... I can only offer my condolences. Yeah, I'll offer my condolences. Even though he's probably going to be a dick about it, but... You draft the most understanding email you can, hoping that we'll get to Black Tarn, as Scarpa won't care. It's easy to dwell on memories of Clay, especially since many of them are unexpectedly pleasant. Clay showing you waterfalls hidden behind Costco parking lots. Clay singing songs that were old when the pyramids were young. You can't wrap yourself in melancholy. Elton promised to investigate the barrows, and you should have answers soon. You need to set yourself up to retrieve text, so you spend a few minutes configuring all your passwords. Then use one of your old handles. Spikes bursting through the grid, menacing earthworks, rubble landscape, forbidding blocks. Let's go. Destructive midnight. Oh, it fits. Incredible. Yes, it is me, Destructive Midnight. Brideshead related. Okay, focus. Don't be jumping around. ADHD. The bees. We cannot have the bees. Let's have a quick look at everything we've got. We have an iPhone. Fucking finally. Finally. You can only assume that Elton knows this phone's number, but you realize too late that you don't know his, and so your irritation... Elton isn't home, even after you hike all the way into town. You wanted answers, and maybe another burrito. Instead, you head to Gorski Manor. Since you've been meaning to check for leaks after the freezing rain, and since you can score free sandwiches that the clients don't eat. Elton sends a text late in the afternoon. Brideshead reloaded. Where are you? Distracted Midnight. Gorski Manor. I work here. Wait there. He arrives after most of the clients have been locked into their rooms for the night, wearing a tattered black parka, his hair streaked with dried blood. Catherine's pale ring flashes in the fluorescent light at his thumb. Are you hurt? I checked for lasting wounds caused by silver or fire. I wish I could have been there fighting alongside you. I'm trying to do an honest job here. Get to the break room before someone sees you. Did the meat fight back? Let me get you this tumor sandwich and then you can tell me what you've learned. Let's check him over. Are you hurt? I'm fine, he says, though he looks a bit dazed. Got shot a few times. Mayhem seems to bring out Elton's accent. Got shot. I got shot. Like those British gangster movies. I don't know, man. That was terrible. It was fucking terrible. I can let the Essex accent come out a little bit more, but I doing funny voices embarrass myself on the internet, even if it is just me. Those horsemen you described were at the barrow, looking for more horses, I think. I drove them off, but we need a Silver Fang or a servant of Vishap to reconsecrate that place to Gaia and keep them away for good. But what were you able to learn about the, meat? You ask once you've finished inspecting Elton. He's fine. With David Benicki dead and his workshop destroyed, there won't be any more of those horses. I found another one of those lances too. He was making them, but I have no idea why. I don't think they're weapons. Maybe Nin has human contacts now. People who can help us if we're careful. Didn't you say another Arun was alive? Let's go find Podge and he can tear out more of those soldiers. But didn't you say Melody was a Silver Fang? She could fit us what we decide. I think we need to go for the Silver Fang first because we need to protect the barrow. If we can reason with her. If we can find her. She's in Asfield, about a half hour north of... You both get a text. Is Daphne clear? Elton, you have left a trail that a blind chihuahua could follow. Cease all activities. Elton spent several minutes thumbing in a response, angrily writing and then deleting. Finally he settles on, no. An immediate response from Miss Clear. The men you two killed were Brian Lannery, USAF, killed by Celine in New York State, and Doug Newen, a Hollyoak police officer killed by Elton yesterday, electrocuted. Those were citizens. I shouldn't have used 11 bolt. She's got me there. Elton says, Elton can shoot lightning. You file away that unusual and alarming fact. 180 IQ. Oh, wow. I love her. She's iconic. I'll be spending all month cleaning this up. Tell her how much we've learned already. We already figured out that Benicki was making the horse monsters. This lady hasn't done shit and now she's ordered us around. Should I text fuck off or do you want to? This is above my cray grade. Elder's my elder and Daphne is probably his. I stay out of it. We need help if we're tangling with legitimate citizens. Can we get Daphne on board with us? That would mean reporting directly to her. She doesn't cooperate as an equal, if I know Daphne. But even as he makes his excuses, Elton is texting away, working to intrigue Miss Clear with hints of what you've already discovered. For her part, Sorry, I'm going at a mile a minute. For her part, Miss Clear seems both impressed with your accomplishments and interested with what you've learned, but she's also adamant. The Hampshire County Sheriff's Office has had descriptions of both of you. I deleted them. I'm not your enemy, Elton, but I need time to hide your activities. 1 month. Study what you can, stay in town, stay out of sight. The answering Tiger's agents are looking for you. Oh no, what are agents? Oh no, it was a misspelling. Agents. Oh, you say? Oh, you say? Fine. Fine, why are we listening to some middle-aged hacker with a desk job? No, that's fair. She needs to... How much can we get done while stuck in town? I still want to do something. Okay, fine, but I want this glasswalker's help, not just her promise that she's protecting us. Well, I guess I need to make enough money to cover my rent. You need to establish yourself here, Celine. You've run around all week. It looks like you're here for a while. I'm going to introduce you to the survivors of the three families. They can get you set up, and then we'll both get to work. It's hard not to feel frustrated. On the other hand, you check the local news on your new phone and find quite a bit talking about the missing Hollyoak police officer and other odd stories in Hollyoak too, including someone who broke into a research facility called the Massachusetts Green High Performance Computing Center. Ooh, that might be the bone gnawer Arun Hodge. Oh, he's a bone gnawer. Okay. You scroll the news for a few minutes as Elton argues with Miss Clear. Rushing off right away might be a mistake. You'll stay put for now, but not for long. Elton promised to keep in touch. It's already late, so you head back to your cabin and sleep for so long that you almost miss your next shift at Gorski Manor. After several boring hours scrubbing a hastily vacated room, you wonder what to do next. Okay. How much health? We really do need to find a way to heal. You have over $1,000. You might want to take some days for yourself, helping your human allies in exchange for change and training and support. You've impressed the spirits since arriving in the valley. You might want to explore places near Broadbrook you've uncovered and see if you can earn gifts from the spirits there. As in a rune, your wage is waxing. When you rest, your rage shifts toward a baseline that depends on your auspice. Since you are in a rune, your base level is 4. So we're always one step away from losing our shit. Elton promised to introduce me to the surviving members of the three families. Can I get in touch with Black Tarn? If Elton and Miss Clear both want me to wait, I might as well pull in some extra shifts at work. What about Melody Palace? I text Elton about her. Where can I find Podge? I text Elton so we can make plans. Where can I find Nin? Elton and I return to Broadbrooks. He promised to introduce me to the three families. Let's have a look. You send the text, then head to Gorski Manor and spend the afternoon following an online guide for how to spot mold and mildew. Elton sends you an email after lunch with the addresses of Roscoe Than, a local band promoter, Hoblin Nash, whom you met up in Hadley, investigating Jasper Healy, and Lucinda Palace Nash, an artist and metal worker. Can I get in touch? So this is just sort of finding out. It's not like Black Tarn ever remembered to check her email. Perhaps you're being uncharitable. You never met Black Tarn in the days of her power, only as she declined into grief and madness. Even during Clay's heroic attack on the pipeline shortly before your first change, the old Fury had started to experience fugues and unusual dreams. But once a rumor of Black Tarn's coming set both wormspawn and conventionally vicious humans fleeing like a wave of rats. Her mystic theurgy was legendary and her wrath terrible, or so the story went. You send her an email, then consider snail mail. That might work too. And you're pretty sure Elton has stamps and fancy stationery. You carry a huge metal jar of clam chowder to Elton's flat. Over a meal of bread and chowder and green beans helps you draft several letters to likely addresses. He'll deliver them tomorrow morning. She might have gone back into the Umbra, Elton says, as you labour over writing the return address in the corner of the envelope. Some werewolves find the Umbra an irresistible temptation. They return again and again until nothing remains of them except a dream. Is there any better way to contact her, you ask? She's a Black Fury, right? Elton says. I have a few talents that might make it easier to stay in touch with her. Talents, you ask? Talons, single-use talismans. Elton says, rising and retrieving a small black box. In a way, you'd be doing me a favour by using them up. I don't like chthonic things haunting my flat, but it's up to you. Let's do it, you say. Elton glances at you for a moment, and you feel a flicker of doubt. What are you getting yourself into? But then he notices the black box to reveal gummy, sweet-smelling material. Don't worry, we're not smoking opium, he says as he lights the wax pipe. This is sealing wax. I bought it from an antiquarian who recognized its nature and did not want it in their store. Soon the black wax starts to run. The smell is like rabbit meat when you're in your lupus form, almost irresistible. Elton rolls up his sleeve, dons nitrile gloves, and picks up the seal. Don't look at the design until it cools, he says. He dribbles black wax onto the ordinary envelope you're using for your letter, then presses the seal onto it. After a minute, he says, okay, it's fine. The Gorgon's leering face smiles back at you from the black wax. I'll drop this off and it'll speed its way to Black Tarn, he says. He hastily bundles up the kit and uses an ugly little key, no bigger than a pin, to lock the black box. Then finally removes his nitrile gloves and tosses them into the kitchen trash can. He bags up the half-full trash can and carries it out to the plastic bin outside and returns a few moments later. See, he says, perfectly safe. And if we're lucky, we'll use up all that wax in the next few weeks and I won't have to think about it anymore. Let's introduce ourselves to some people. Lucinda has a studio in the Florence Arts and Industry building, which is far enough away that it's easier to take the bus than walk. The big whitewashed building is easy to navigate, and you find Lucinda between a botanica and a dance studio. A horrific humanoid puppet hangs above the entrance. It looks like you're burning to death in an old building with a tin roof, and the tin is melting into your eyes and igniting your hair. You don't like the puppet. Don't mind him, Lucinda says, bustling around a huge conic armature of twisted steel. He's harmless. Lucinda Palace Nash is a white woman in late middle age, short and round, but with a core of muscle like a blacksmith. She wears her frizzy hair tied back in a bun and dresses in a stained smock and old combat boots. Lucinda has the friendly smile of a high school teacher, but her eyes are sharp and just a little bit zealous. The same eyes as the picture of Frida Kahlo and other surrealists pasted onto the walls. Hundreds of books line the shelves among the sculptures, tools and oddities. Her metal desk has an old laptop surrounded by photos of the Broadbrook Cairn, including a slightly younger Lucinda with a teenage Hobland, the survivalist you met in Hadley, and photos of Harmony and Melody helping her around the studio. I bet you're here to learn, Lucinda says. Oh, she's so cute! I love her earrings, holy shit. I am. What do you teach? Sure, but first, why don't you tell me about your work? I gesture to the armature. Those are some powerful and inspiring artists on your wall. I look around. Is that a picture of Hobland Nash? I met him a while back. Mean guy. How are they related? Let's butter her up first. This is for a haunted house, Lucinda says, pointing at the cone sculpt armature. I have the scythe around here somewhere. The Scritty Ligotti puppet just needs a tune-up. He'll be back with the band in a few days. I work in just about every medium there is, from glass to 3D modelling. And of course I promote my own work, which is never easy. You find yourself standing before the huge poster of Frida Kahlo. She's always an inspiration, Lucinda says. Her, Leonora Carrington, Remedios Varo, unconventional women who thrived after a horrible war. Well, thrived as much as they were allowed to. As I said, it's never easy. Truth is, I make most of my money from teaching nowadays, of course. Of course I can't charge one of the Garu. Elton says, you're another broke drifter like we used to get when the Cairn was strong, so I shouldn't try to shake you down. Okay, so instead of XP, we've got 3 days. Right. Okay. We're going to sort of, I'm assuming all of the members of the 3 families are going to be places where we can spend our days. Let's reacquaint ourselves with Hobland Nash. You meet Hobland Nash once before while investigating the Heaney place in Hadley. The locals didn't seem to like him, and even a cursory investigation turns up quite a few people who can't stand Hobland Nash. His reputation is of a paranoid, crackpot and fringe survivalist, but Hobland also knows how to cover his tracks, and your limited investigation skills means you're stymied. You end up emailing Elton, who sends you an address or at least a vague area. Hobland is just over the border in West Hampton. It is unconventionally far to walk, but you need to hone your travel skills in lupus form. You bag your clothes, change, and make the run through the winter woods, arriving at your destination in less than an hour. After shifting back and getting dressed, you study the compound. Hobland's place consists of one trailer covered in snow, some kind of hobbit hole-looking underhill bunker, a wooden shed, and a jeep parked under a metal carport covered in solar panels. This isn't just some kind of macho survivalist compound. You see a greenhouse, raised beds for a vegetable garden, the former thriving at the moment, though the latter is buried in snow, and a finished but uninhabited goat pen. How did you find me? The man with the pistol asked, aiming it at your head. You never saw Hoblin coming. You didn't even hear him. I'm a werewolf, remember? You used to help us. Stand down. I'm here to help for your help. You better shoot to kill, Mr. Nash. You know what I'm going to do if you don't. I asked Elton, the guy you worked for, remember? Put that thing away, human. I'm a werewolf, remember? Hoblin snarls, but he holsters the automatic. Yeah, I've got that palace blood, he says. Got the musk of your kind all over me. But you seem alright. Come on, I'll show you around. The survivalist is obviously proud of his compound, and in your professional opinion as a werewolf, he has a right to be. This isn't some rich moron's idea of off-the-grid living with canned pork and 2 Range Rovers. No, Hoblin has thought it through. Farmed food, flowing water, solar power, security cameras, and motion detectors. That's what got you. And an armory that's only huge because Hoblin collected the weapons of the dead Garu after they all died. That's kind of fucked up. But when you see him studying the weapons, you realize the depth of his rage. Hoblin is no Garu, but his fury is still terrifying. You can see that he wants revenge. Bloody, terrible revenge on those who destroyed the Broadbrook Khan. You wonder if he'll ever get it. So do you have things to teach me like Lucinda? Hell of an arsenal. You could really go to war with this stuff. This place is impressive, and I like that there aren't any people. Let's go with hell of an arsenal. Not the war that matters, Hoblin says. He runs a thoughtful hand over a hunting rifle with a huge scope. The weapon looks like it could kill someone in Canada, but he just shakes his head. When I was teaching Patrick, do you know him? Patrick Hodge, you ask. He's one of the Garu you need to find. No, I think he's in Hollyoak. Hollyoak's my beloved. He's down there fighting, I'm sure, Hoblin says. When I taught him, he really believed that enough dead oil executives and coal barons could change the world. Fuck yes! Whoever like Patrick Hodge is, love that guy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Could change the world. That didn't work. He said we shot the wrong ones. Hoblin picks up the rifle in a single motion, so smooth it looks synthetic. Sweeps it across the wood, across his compound, puts it back. It is a hell of an arsenal, he says. But what can it do on its own? You gotta know who to shoot. Hoblin walks in a full circle around you in silence, not looking too impressed. You're tempted to explain that you're much more impressive in your Creedus form. But after almost a full minute, he says, I can work with this. I taught Elton to throw a punch, and he's a nerd, so I could teach you. The Shadow Lord is a 6'3" nerd in his homid form. Hoblin isn't quite as big, but he's also built like he knows how to fight and does it a lot. I can throw a punch, you say. 2 or 3 of I've got her. Wilderness survival, archery, how to slit a throat, all that Girl Scout stuff. Hoblin says, but I also know my way around people. It takes a certain knack to know, to get what you want from those sheep in town. You know, maybe you can fight Selene, but you need more of an edge than that. There's so much to learn. Okay, so these are the amount of days. So let's go to Roscoe Fan. Sorry, I am just checking my massages so I do not miss anything. Okay. Roscoe lives out of his van, so you start by getting his phone number from Elton and sending a text. He responds a few hours later. Roscoe music. At the airport, come say hello. Northampton's little airport is a 10-minute walk from your cabin. Excuse me. My goodness. Okay, it's fine. Northampton's little airport is a 10-minute walk from your cabin. At night, you can sit on your roof and watch the Cessnas and Pipers take off and land. You follow a walking path under the highway, just as a single-engine plane takes off, and soon spot a rusted van parked on the grass. Roscoe Fan is nearby on the tarmac with a boom mic and hearing protection. You circle around so you don't startle him. Oh, another cool character portrait. Sick. You're Selene, he shouts, and then he realizes he's still wearing earmuffs. He peels them off, stuffs the boom mic under his elbow, and shakes your hand. It's good to meet you. Roscoe is a tall, lean Vietnamese man in his 60s, with a face lined and leathery from a lifetime outdoors. His long hair is grey, but he moves with the quick step of a much younger man. He waves you towards the van, opens the back, and starts stowing his equipment. The rusted Hulk is much more impressive on the inside, with high-end audio mixing equipment, lining both interior walls. What are you up to here? It's always interesting to ask what most normal people get up to. Hey, you looking for assistant? Because this looks like a better job than the one I have. I'm looking for Nin. Do you know where she is? This van setup is amazing. I'm seriously impressed. How do you avoid getting robbed? Let's ask what he's up to. Recording audio for a harsh noise band. My partner Fornham says they want the sound of a prop plane taking off. The truth is they want a lawnmower sound. People have false expectations of authenticity. You help him maneuver the boom mic into position on the interior wall. It looks like a cross between a Starship sensor room and an FBI stakeout van in there. Speaking of vans, I suppose you're interested in finding Nin. Is it true that she's wolf-born? So-called Lupus Garu are rare, and Black Tarn says they have great spiritual power. Okay, so in the world of Werewolf the Apocalypse and the world of Darkness, there are two types of like Garu. There are those that are obviously human, like I spoke about before, that are or like a humanoid, and then they become the werewolf. And then there are wolves that are born, and then they'll be born under the auspices, and they will essentially become human. And that is a way that they become Garu. She's in a band, right? Cool that she's been able to blend in with regular people, something I still can't do. I hear she's lost the wolf and can't get it back, even under the moon. Horrible to imagine a Garu losing her rage. Okay, let's do the first one. Born in a wolf sanctuary out east, Broadbrook predicted her change and brought her here before she could do much damage. She was just a feral girl, but Holds the Dawn, who headed the Shadow Lords back before everything happened, gave her a guitar one day, and that was that. Figured out how fingers work and everything. Oh, it's so sweet. Always thought that'd make a good rock and roll song. Your fingers file the deed name, Holds the Dawn for future inquiries. Your fingers? You file. Bleh. I don't know what happened to her during the Battle of Graves Farm, but her friends died, burned, and Nin lost the wolf, lost her rage, maybe forever. She's lucky. People are so damn weird out here that she doesn't stand out much. She plays lead guitar for Saint Homunculus. Now, my partner Fornham normally handles their show, but I hear that they'll play Hog Throne if it reopens. I hope you're not looking for a donation to reopen a hog throne. Okay, this is important. Is it a throne for hogs or a throne made of hogs? Great, so how do I get it to reopen? By punching someone, I hope, rather than sending fundraising emails. Is Foreman also from one of the families? I thought it was just 3 of you who survived. Is it a throne made of... I need to know, is it a throne for hogs or a throne made of hogs? Hog Throne used to have a paper mache throne, but it got soggy, being, you know. It used to have a physical location too. But there was some problems there. Noise complaints, stench complaints. But Hog Throne is coming back as a traveling venue. You could sign up for the emails so you can catch Nin when her band is playing. That's exactly what you're looking for. You start to make plans to attend a show and meet Nin. I hate to say it after what they did to us, but it's good to have some werewolves around again. My knowledge is at your disposal, Celine. I've been organising shows since the 80s. If you want to learn about promotion, venue programming, spotting talent, anything like that, I'm there. How much? That's great, but I'm not sure the Garu needs to know how to put on a show. That sounds great. Tell me what you know. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind, but I have more to do today. Ask how much. He laughs and shakes his head. For the Garu, free, he says. I suppose this indoor hobland already told you the cost of free things, though. But the way I look at it, I don't trust a wolf with an honest job like that Daphne Clare. Oh, no. He finishes packing up, then waves you into the passenger seat. I have some drops to make this afternoon. Let me tell you what I know while I work. Okay. So that's more... Oh, we have like nothing here. Okay. Oh, shit. You one of those wolves who can work a real job? Physical... yeah, okay, alright. I'll leave. Glad I didn't accidentally do that. Let's look through these as well. Where can I find Nin? Roscoe said that she plays with a local metal band called Saint Homunculus, which tours around Western Mass. There are a couple of venues here around town you might be able to check out. The band's schedule online or in person. Of course, you still need to wait for the Glasswalkers to give you the go-ahead to act. She made a good case about how she needs to cover up all that killing, and you feel obligated to respect your elders, but it's still frustrating. Let's see. We'll test Elton. After sending the text to Theurge, you search online for a few minutes without any luck. Finally, Elton responds. I've emailed him, but he isn't responding. Afake. He's still in Hollywood, south of here. Hollywood? Hollyoak. We can conduct some preliminary research right now, but remember, no travel until Miss Clear finally covers up that guy you killed in New York. Why Hollyoak? Is the worm strong there? Maybe we'll get a proper fight instead of all this texting. How did Podge survive the Battle of Grange Farm? In other words, can we seriously trust this wolf? I need details. Tribe, auspice, more data always helps. Yeah, let's have a look. Actually, we won there. Back in 2014, the Broderick Cairn and regular people got the last coal-fired plant in Western Mass shut down. Mount Tom Station in Hollyoak. Was Podge involved? No, he was too young. He was still too young at the Battle of Graves Farm, which is why he survived. Too young, too angry. Arun, full moon. And of course he's a bone gnawer. Note that I'm not being not myself racist towards bone gnawers, especially Anglo-Irish ones from rich families in Boston. Podge is from Boston originally, but he's been in Hollyoak since the battle. I have an address, but there's other stuff going on there. See attached. Oh, this is going to be important. You read the article Elton sends you. Mass Live 2014. Mount Tom Station closes for good. The last coal-fired power plant in western Massachusetts. Mount Tom Station in Hollyoak begins decommissioning. Smart cities, a new lease on life for Hollyoak. MA's former coal-fired power plant, long blamed for residents' health problems, and by 2009 the plant had lost profitability due to economic trends, which led to its closure in 2014. Last year marked the start of a new chapter for the power plant, which has been transformed into a solar farm. Oh, good. GRC Media 2 years ago. Universities applaud start of Big Calc. The so-called Big Calc, a joint project of 5 Massachusetts universities, Everlight Gas and Electric. This gives me pause. Because in Werewolf the Apocalypse, a lot of big, like, corporations and stuff are very much worm corrupted because of their greed, because of their, like, spiting of the earth by getting, like, mining, like, especially gas and things. For, you know, very corrupt reasons for profit, essentially. And the Massachusetts Green High Performance Computing Center is expected to revolutionize fluid dynamics when its calculations finish. Numbers, leading to revolutionary efficiency in hydroelectric plant design. Okay, hydroelectric is... that gives me more hope for whatever this company is. The Daily Hampshire Gazette last year. Activists protest Everlight's planned Hollyoak pipeline. Activists call the project unwanted and unnecessary. The project is currently suspended, but in the statement, Everlight's Special Operations Detector Mike Sullivan said, enhanced reliability of aging pipelines is necessary due to disgusting, no pipelines. Cahoots. Earlier this year, Beast of Everlight spotted at Hardcore Show as Gévaudan had its beast. So too does Hollyoak. Deep in the bowels of Everlight Gas and Electric, spotted just last week, according to witnesses, banging its monstrous head or heads at a hardcore show. Rumours circled that the Beast of Everlight was driven mad witnessing a woodland massacre, perhaps the Battle of Bloody Brook that ended King Philip's War. Is the Beast of Everlight King Philip himself back from the dead and forced to serve the board of directors? Or, okay, that's kind of weird. That's a very weird article. WWLP.com this year. Protest at Hollyoak home of Everlight Everlight director results in 5 arrests. Cited for trespassing at the home of Mike Sullivan, Everlight's director of the Big Calc program. Also cited for disturbing the peace were Parker Lodge of no fixed address. He's given a fake name. And Parker Lodge? Patrick Hodge? It could be, but what about Mike Sullivan? It's such a common name that you can't get much useful information. No address. But a visit to Everlight Gas and Electric website turns up no one named Mike Sullivan. The name shows up in reference to the Big Calc, but you can't get any details, not even a picture. Nothing about the Beast of Everlight either, but 2 people on Nextdoor claim, without evidence, that Everlight Gas and Electric is holding an alien in the bowels. Oh. Does that mean that somebody's been, like a werewolf's been captured or something? Both people use the term of their facility. Though that seems unlikely. You know that the Hollyoak pipeline, because Clay's pack disrupted the original plan to run a pipeline from the Dakotas all the way to Boston through your home in northern New York. It sounds like a smaller version of the project is still underway. Those responsible for the pipeline invasion operated using dozens of shell companies, none of which lasted for more than a few years, except Everlight. They've been around for decades, and they're not a shell company, a broad-ranging energy consortium. They supply oil, gas, and other power sources to large swaths of New England. You remember hearing about some of their shady dealings, but it was outside your old territory, so you don't know much. Maybe Scarpa could tell you something. We could email Scarpa about Everlight. I don't think that's going to be particularly helpful. What about Melody? I text Elton about her. You get a quick response from the Theurge. She's a Silver Fang from one of the old families. Her sister Harmony was a human alchemist, but also practically one of the old pack. I don't know how she was immune to the delirium, but she was. She was good friends with my late wife, Catherine. The mere existence of Melody and Harmony drove the three families half mad, as the patriarchs and matriarchs fought to control them. But we can't do anything until Miss Clear gives us the go-ahead. I know it's frustrating, but we need a data specialist to hide our movements. Our occult tricks didn't work, after all. Let's maybe go back to Broadbrook, see if we can discuss anything with the spirits, maybe? Or should we... Let's see. Maybe I should do some training first and then go back to the spirits. Maybe get some more of my skills together. Your human allies can offer you 11 days of training. Excellent. Yeah, we could do that and then go to the spirits. Let's check our phone as well. Email from Scarpa. Where the fuck are you? You think you can act all nice and that makes everything better, you little shit? Where the fuck are you? Clay is dead and Black Tarn took off last week and you're going to ignore me? Tell me where you went. I tell him I'm in Hartford, an hour south of here. That should keep him out of my hair. I tell him he's an asshole and I'm not sharing my location. Honestly, Scarpa needs an excuse to screw his head on straight. I tell him I'm in Northampton, and I email Elton to warn him. I ignore my blockers. Let's distract him, but I don't want to... You compose the email and spend a few minutes checking the local news for anything weird. You get a response back almost immediately. Real fucking funny, just telling him, and I don't even have a working car or anything because of what happened. Fuck you. It might be best to let Scarpa sit on his rage for a while. Fucking hell. Yeah, we're not going to email him about Everlight. Let's get a few more... Oh, there's something new. I keep thinking about my battles, Hoblin says, angrily shaking his head. That last night when the Shadow Lords came for the three families, or so I heard, I killed a Fomor, should have died. I really believe that. Like, God blinked or something, and he forgot to kill me that night. Because what can I do for him in his creation now? He stares at his hands. All this fucking training, this arsenal. One dead Fomor in that fight while everyone else died. I couldn't stop David Benecki. I need your strength. The strength that all the Garu bring. Their birthright. You need to bring the fight to the enemy. I don't want revenge, and I'll never have justice. I just want our enemies dead. That's not why I originally came here, but I'm starting to understand what I am. A weapon. Gaia's sword. I am here to help the survivors. Killing takes care of itself. Have you seen the shape we're in? I'm just trying to stay alive, man. I'm not dying for your idea of glory. The Iron Code of the Garu led to that massacre. I'm sure of it. I won't repeat the Elder's mistakes by chasing a glorious death. I'm here to help the... Yeah, I think I'm here to help the survivors. That's what I want to teach you, Celine. You can't help them unless you can protect them. Okay. So, let's get a little bit of training in. I'm going to train, I think, my survival, first of all. Because it'll take 1 day. Hoblin's wilderness training is 3 parts physical, traversing the wilds around the ruined Broadbrook territory, and learning to move with discretion and understanding, to 1 part mental, memorizing huge amounts of raw data from his library. Learning the names of trees isn't important on its own, but Hoblin has partially constructed a practical guide to southern New England's flora and fauna. When plants and animals appear, what their presence means, and how they can use them to survive and thrive in the wilderness. He's an excellent teacher, and his ragged library is invaluable. Okay. We're gonna go for another aim. for this one. If Hoblin can teach you anything, it's how to hone your aim. You start with long arms, move on to pistols, then bows, with Hoblin correcting and honing your form the whole time. Only when he's satisfied with your archery does he let you play with his astounding collection of throwing knives. You start with 10 yards of distance, then move back to 20, then 50. When you can hit the target reliably from there, you take on your glabro near human form and start whipping shuriken at a plastic Halloween skull hung by a chain from the tree from 100 yards away in the rain. You're getting pretty good at this. Okay, so we're going to leave. You leave early so you can walk back to your cabin before the sun sets. Elton has a surprise waiting for you when you swing by downtown one afternoon. A toolkit with a mini crowbar, a flashlight, some screwdrivers, a folding knife, plastic baggies to store extra clothes for shape-shifting, and wet naps. Life as a werewolf requires a lot of wet naps. Everything is courtesy of David Bernicki's shack near the dam you took apart. Okay. Let's go see Lucinda. Lucinda is sketching with a piece of charcoal. She appears lost in thought when you arrive, but you soon realize that it's her not her macrame Death Star that's drawn her intense focus for the recent past. What happened that final night, she wonders. I mean, really, what happened to the Broadbrook can? Maybe it's literally impossible for me to know. You see the spirit world, Celine, and I don't. But I still want answers. I want to know how the 3 families in the Garu who thrive for centuries collapsed overnight. That isn't why I came here, but you're right, it's like an itch, isn't it, trying to figure out what happened. We all want answers, but the other Garu suffered terribly. I'll seek answers if I'm sure it won't tear open all wounds. I don't actually need humans telling me what to do, Lucinda. The 3 families failed, remember? If you can teach me enough to stay alive and pay for heat, I'll research whatever you want. Let's go with this first one. Nothing adds up, the artist confesses. Maybe that's because I can't see the spiritual element. Okay. So we don't have a lot in terms of, like, I don't think it fits with our characters to go with academics, like computer mechanics, that kind of thing. So we're gonna get some more athletics going, I think. Maybe some persuasion. Yeah, let's go with persuasion because we're not so great at talking to people, and that's come up quite a bit. And then finally, let's go to Roscoe because we have like nothing in here, and I might see if I can upgrade some of this. Roscoe's van is parked outside a rundown farmhouse not far from your cabin, inhabited by his fellow promoter, Nam Waverley, a red-faced man on the far side of middle age with the downcast expression of a man whose hustles and schemes didn't work out. Fornham shakes your hand, then immediately starts to interrogate your taste of music. Roscoe's very slight headshake tells you that Fornham is still on the map, so you don't even hint at where you're from by talking about Buffalo area shows. Roscoe eventually disentangles the 2 of you from Fornham and gets you back in his van. He used to have his finger on the pulse, the old man says as you roll onto Route 9. That was during the Western mass metal boom in the early 2000s. He still does okay, though. It's good to see you, Celine. Maybe we go for clandestine. And considering clandestine again. Let's go streetwise and maybe like awareness, just to like branch us out a little bit. And then I think I'm going to go back and we're going to go out into the woods. Elton and I return to Broadbrook. Your work there isn't done, so you text Elton in the morning. He tells you to bring dinner, so you log in a long day cleaning the inside of Gorski Manor's industrial dishwasher, grab an aluminum foil tray of lasagna, and arrive at the bookstore where Elton works at the end of his shift. Everyone clears out the moment you walk inside. All right, the rage. Oh, it is kind of high. Elton glares at you from over a copy of The Library of the Lost, then orders you to stand outside across the street. You do so, and sidewalk strollers deflect away from you like they're magnetized. Regular people are weird. You don't even want to kill anyone that badly at the moment. Finally, Elton invites you back in, and you both have to work together to fight the bookstore cats, Clorinda and Tisby, who... oh, Tisby is so cute. That's such a cute name. Holy... who desperately want the ricotta filling of the lasagna you bought. The bus stops outside just as the 2 of you finish eating dinner. You race outside in the cold late winter air. So what are we looking for at the site? Is the water still corrupted? How are we going to start healing it? I wish we could do this when it was a little warmer. Anywhere from the Glasswalker. About fulfilling our sacred duty as Garu. I'm not sitting around waiting for an elder's decision. Let's talk about the... Yeah, because that dam was very suspect. It was like... Because flowing water and stuff like that has a lot of, like, connotations of, like, purity, like cleanliness, like the thing of nature, whereas, like, water that is, like, stagnated and stood, like, still for a long time kind of gets kind of gross and not that like still water like ponds and stuff like that aren't good, but it just I feel like we need to focus on, like, healing the can. It's easier to clean a dirty room than a clean one, Elton says, as he hoists his old-fashioned bike onto the bus's bike rack. At least that's what my wife used to say. Stop talking about your dead wife, Elton. What the heck? No, I'm joking. I jest. At least that's what my wife used to say when she made me clean the bathroom. We can start anywhere in that horrible place and make progress. It won't be fun, but it will be productive. The bus drops you off at the Veterans Hospital. From there, you follow Elton as he wheels his bike through the woods until he finds an old trail, once used by the Broadbrook Garu. It's easy from there, and in less than 15 minutes, you're in the heart of David Benicki's factory, a festering marsh of slushy, half-frozen water, full of broken concrete, twisted rebar, and the carcasses of animals he ruined. Scraps of sharp, shapeless plastic float in the ooze or hang from the twisted oaks. Elton's breath steams with rage as he looks down on the defilement. He pulls his frock coat closer around him, as if to ward off the chill, though an unnatural warmth still lingers in the air. The sun is a red stain on the western horizon, half hidden by dead black trees. The healing begins today, he says. Theurge climbs onto a pile of broken concrete that was once David Benicki's workshop and closes his eyes. The air grows thin and a cold mist swirls over the filthy water. But Elton is just one Theurge. He can't do it alone. You spent time helping Blacktown maintain her little garden, and you think about where your skills lie and how you can help without this land draining your vitality to restore it. I handle the hard physical work, physically moving blocks out of the way to help both the water and spirit flow easier. Stamina and athletics. I close my eyes and concentrate on subtle shifts in the air to find knots of corruption. Wits and awareness. Well educated in the spirits, I combine my occult lore with Elton's nature, with Elton's by naming the spirits of this place, intelligence and academics. I open myself to the natural world, composing myself and meditating on each species of plant and animals in this once great place. That's composure, survival. So let's have a quick look. So we've got composure and stamina at 2, survival is at 2, and athletics is at 1. So I think this also fits because of our more, like, nature survivally focused character. Spiritual energy flows steadily out of Elton as he unweaves the tangles of poisoned spirit stuff in the corrupted land. You move cautiously through the defilement, seeking where the air seems thickest and foulest. Every time you find a knot of grisly spirit filth, you signal Elton, then move quickly away before the rock clings to you. Then all at once, a pulse of spiritual power from Elton frees the knotted and sickly spirit paths in the defiled swamp. Life energy flows around you, and then out into the wilds in a burst so powerful you can almost see it. Branches sway, snow swirls across the desolate landscape, and then the spirits come rushing in. They wash over the land. Some dance and laugh, others howl with rage or shine with tranquility. Protean spirits of the wild, delicate geometric shapes loyal to the urban tribes, the shades of ancestors and fallen heroes. Elton shouts their name, not like a sorcerer chanting words of binding, but as a man calling out to old friends. The air grows thin and sparkling as you see into the umbra and watch the spirits settle around the periphery of the defiled Broadbrook cairn. Far enough away that the worm stuff in its heart will not taint them, but comfortably close to their old abodes. Your shifting vision perceives 3 places where the spirits have settled. You see each place simultaneously in shifting fragments of shattered mirror. The deep, trackless woods where no regular mortal has ever stepped. Black trunks, white snow, pure, shimmering streams that wind beneath crystalline ice. The barrows of the ancestors, quiet tombs of werewolves and their allies slain at the Battle of Graves. the Battle of Graves Farm or battles centuries ago. Low, grassy hills marked with Garu glyphs and rough-hewn stones wreathed in ghostly mist. The liminal zone between the wilds and the people of the map. Your right eye sees wretched urban blight, polluted and accursed, but your left eye sees the frenzied realm of teeming spiritual activity. Red bricks, rusted metal, feral cats stalking the alleys, clever spirits that have learned to adapt and survive in the shadows of humanity. Celine, Elton says. The sound of rushing water, the last remnants of David Benicki's dam sink into the mire. Cold wind races through the valley. You're freezing, your hands and face numb. Elton's lips are blue, but he's smiling. Did it work, you ask? The sky is still red. Wait, the red is to the east now. It's dawn. Yay! Nature is healing! I didn't even have to kill a monster. Oh, wait, I kind of did. The cairn, the heart of our power, is still hopelessly defiled, the Theurge says, but some spirits are coming back. You should visit them once we finish here. With the strangled, umbral energies flowing again, the rest of the day is spent in simple trash cleanup. Bagging rubbish, sorting through equipment, and texting Lucinda to rent a truck and cart all the heavy junk away. You keep expecting to feel exhausted, but the liberated energies of the land energize you. And you're hard at work sorting through David Benicki's tools. You plan to sell them when you uncover a selection of bladed weapons, all matte black steel. Elton holds one up, snips it as if he can smell evil, but then he shrugs. These are good, Celine, he says. David may have been a waste man, but he knew how to forge. Take one. You can't always shift into Krina's form. It's rude. These weapons are magnificent. Before he invited an unclean spirit into his flesh, David Benicki understood what dwelt in the heart of the werewolf and how to shape a Garu's spiritual temperament into a physical object. I claim the sword, a symbol of Garu's honor, her faith in the litany, and her hope for the future. I grabbed the machete, a no-nonsense weapon for staying alive and doing what must be done. I heft the axe, a brutal weapon for killing people, as horribly as possible. I take the dagger. This twin-edged blade symbolizes Garu obligations to those she must protect, spirit and regular people. Okay. I'm considering the sword and the dagger because I can throw it. And we're very dexy. I'm going to take the dagger. Black Tan carried a dagger, much like this one, except hers was brass, not matte black steel. Straight-bladed, razor-sharp, and with a chisel-like point. This dagger is built to slice and kill, but you can detect the mystical symbolism David Benicki built into the design. This is a weapon that, when drawn, reminds the wielder that her purpose is to protect, not simply to give in to rage. The elegant weapon makes you wish you could have met David before his descent into madness and corruption. Oi, look, there's even more, Elton says, as you retrieve the dagger sheath and hide the weapon under your jacket. It's knife crime Christmas! He slides several plastic tubs your way, one containing over 100 matte black throwing knives, razor sharp and paper thin. You can't carry a bow around town, and firearms are loud and unpredictable, but these you can use. Keep them, Elton says. He's claimed the short sword for himself. I look forward to throwing these at someone I don't like. I should talk to Hoblin about helping me hone my knife-throwing skills. I wonder how much money we can make for this stuff here if we don't keep it for ourselves. I look forward to throwing these at someone I don't like. You spend a few minutes practicing with the knives. They fly like sparrows and barely make any sound when they stick in the tree you use for target practice. A soft whiff instead of a loud thunk. They're perfect. Reel it in, Celine, Elton says. Yeah, let's see. Ooh, a rune. Read it in, Celine. While talking, Elton has been scribbling in a previously blank leather-bound notebook he's found. What's your auspice, he asks. A rune. I thought you already knew. But he ignores you and calculates for a second, then writes the Book of January on the notebook in Sharpie. You have a dozen questions, but you're so exhausted you can barely think. Let's get back home, Elton says. You follow him as he rides back towards the veterinary hospital. He asks you more details about how you came here. I need to be at work at 11, and I need to start making a record of everything you and I have seen and done. And I'm also going to scout the woods tomorrow night and see what else I can learn. You should explore these lands, familiarize yourself with this place as it heals. The bus takes you back home, where you shower, then make and eat a bowl of rice and beans to regain your strength. Oh, rice and beans, my autism meal, yes. So they can offer me 4 days, so I've got 4 days of training. This is sort of like our skill spread right now. I think I need to specialize a bit more, maybe get something to 3. probably go for more big skills. I might see if we can go and level up our aim again. Oh! Nature is healing! We're not in danger of fucking dying immediately again. So we could email Scarpa and ask him about Everlight. If Elton and Miss Clear want me to wait, I can get this. I checked my phone. Let's go back to Hob. Oh yeah, we can get aim for 3 days. Hell yeah. Spend more time learning to improve my aim. Do we want subterfuge? I don't think so. Let's go to Lucinda really quick. Lucinda is working on a creepy puppet. Academics, computer mechanics. No, we don't want. Let's go to Roscoe. Oh, Roscoe is sitting in his van eating a burrito. Elton got him. When he sees you, he nods gravely and says, "It's good that you've come. I'm happy to teach you, of course, but more than that, I hope you can restore the honour and dignity of a once great pack. I'm just a man, and I can't speak for the spirits, but I know all the survivors of the battles of Gray's Farm, and I know how hurt they are. I hope you can work to heal them. I came here to heal my own pack, and though I failed, I swear I'll do what I can for the Garu here. I recognise the importance of healing Gaia's champion and restoring the ways of our people. What is the Battle of Graves Farm? Well, we kind of know that already. You really care about all the survivors, don't you? Garu and human. I'm not interested in serving the 3 families. Respect, Roscoe. Remember your place. You're not one of us. I came here to heal my own pack, but I'm going to heal the Garu here, I think. Is very respectful. Thank you, Celine, Roscoe says. I can only hope to serve and teach and probably drive you around, but you can't sleep in the van. That's my rule. Streetwise investigation. Let's go with investigation, I think. Right. Let's check the phone. Email from Elton Day. Cairn is inaccessible. The Stormcat and I spent 2 days scouting the land around the heart of Broadbrook and were unable to reach the cairn itself. I confess a certain degree of confusion, as the land was not supernaturally veiled before, and even if it had been, the cairn's spirit protectors should be able to reach it, even if I cannot. A labyrinth of perspective has arisen since the Battle of Graves Farm, preventing anyone from reaching our former places of power. Perhaps this effect only applies to Garu and spirits who once dwelt at Broadbrook. I encourage you to scout the area. I also encourage you to avoid any conflict whatsoever with the creatures you may find there. The attachment contains several maps that purport to lead directly to the cairn. The easiest thing to do, it appears, is to retrace your steps from the barrow and head deeper into the forest. Maybe I should pull some extra. Let's pull some extra shifts at work. You are dead broke. Your cabin is unfurnished except for absolute necessities, and you barely know anyone not connected to the local Garu. With time to spare and a burning desire to own more socks, you log in long hours at Gorski Manor. The crumbling old building is practically falling down, and any hour spent snowblowing the walkways, bleaching the heinously unsanitary bathrooms, or patching cracks in the plaster helps keep the place standing for another year. You also spend time buying equipment because you have a small budget and winter is actually the quiet season. In a few months, you're going to be fighting a war against vines and leaves, and you need a working mower. You also spend some time shadowing Ernesto, the elderly fix-it man. You don't know anything about mechanics or home repair, but he points you to YouTube guides to repairing all your equipment. Even you can follow those instructions. A nice thing about Ernesto is how grateful he is to have someone else around who actually works. It's good to be appreciated, especially when you're up on a roof chiseling ice out of the gutters and wondering how quickly you can change if you fall and break your neck. And you and Ernesto actually managed to clean the place up a bit. So it's all okay until you get your first payment at Mr. Vice's office. It's a wad of 20s, not nearly enough 20s. What's this, you say, counting the substandard wage? Definitely less than you agreed upon. You receive the maximum payment our accountants can permit to someone with your mental disabilities. Fuck you, Mr. Vice says with a dismissive shrug. Just like Ernesto. Since our contractors require more payment than last year, wages are down across the board. Those payments have to come from. This place is obviously crude, but where else can I go? I'm not going to push for more. No, you've seen the excellent maintenance I've done. I'm a qualified technician and worth more here. This place is a cesspit of labour and housing violations. You're going to stiff me? What if someone who works here starts talking? I think, how much rage? We have a lot of rage. Manipulation isn't great, but we do have a lot of intimidation. So, fuck this guy for trying to stiff us. Mr. Vice regards you with contempt. Young woman, you are nothing but a custodian. He takes a 20 off your earnings, slides it back across the desk. Make another threat like that and I'll replace you with the next developmentally disabled runaway. Now get out of my office. Seething, you take what Mr. Ife hands you. The next day, there's a package waiting for you at your cubbyhole in Gorski Manor. You open it to find a Massachusetts State ID that reads to lead January, a birth certificate, and a social security card. The GRC Media business card has "I hate working with paper" scrawled on the back. Great, more favors from the older Garu. That's going to land me in trouble. I can set up a bank account. This is good. An ID will let me get into more places and help my investigations. Let's set up a bank account. Fuck yeah. Werewolves prefer dealing in trash. Cash. But it looks like you're going to be here for a while, so it's time to set up a legitimate identity and stabilize your financial situation. Despite your poverty, you have an ID and just barely enough money to open a checking account, which you need to do. So you head down to the bank the next morning. They give you a little blue debit card and call you ma'am and everything. It's like staying at the Ritz for 10 minutes it takes you to fill out the paperwork. Then you consider what to buy with your new debit card once you have some spending cash. You thought about 3 things that would make your life easier. First, a bike. Would save you an enormous amount of time and effort getting around town, especially during the day when turning into a wolf risk exposure. A bike would give you time and extra energy. You need to focus on physical training and development. Second, you could really use a laptop. Any kind of research or writing on your iPhone is a huge pain. You can score or use MacBook for a couple $100, and that will let you focus on intellectual pursuits. Third, you think from your bedroom, which contains a bed with 1 blanket and 1 pillow, you could furnish your cabin. College kids are always throwing stuff out, and between consignment shops and dumpster diving, you could probably furnish this place with a week of digging around and not too much money. Curtains and plates won't help you in your spiritual duties, but they will make you feel more social and civilized. Okay. So it's not letting me choose at the minute, but I have a great deal of cash, apparently. I check my bank statements. You're broke right now. The bare minimum in your account to avoid penalties and a few dollar bills in your pocket. That is all. Thank you. Let's go check out the can, and then we'll email... we will email Lucinda. Because we don't have... There's no time for us to train right now. Let's go to the can. You want to go at night to avoid being followed. The forecast on the next full moon says a low of 35 with no rain or wind. Let's see how the rage is. Okay, no rain or wind. That'll work. A long and frantic day at Gorski Manor spent with your fellow groundskeeper Ernesto prepping the machinery for spring. Then a hasty dinner of wheat thins and root beer before you head out. An old man stares at you from the moment you get on the bus, but he gets off 1 stop before you, and Elton is waiting, frock coat turned up against the wind, when you reach the Veterans Hospital turnaround at 6 p.m. sharp. The other werewolf seems tired. He barely manages a British greeting syllable, honked vaguely in your direction. It's so true. It's so true. When we're tired, us Brits, we tend to just honk in British and then and then just go. Okay. I need to know more about the Battle of Graves Farm, but how can I push Elton on that subject? Let's go, man. We gotta go scouting. Are we going in Lucius form? Any excuse to shed my human skin? You okay? I worry about this guy. You sure you weren't followed? I don't like all those eyes on me. You think you have more Fomori to rip up? The last one was fun. Let's ask him how he is. He's vibing. Yeah, just tired. Like I can feel the tooth marks on my bones. Worry about yourself. Right, let's go. But Elton doesn't move. Come back before dawn, he says. I'll be waiting here. To your unasked question, Elton says, neither Stormcat nor I can reach the can. Can't. It's mazed. If you'll forgive my coining a term. Hobland, who also fought at the Battle of Grave Farm, and who was an ordinary human, scouted the next day and found himself equally perplexed. But whatever happened to us might not affect an outsider. After this, want to grab coffee and talk? I think I sort of like Elton, even though he's a bit dour. You're just stalling. We should go together. It's like the Shadow Lord has a coating of dust over him he can't shake off. How good is cell access near the Khan? And I don't want to ask how fast Elton rescue me. Are you sure you haven't been influenced or affected by whatever is out there? Yeah, he's a cool dude. We can grab some coffee and like chill. He's a lot nicer than my previous pack. Dour and paralysed by indecision and probably half mad after everything that happened, though he hides it well, but also charming in his own way. If you find anything useful in there, Elton says, I'm buying dinner or breakfast. It's a deal, you say, and head off. Don't get killed, he calls after you. I'll wait inside. It's like Elton still can't shake the rust out of his joints, but you can't just stand outside in the freezing rain trying to remind an English werewolf how to flirt. Oh shit, wait, was I flirting? Oh god. I'm so bad at recognizing when I am being flirted with or when I am flirting. God fucking damn it. The woods are cold and it's already getting dark. Your breath steams, but you're wearing basically all your clothes, which means you're warm. You have physical printouts of Elton's maps and you downloaded copies to your phone, so this shouldn't be too difficult, especially since it's just a preliminary scouting expedition. And of course, you've thought about what you want. I need to learn more about what happened to Broadbrook at the Peltworth Farm. I want to find something that shakes Elton out of his funk. I'd love to stomp some worm spawn. I won't do anything reckless tonight, but maybe I can find and get rid of some Fomori. Let's go and stomp some worm spawn. Before you hunted that first Bane, you dreamed of restoring the Garu nation, and you still want that, but it's clear that in order to help, you need to protect. It'd be great to find a scrag or something and rip it in half. As the light fades, you keep your eyes open for ambushes, and make sure that you can get out of the woods again. You're happy to fight here, but not die here. A half hour's travelling through deep, trackless woods, following the map towards Graves Farm, where the Broadbrook Garu made their final stand. These woods are old, untouched except by Garu and spirits. You don't even think the three families went this deep. And then, what the hell? You're in the far side of the woods, staring at the main north-south highway that runs through the valley I-91. Trucks rumble down the midnight road. What happened? Were you so focused on your plans that you forgot to scout? You try again, scanning for evidence of wormed activity, moving carefully because it's now dark despite the full moon. You step into... No, this isn't right. You're out behind a Walmart in a rundown stretch of urban blight, and according to your phone, it's 5 in the morning. Your feet are freezing despite the waterproof boots and double socks. This must be very confusing for you, Celine, I observe as I hop gracefully onto the rusted dumpster. Stormcat! And regard you with my lambent blue eyes, tail puffy with static electricity. Good morning, Stormcat. Always pays to be polite to the gods. So what happened here? This is your fault, isn't it? I'm running out of patience. What is this miserable place? I look around because I've never been to the slum before. Good morning. This should be nice. I like it when Garu are polite, even when they're obviously frustrated. It reminds me of what I once was. Was? The spirit of Broadbrook Khan. One of them, at least. But I've been turned inside out and diminished, and whatever is there now doesn't want anyone else getting in. Not spirits. Except its own. I assume not Garu, not even regular people. You can't reach the cairn, Celine. But you can start chipping away at whatever is in there. Seek out other Garu, have them restore the lands around Broadbrook. Until then, I'm in exile, and the poison in the Khan will slowly spread until it consumes the entire valley. Before you can ask another question, I slip back into the Umbra, leaving you to answer Elton's increasingly frantic text while a stray cat runs for the shelter. After a long delay caused by the bad connection, he responds to you. So that's our answer then. No one can reach the Khan. Unless Stormcat is right and you can start restoring the nearby lands, I fear that's our only chance, and I am on the other side of town despite having offered you breakfast in exchange for your excellent work. All I can offer you is bone gnawing wisdom from my old friend Patrick. If anyone near you can be described as a noodle lady, ask her for something for the black dog. Noodle lady. You turn around through the wretched slum as it wakes up. A garage door rolls open and you smell hot oil. You're able to follow your nose past a line of Chinese men, all ages but all men, to an elderly woman. She stares at you with irritation, talks to you in Chinese. You try Elton's secret code phase, and her lined face breaks into a smile. Thought you all died, Noodle Lady says. She sets you up on a little plastic table with a piping hot bowl of seafood soup. The words crab soup for breakfast sound unappealing, but the soup is light, hot, and covered in fresh green herbs. The men chat as they receive their breakfast, mostly in English. As they speak mutually unintelligible dialects, you eat slowly, while texting back and forth with Elton. You're on Rosemary Street, or what's left of it. There used to be a bookstore, a record store shop, and an antique store. He tells you the story about this place when the bone gnawers guarded it. You eat and read. Probably all gone now. Maybe we can find Patrick or another bone gnawer. I need to go to work. Thanks for letting me babble about the old days. You take your time eating your soup, but then one of the men gets your attention and says, "Only way." You follow his pointing finger to the bus. Probably the day's only bus. You hop to your feet, thanking the noodle lady, and get home around sunrise, then squeeze a few hours of sleep before you go to work. Okay. Okay, so there's plenty of places to return to. Checking phone, that's all. Okay. I returned to the stretch of urban blight where I spilled out after looking for the cairn. Maybe I can find something. I returned to the barrows where I fought the Fomor. I scout the deep woods around Broadbrook, edging around the areas where my memory is spotty. I think we'll wait on Daphne for a message. Do we have any more days? No, we've used all our days up. Okay. I think we go back to the barrow because we have to. We're slowly sort of like trying to heal the land in order to sort of, I assume, like encircle the cairn and try to like chip away at the thing inside. The barrows are cold, even in the middle of the day. Which you think it's better than the hot meat reek that hung over them when David Benicki reigned here. You and Elton destroyed the Fomor's crude dam, allowing the water to flow freely again. And now a shimmering river winds among the hillocks and standing stones. But a brief investigation of the main barrow reveals how much remains to be done. David must have taken away the corpses of David Benicki and Jasper Heaney. But the disturbed dead are everywhere. You return some to their niches, then move that beaten copper mirror away from a hole in the barrow where the water is getting in. But even if you shifted into your Glabro form, you could work for months without making progress. No. You need a specialist. Though many tribes are associated with the dead, including the Silent Striders and the Ghost Council. Elton says the Silver Fang watched over the ancestors at Broadbrook. You need to bring one back here to start healing the ancestral spirits that dwell on this defiled land. Until then, this is simply a land of death. Okay. In that case, I think it might be time. Like, each of these is probably related to... This is probably related to Hodge, and then this part will be probably related to Nin. That I won't be able to make any progress until... I suppose I'll email Scarpa for information. Fuck it. Relying on Scarpa's willingness to fight for Gaia, whatever your personal differences, you can pose an email asking him about Everlight's involvement with the Northern York pipeline. This was before your time, but Scarpa may remember something that no legitimate newspapers could report. You conduct more research at the library as you wait. You can't get far, but Everlight, with branch offices in Hollyoak, Worcester, Hartford, Connecticut, Troy, New York, spend years aggressively pushing for new pipelines to supply New England with fracked gas out of Canada. Disgusting. They met defeat in New York, Clay's greatest triumph, but succeeded elsewhere. Nothing in these news reports strikes you as obviously criminal and unnatural, but that's just mainstream news. And we all know they fucking suck. I emailed Daphne Clear at GRC Media, tell her Elton and I have work to do. Let's conduct some more research first. GRC Media is a front of information on Big Calc. The core idea is simple. The equations necessary to understand fluid dynamics, how water flows, are unbelievably complex, as mass intensive as Big Bang research or the particle research they conduct at places like CERN. The Big Calc is a huge number crunching operation that uses computational power from the Massachusetts Green High Performance Computing Center, linked computers at the colleges, and proprietary high performance system at Everlight Gas and Electric to solve certain problems, certain previously unsolvable problems in fluid dynamics. Sorry. The music's gone again. I keep having to... 1 second. I think I need to put it on repeat, maybe? Can I put it on repeat? No, I can't. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Epidemic Sound. Right. A proprietary high-performance system at Everlight Gas and Electric to solve certain previously unsolvable problems in fluid dynamics. Yeah, this is... It seems good, but like these big AI centers that are going up, they require so much power, and like big like computing centers like this put out so much pollution because they need to be cooled to like an ungodly level, and they need an ungodly level of power. I would have to do more research to talk more about it. But yeah, AI centers in the US that are going up are horrific in their impact on the environment. That is why I'm so sus of this, even though it seems like it's a good thing, because it is solving like problems to do with fluid dynamics, and that can be useful for hydroelectric power and stuff. It matters the way that you go about stuff. Supporters, including local environmentalists that Everlight reached out to, according to one article, claim that the discoveries will lead to vast improvements in the efficiency of hydroelectric dams and related renewable energy technologies, encouraging energy companies to move away from coal and petroleum towards renewables. Detractors, oh, literally what I was just saying. Detractors argue that the sheer amount of energy required to perform these calculations, energy still drawn mostly from fossil fuels, is so enormous that it's not worth it. The argument have raged back and forth on GRC's media's network for years, culminating in a protest outside an Everlight executive house a few years ago, but the detractors haven't been able to stop the operation, which is scheduled for completion in September of this year. So the clock is ticking, and Daphne Clear still won't let you get to work until she's satisfied that she's hid the evidence of your activities. Annoying. Right, let's check our phone. Do we have anything? No, we don't. Let's email Daphne. You fire off an email that, whilst scrupulously respectful of Miss Clear's higher status, makes it clear that you two have obligations to the Garu Nation. The response is almost instantaneous. First, Miss Clear forwards you an out on 2 news articles. Air Force veteran killed by Rottweiler in Lancaster from BuffaloNews.com. And Holyoke police officer killed in semi-truck crash on I-90 from WWLP.com. The man you killed, the one with the lance back in New York, and the one Elton killed while investigating David Benicki's workshop. The text arrives for both of you a minute later. That wasn't easy, and there are loose ends that the hunters might detect. You two children understand that people hunt us, right? I will be watching your performance at the months to come. Elton texts you without including Miss Clear. That's as close as we'll get to permission. Right. Okay. So, we can either go and try to find Nin at Hogthrone. She's one of the Wolfborn. We could go look for Podge, the Bone Gnawer. I think she was a child of Gaia. And then there's Melody, who is the Silver Fang. I'm still inclined to go for Melody, just because she can start the spiritual healing of the can, and then we'll figure out Podge and Nin once, because I think I need to wait and see if Scarpa will give us any information about Everlight and what is going on with the pipeline. Even if he's all pissed off and grumpy about it, hopefully it should give us a some idea about what, like, he in his anger he might give away some information that's useful. You text Elton and get a response as you eat breakfast. He's coming over. He arrives in less than half an hour, just as you finish cleaning up, dressed in his black frock coat against the blustery spring weather. Retrieving Melody won't be easy, Elton says. You know what about the 3 families, right? The Palaces, the Benickis, and the Lubicics. While your initial experience with the 3 families was David Benicki and his horse torture and mutation factory, your subsequent encounters with Lucinda, Hoblin, and Roscoe were much more agreeable. Correct, Elton says. This strange alliance works well for over a century until, well, it's not her fault. Melody, you ask? She was the first Garu to emerge out of the 3 families, Elton says. The result, political chaos, and then her sister Harmony demonstrated her own supernatural talents, though she was technically only human. The Silver Fangs were always closer to the 3 families than the Shadow Lords, so when Melody joined them, it shifted the balance of power at the Cairn. Helped the families gain more control over the Garu. It was a disaster, though. It wasn't Melody's fault. Still, she blames herself. Wait, were the 3 families actually Catholic and Jewish? Didn't they notice that the spirit world is real and that other people's religions were more accurate? I don't like going that way with, like, religion and faith. That's kind of rude. But how nuts were they? Everyone says that the Silverfangs are crazy freaks. Get to the freak show. Flipper babies, Habsburg jaws, that kind of thing. There was a fight over Melody. They must have ignored the litany and turned on each other. No, there was a fight that used Melody and her sister Harmony as an excuse. The 3 families had grown increasingly ambitious. They saw the Garu as tools, and temporary ones at that. Werewolves came and went, arrived from outside and died fighting the worm, but the 3 families were forever. They tried to use the sisters as leverage over us. Oh, sorry. Greynail, the leader of the Silverfangs. Let's go for this one. Greynail, the leader of the Silver Fangs, was old by then and did as he was told. The Shadow Lords fought back, then the three families betrayed us at the Battle of Graves Farm, and we died. They did too. Small comfort. So the three families fought, like there was like a schism. Because we've seen some have said that the Garu like attacked first, like the Shadow Lords attacked first. And then Jasper Heaney, who we can't exactly trust all of the information from, but I don't see why he would really lie in this situation. Said the Shadow Lords attacked first, but then here Elton is saying that the three families betrayed them and attacked. But we know where Melody is, you ask. Elton nods. She fled when her family died. Oh, that's so sad. The Theurge says, north of here. Little nowhere town called Ashfield. I've tried to do research online, but there are almost no resources. That's bizarre, you say. There's something fishy going on there. Elton says, this is what happens when Garu aren't there to placate and support the spirits. Spirits get aggressive and strange, and everyone suffers. The smartest thing to do is just to head up there, find out what's wrong with Melody, and deal with it. Face to face. We can go right now if you like. It's not as if meticulous planning has ever helped us in the past. Great, let's go. I don't want to rush into things. Give me a few days to conduct research. Not yet. I need to work and make sure the situation here is stable first. Nah, let's fuck it, we ball. Let's go. Are you sure you're ready? Serious danger may wait in the shadowed woods and forgotten homesteads of Ashfield. Fuck yeah, let's go rescue Melody. You open your closet and dig through your equipment. We'll travel north in lupus form, Elton says. It's important to scout what used to be our territory and its fastest as wolves. You've conducted short patrols in lupus form, but Elton offers you invaluable pointers about how to manage two-form travel. Only a few years older than you, he's already a hardened veteran, and he knows and he shows you how to manage baggies, extra clothes, zip ties, towels, and other paraphernalia of shapeshifter life. The Theurge loves to give lectures, but you can't complain because he knows his business. Once you both have your kits together, you both change. Elton's fur in lupus form is an iridescent purple-black, like an oil slick on midnight seas. It's even more unnatural than your gunmetal grey fur. Is that common among Shadow Lords, or a mark of Stormcat's favour? It's both, Elton says. How Elton still has an accent in the primal tongue you don't understand. You follow him north through fields and into the woods. Interesting. Mans cannot stop being British. even on pain of transforming into a fucking wolf. Incredible. I love it. Okay. It's a 4-hour run to Ashfield in lupus form. More if spring meltwater prevents you from crossing the larger streams. Okay, it's no longer winter, so we're no longer gonna fucking die outside. I've just moved my fan because I'm very warm. You haven't run this far since you hunted the Bane back home, and you've never coordinated with another Garu, so you just stay behind Elton and try to pay attention. You have no problem keeping up as the Theurge stops every few minutes to sniff around his old territory. You edge around the Veterans Hospital, not far from where you fought David Benicki, and feel the sense of loss among long-abandoned campsites and effaced Garu signs, scratched in rock. Spirits once thrived here, even as the apocalypse spread across the world. But now you smell only cold mud and silent trees. There we go, positioned the fan correctly. 2 hours later, you break away from Elton as you circle a muddy hill dotted with spring flowers. A hot wind blows out of the deeper woods, stirring ripples on the surface of a swollen brook. The worlds are close here, and for a moment you hear Gaia's mournful sighs. The spirit world appears between two sickly birch trees. The Umbra is a vision of hell, rendered without art. Earth-moving machines work the muddy and lifeless fields operated by brutal labourers with cracked skin and twisted horns. The air smokes. The muddy ground is covered in slim, human-like creatures, once beautiful, now broken and lifeless, their robes tattered. Black Tom once told you about glade children, the spirits of trees. Before the vision fades, you watch one of the earth movers plough a dozen of the muddy corpses into the ground beside the brook. Jesus Christ. Fuck, that's a lot. This rivulet flows into the actual Broadbrook. Follow it and you could reach the captured and defiled Broadbrook Khan. Or you could, if you could understand why your previous scouting expeditions all end with you missing everything important and standing next to the highway. You're not sure how to begin. The vision fades, but the feeling of the rot remains, clinging to your fur. You can almost feel the diseased hatred of whatever resides now in that place as it concentrates its hateful will upon you. Furious, I howl my rage at the worm thing that has stolen and defied the Khan. The litany tells me to fight the worm wherever I find it. I'm not strong enough yet, but I let that thing know I'm here. I can't charge into those tainted lands, but I edge around the periphery looking for weaknesses or ways in. I'm not getting devoured by Banes away today. I back off and keep moving. We're pretty grumpy. But I think, yeah, furious. I howl my rage. Whatever lurks in the cairn now, you know you're not strong enough to fight it, even with Elton. You still don't know exactly what happened at the Battle of Graves Farm. You've heard only conflicting stories, recriminations, bitterness, nursed in secrets. But you can let this thing know you're here. You howl. Oh, sorry. Look. You howl, and so does the Theurge. Nothing answers from the rotted woods. There is only silence and the reek of black smoke, rotting godflesh carried on the wind, a great emptiness to answer your rage. Following Elton, you pass Graves Farm and head north, paralleling Ashfield Road, a barely paved strip of asphalt between two state forests. The ground is muddy, but the air smells of flowers and new growth. You approach Ashfield from the south, emerging from the woods into a newly planted cornfield across from farmhouses and a motor garage. This appears to be a little used town common. You and Elton hide behind an abandoned shed beside a crumbling stone wall and regain your homid forms. Pulling on your jacket, you're able to see the little town with human eyes. On the surface, it reminds you of Hadley, where you explored the ruins of David Benicki's life. Yeah, that was a great town. Another sleepy, almost forgotten New England village. Except Elton winces as if staring into sun instead of fog. The air smells rancid and scorched, though it's a cold spring day. One of the hardest things to learn as a Garu is that we can't always trust our instinct. Stinks, Elton says, but this town is burning, Celine. Uh-oh. Chapter 3, Melody and the Magic Pumpkin. Below on Earth, mortal men praised her and appeased her with nameless sacrifice. She moved on, unheeding, girt round by somber night, spreading awful shadows through the midnight world. The mandrake felt the touch of her beams and half loosed its clinging roots beneath the soil. Dark hellebore matted itself in the thicket and gave forth its deadly odour. Seeth Kiri, twixt dog and wolf. Okay. Whew! I am going to take a quick break and get a drink because I need to rest my voice a little bit because I've been yapping for quite a while. So we're going to put us on the BRB screen. We're going to leave the music on. And we're going to let's switch over to the spooky lo-fi. Here we go. Okay, so I am going to take just a little, maybe 5-10 minute break. Oh, we've been streaming for a long time, but I love playing this game. Ah, it's fun. God damn it. Okay, I'm going to take a break and then I will be back. There we go. I spilled some water everywhere. Bit of an oopsie on my part. But we are back. And we're going to be doing some more Werewolf the Apocalypse, the Book of Hungry Names. Just give me 1 second. Okay, we are back. Absolutely back, gamers. Just had to blow my nose very quickly, but we are about to start chapter 3. Just making sure that everything is still all good. Over here, yes, you can see everything. That's excellent. Sorry, I'm just checking my messages. Gosh dang it. We got another one. We got another one, gang. Gotta kill him dead. 1 sec. We're going to report. It is probably a bot. And we are going to ban him. I have killed him dead. Hehehehe. Ha 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 ha. Once again, coming in here. Trying to sell viewers and stuff. But okay. Right. Let us see everybody. Yes, we're about to start chapter 3, Melody and the Magic Pumpkin. That was it. Spirit flames boil out of the soil, blackening the world. Then, oh, that was my Streamlabs. Whoopsie. Blackening the world. Then an old Chevrolet car putters down the road. It's old, but not an antique. Heavily used, spotted with rust and barely running. 2 men in flannel shirts and overalls spot you at the rock wall and regard you with cold suspicion, bordering on hatred until the old car putters around the bend. Oh no! The rednecks! I have had tale. I have had tale of the rednecks. Okay. There's something weird or corrupt about this place, Elton. What's going on? I think it might just be racism. I don't know if shapeshifting burns calories, but I'm hungry. Where's the eye shop? No reason to waste time when we have a pack to rebuild. Elton, where do you think Melody is hiding? The next redneck who looks at us that way is going to receive behavior correction. Sometimes I wonder how anxious I would be if I didn't always have the option of turning into a monster and killing anyone who threatens me. But while I also did like the way Lilia looked at us, Celine, we can't just rip our way through the local bumpkin population, especially since I've already booked 2 rooms. We'll be staying at a B&B in town. You pat your wallet. You have exactly $3.09 to your name. I'm paying, Elton says, with something called a check. Little piece of paper. Write my signature on. Damnedest thing. He's such a bitch. I love him so much. He's so mean. Oh no. Oh no. Does it extend to hot werewolf? Like, hot, like, sexy, chunky, 6'3" werewolves being mean to me as well? Oh no, chat. Oh no. The town's only, I'm paying with something, damnedest thing. Anyway, the small outlay is worth it to me, the locals. The town's only bed and breakfast is a crooked, gambrel-roofed farmhouse, slowly sinking into the mire that constitutes its backyard. It advertises itself with a sign that bangs in the gusty spring breeze. The sign says nothing, only displays crossed sheaves of wheat. The interior is cluttered with colonial bric-a-brac, some useful and heavily worn, like the oak bench across from the front desk, some beyond use even in this backward place, like the silver lamp you check for sharp edges, none, and the collection of porcelain wash basins and pitchers. When you and Elton enter, 4 men seated around a crooked table in an adjoining room suddenly fall silent. You recognize one of them from the Chevrolet. An elderly woman in a grey bun and a long dress stands behind the front desk, but she doesn't react when you enter, except to narrow her eyes. Are we gonna get Wickerman? Are we gonna get Midsummered? Are we gonna get Dunwich Torrid? All of these incredible, but I have a feeling, just with like already the sheaves of wheat and the sort of rednecks, I'm just like, we're gonna get Midsummered, man. Relax, Celine. Elton says, Sotto Voci? I don't know. This is hardly the strangest room I've walked into. He raises his voice and speaks in a slightly fancier British accent. Good afternoon. My name is Elton Day, and I have 2 rooms for the next few evenings. The woman does not react, neither do the men around the crooked table. Well, this is obviously going nowhere. And Elton's cultivated British reserve is rapidly dwindling. I get to work. We're looking for a friend of ours named Melody. Curly auburn hair, early 20s. If it's possible, I'd like to see the rooms first. I'm not getting dragged into some basement and dissected. Forcing myself to be polite, we're here for the werewolf. Fucking incredible. Forcing myself to be polite, I approach the desk and offer to sign for the rooms. I think that's a good idea because we are quite high on rage. Some dim sense of professional responsibility finally stirs the woman behind the desk. Of course, she says, only acknowledges when when he pulls out his oversized European wallet. British sugar daddy is such a good look. I also see that your facility lacks a credit card reader, the theurge says, but I've come prepared with cash and a personal check. What would you prefer? The offer of money propels the woman into action. She accepts Elton's check, then hands both of you physical keys as you sign your name in the registry, which is an actual physical book. You check for other names, but the last guest checked out a week ago. You don't recognize the name. Before you can investigate further, the woman pulls the book away. When you glance up again, one of the men at the table, the one wearing a green coverall like a mechanic, is hurrying away. The rear door bangs open. He's in such a rush. You follow the woman upstairs. She keeps glancing back nervously at you as you ascend. Oh, this place is fucked, brother. Oh no. Oh no, we're in a town full of racist white people. And they're gonna sacrifice us to something, probably. Ah, shit. Why did Melody come here? You follow the woman upstairs to the room. She keeps glancing nervously back at you as you ascend the stairs. But when she finally opens the door, the room looks fine. Quilts on the bed, doilies on the side table, and a little chandelier with electric lights. The wooden floors are crooked but covered in thick, warm rugs, and when you surreptitiously check for trapdoors under the rug, you don't find any. A rickety wooden fire escape leads up to this floor. That's useful if you need to flee in haste, but also a potential entry point for intruders. The bathroom looks recently remodeled. You recognize the lime green and salmon from a 70s interior design blog that Black Tarn used to follow. A door connects this room to another, basically similar chamber. The woman leaves without a word, hesitating only long enough to commit each of your faces to memory. No laptops to hang or check-in, no one holding a smartphone. That's not just rural, that's so weird it has to tell you something. So what's that old lady's problem? Is it a racial thing or what? We are absolutely 100% going to get midsummered. I checked the locks. Incredible. It's just a hick town, Elton says. When we get midsummered, I'm gonna absolutely like fucking punch. Not punch. Tell him I told you so. It's just a hick town, Elton says. I get treated like this all the time. And it's not like you didn't eat your share of weird racism back home. But this place is stranger than that. You make sure the windows are locked, then you check the door locks for each room. They won't stop a rampaging Garu, but they'll slow down a pack of crazed humans. As you glance around through the warped glass of the old window, you think you see the old man who hurried out of the room, the one in the green coveralls lurking among the trees, but then he's gone. I'm more worried about the lack of internet service, the theurge says as he watches you work. You take out your phone, but only to snap a few pictures and enlarge them. The man isn't in any of them. I mean, it's really strange. We're half an hour from my ends, not out on the bloody moors. Knife Eyes was born in this town. He was another Silver Fang. Linus, you never met him. But you're right, Celine. This is beyond weird, into ominous. Maybe Melody is responsible. I don't know. Linus Harriman, Daphne Clear's ex-husband, was born here. And he was a Silver Fang whose deed name was Knife Eyes. Okay, so he's another person who potentially died at Broadbrook. Could that help you find Melody? You don't know. It takes the two of you another 10 minutes to unpack fully and prep multiple escape plans and fallback points in case of disaster. By the time you're done, it's not quite noon. Plenty of time to look for Melody. I'm worried about the lack of connectivity, Elton says as he jots more notes in the Book of January. But if there's a problem, we can just howl. So let's start our investigation by splitting up. Oh, God. And we'll unite here at 7:30 to pull what we've learned. I'm going to the cemetery. He waves a hand vaguely northward. I'm sure you've thought about where to go. Does this plane have a house office? Melody is the source of the weird energy around town. I wonder if I could follow her scent back to her location. I should start by talking to the locals. What about the man in the green coveralls we saw sneaking around? Okay, so let's... That's close to my plan, but I prefer working from a list of names. There's something odd happening in this town, and I think the two of us together can triangulate its course. A bit of occult work on my end, a bit of sniffing in the strange vapours on yours, and maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle. At Melody, you ask? I hope so, Elton says. Though I don't know if Melody is responsible for this, or even what it is, but we can try to find out. Does this place have a town office I can investigate? That might lead somewhere useful. I'm not investigating the graveyard to look for ghosts. I want names. Names I can compare to the registries in the municipal offices. The town hall is right next to the restaurant. Check there and try the offices. If I finish in the cemetery, I'll investigate the historical society. We're looking for anything about Melody, obviously, but we also need to look for anything about the place. So that's going into Glabro, because we're pretty pissed off at the minute. I should start by talking to the locals right here. They seem suspicious, but maybe you can find someone willing to talk. You can start with the rustics downstairs, but Main Street appears to have a post office and a small restaurant. You might be able to speak to people there. And though I know you're not in any physical danger, try not to find yourself alone with a group of them. I don't want to cover up a massacre. He knows me too well. What about the man in the green coveralls we're still sneaking around? Some blokes are just shifty and rat-like by nature, Celine. They don't mean anything by it. But he was outside our room, you say? That's true. Maybe you should follow that up. See if he's involved in our business or just dealing meth. Sneaking around after the locals is risky, though. Don't get caught. Okay, so we've got resolve and investigation, composure and awareness, adopting Glabro, which I'm more inclined to because I don't want to lose my shit on someone. Resolve and persuasion, dex and clandestine. Let's see. So we've got a lot of dex, and I think we've got some clandestine now. So yeah, it'll be at 5. Resolve is 2, resolve, persuasion's at 1, investigation is also at 1, composure and awareness, composure and awareness, it is at 2, okay, it's risky, but I should be light-footed enough to sneak up on the man in the green coveralls and learn exactly what he's up to. I head to the restaurant, stay on my best, friendliest behaviour so I don't freak the normals and ask questions. I adopt my near-human Glabro form to enhance my senses and hunt for the source of the occult energy. I follow my intuition and spiritual awareness to the source of the strange energies that permeate this town. Some patience and investigation, best tip of skill, should let me find records at the town office. Let's go with this. Oh, but no. We are very high on rage at the minute. Like, one step away from freaking the fuck out. Let's go with Dex Clandestine and see if we can catch this guy. You hurry down the stairs, passing the 3 stationary men around their crooked wooden table and heading out the B&B's back door. You look around for signs of the man's passage, but even though you're a good tracker, you don't see anything. It's only when you circle around the little stone library that you spot the man heading into the hardware store across the street. He stops as if he knows you're watching, then spins around, but you've already hidden behind the van in the library driveway. He hurries away from the hardware store. You get close enough to hear a friendly, Good morning, Mr. Ware, and a muttered response. You fall back again as he leaves. You follow silently through the muddy fields and over fences brought down over the winter, then over a low stone wall to an ancient cemetery. But this isn't the cemetery Elton said he wanted to explore. It's older. Its grave markers, goddammit. Its grave markers crooked and splashed with lichen. And there's Mr. Ware in his green coveralls. Mr. Ware works on a grave. You approach as close as you can, stopping only when there are no more trees or large tombstones to hide your approach. As you weigh whether or not to grab the man, he hurries away from the tombstone, carrying something in an old backpack. 5 other men, including the other 3 you remember from the B&B, are waiting for him in an old van. At least one is armed with a rifle. As you watch, you see Mr. Ware pull out religious paraphernalia. Oh, fuck. Robes, masks, sickles. Silver sickles. Oh, fuck. That's not good. I think Melody may have been midsummered. The men handle them efficiently and without much reverence, though they talk in hushed, excited tones amongst themselves. The king? Did one of them say the king? Okay. This is weird. Because there's a lot of symbolism with the Silver Fang being like the queens and the kings of the Garu. They hop into the van and peel out. It looks like the man in green dug up those ritual items, so you trace his steps back until you stop at an ancient and twisted yew tree with exposed roots. The roots lead down into the earth. You turn on your phone's flashlight and cautiously poke your head into the black crevice. The earth under your feet is muddy and cold, and you can see heavy boot treads. He came this way. The flashlight beam illuminates a white stone door just a few feet away, tightly sealed but covered in unfamiliar swearing runes. They're not Garu glyphs, but that's all you can tell. Do Mr. Ware's footsteps lead to the door and are there handprints on the door? Oh, I take as many pictures as I can of this door so I can analyze the design later with Elton. Let's see. You photograph the door as a whole, then each of the whirling runes that cut across the white stone. When you snap a picture of the boot print that leads to the door, the earth spasms, showering you with black dirt. You can't tell if the ceiling is crashing down or the floor is rising up. The walls are definitely closing in. You scramble out of the pit, rolling as it seals like a sphincter. The yew tree shudders in spasms. You rise beneath the warm midday sun and shake black clouds of black earth out of your hair and jacket. Then you check your phone. You still don't have any bars, but you snap a dozen pictures of the white door. You feel like something more is here. A low stone wall surrounds the cemetery on sides except the west, where hasty structural reinforcement leads straight down into a muddy ditch that stinks of corruption. But even though you spend some time wandering among the old graves, you can't find anything immediately useful. You head back into town looking for Elton and spot him stomping down Main Street looking quietly furious. Time to eat, he says, stalking angrily past you. Elton has calmed down a bit by the time he reaches the restaurant. We're going to give him some nerd shit to do. He reaches the restaurant, though the locals recoil as if a man on fire just walked inside. He grabs the nearest booth. 2 angry, incredibly angry Garu just walk in. I found a white door covered in what might be Garu glyphs. I show him the pictures on my phone. I saw men armed with silver sickles get ready for a fight. Looks like you're having a bad time. No luck? I try to be sympathetic. These people need to keep their eyes down before they lose eyeball privileges. Okay. We're going to give him the photos. We're going to give him nerd shit. That should cheer him up. I'm a bit relieved that our phones even work, Elton says. He flips through the pictures, eyes narrowed. Where is this? The cemetery, you say. I was at the cemetery, Elton says. Hill Cemetery, you say. The old one to the south. This was under a dead yew tree. The passes closed up before I could look for a way in. This is definitely Garu work, Elton says. White doors like this are common among Garu in the UK and Ireland, and around here, the Silver Fangs, Melody's tribe, watched over the dead. And Melody's sister wasn't one of us, but I know she helped the Silver Fangs maintain their barrows. Get me a coffee? He tells the waitress, though she hadn't planned to stop. Black, and a roast beef sandwich. You order a mug of cocoa and a sandwich of your own. Oh, we have more cocoa. The waitress leaves, showing no signs that she heard or understood what the Fiaj was saying, which means we need to find Melody alive or dead. Ran into some trouble with some local lads, but my knuckles have already healed. Anyone dead? You can't just go around beating up local boys. I hope you left them where no one will find them. I'd rather not get run out of town. Did they have anything interesting on them? I'm going to ask, anyone dead? Of course not, Elton says. I'm in control of my actions, you know. I only knocked some teeth out and gave them a good scare. They would be back. The waitress brings him his lunch. Elton slams his coffee like it's bourbon and says, but I really thought Melody would be at the cemetery behind the Historical Society. That seems like her kind of place. He takes out the Book of January and scans the names he wrote down at the cemetery. You should check out Hill Cemetery, you say. I'll look there next, though I think I'm going to focus on drawing people's attention. I've already got eyes on me, and I might be able to keep people away from you so you can work. You exchange details about your morning as you both eat your sandwiches, trying to shake loose some vital revelation that each of you only knows half of, but it doesn't work. Finally, Elton drops cash on the table and says, "We'll meet at 7:30 at the B&B. If something goes wrong, Hal. If you hear me, Hal, come running." Two men get up and follow Elton out the door, but you suspect that's the plan. You step outside into the warm spring afternoon, disturbing crows that rise up suddenly and swirl into the leaden sky. As you watch, they scatter in every direction. That white door is obviously important, but you can't reach it anymore, even if that's the physical source of what's weird in this town. You still don't know exactly what is afflicting the locals, so your enemies have silver weapons. Your investigations aren't done, and you want to have more to offer Elton by the time you reconvene at the B&B this evening. Some patience, investigation, skill. Oh, okay, so these are the same options as before. Let's go into Glabro. It'll get our rage down a little bit and help with. Hopefully, we can find some occult energies. You duck into the muddy spring woods that surround the town. Let me see. Yeah, I only went down by one. You duck into the muddy spring woods that surround the town and shift forms, then smell the air with your enhanced senses. The wind smells of damp earth and car exhaust, and for a moment you can't pick up anything unusual. But then a Prius with Vermont plates rolls down Main Street, drawing the coldly furious gaze of a few old men sitting on a porch. They get up and leave, cutting through a field behind their house. Curious, you follow them, careful to remain on the sidewalk so you don't draw their attention. They disappear into the woods. Then you see them again as they cross the first hole of a golf course. For a moment, the far trees of the golf course look unspeakably desolate, twisted, hollow, dead, but still writhing in a breeze you cannot feel. The impression lasts for only a second, but you hurry in that direction until you reach a rectangular mound of grass. It's shaped like the barrow where David Benicki hid, but you think it's a receiving vault for holding the bodies of the dead during the long, cold New England winters when they cannot be buried. You don't think this was ever made of brick or stone, though. It appears to be dug directly into the earth. You circle the receiving vault and find yourself in a cemetery. But this isn't like the one Elton is exploring in the north of town. It's the same one you visited this morning. Oh, we're back here again. This place is old. Its grave markers crooked and lichen-stained. A crumbling stone wall surrounds the cemetery on all sides, except to the west, where hasty structural reinforcements lead straight down into a muddy ditch that stinks of corruption. The ground is soft and treacherous, and we read that part before. That white door you found has to lead into that receiving vault. You wonder how old the door is because it looked new. Magic could have preserved the door, but you don't think those two grave markers in front of you are magical, and they look new too. How peculiar. You approach the markers. The dead yew tree rises nearby. A low building screened by dying trees is visible between the grave markers in the darkness of twilight. Either a shed or mausoleum. It appears entirely covered in crows. They watch your approach. You're within 20 yards when they start to take flight. Black shapes against the black sky, they swirl up and over the trees. More rise up and more, and the building you've been looking at seems to crumble into ruins before your eyes. Then even more crows rise into the sky, cawing wildly, and in seconds there's no building at all. Just the receiving vault you saw earlier. Creepy. Okay, that's incredibly creepy. Let's switch back to spooky stream sounds. And as the light of the sun fades, a rectangular outline appears on the west hill, and clods of grassy earth tumble away, revealing a door of white stone, larger than the one you found beneath the yew tree. It swings open, firelight glows faintly within. Ooh! Don't sneeze, don't sneeze, don't sneeze, don't sneeze. Ah! Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Finally, some answers. I hurry inside, cautious but eager. I'm not familiar with this magic. I approach carefully and respectfully, on guard for any spirits. As Werewolf encountered the mighty Grendel and beat his ass, I prefer to delve into the bowels of the earth and beat up monsters. I don't want to get swallowed by the earth again. How safe does this magic door look by magic door standards? Let's go with this one. Oh, shit! That's... Oh, I got distracted. One hand in your jacket on the hilt of the... Are we still in Glabro? Yes. Excellent. One hand in your jacket on the hilt of your dagger, you march into a rectangular hall cluttered with colonial furniture. A spindly black chair, a plain oak table, and an intricately carved trunk. Heavy, worm-eaten curtains cover the brick walls. A brass lamp hung from a rotting wooden roof beam, fitted with coloured glass. illuminates the walls in yellow and green. Chains support the lamp, and more chains run across the ceiling and are partially hidden by curtains. The functioning of the doors is at least partially mechanical, it seems. The werewolf sits on a carved stump directly beneath the lamp, her green eyes on you, one clawed hand toying with a game piece carved of bone. Black dirt streaks her grey fur. Maggots squirm on the game board before her. Holy shit. And she's in full Krenos. I think this is Melody. But yeah, she's holding this game piece. Is very reminiscent of like Viking era. And so is some of this jewelry as well. Okay, let's find out more. Melody, Eldon is looking for you. We need to rebuild this shadow pack. So this is where the rulers of the Garu spend their time. I can't believe I'm supposed to treat Silver Fangs like royalty. I'm here looking for answers about what's happened to this town. I gesture to the game beast. Forgot your switch, huh? Incredible. Let's mention Eldon, because they know each other. Mel, think carefully before you speak, the werewolf says, before you can utter a syllable. Her voice carries a note of easy command. Then her Krenos form is gone, and a young woman sits in the chair. Curly auburn hair so voluptuous, voluminous, it hides her nakedness. Then she's a wolf. Then all 5 forms at once, a kaleidoscope of limbs and fangs. Words shape our inner reality, and that is all the spirits care about. I am the last palace. But who are you, pup? Your spirit is so weak I can barely see you. 10 eyes seek you in the darkness of the umbra, as something man-shaped and yet unformed shimmers behind Melody's stump throne. Oh, fuck. So is there a spirit here? Is that an ancestor? One of those kept in the receiving vault for winter? Does that spirit command those men with sickles? I'm here to help restore the Broadbrook cairn. I'm not going to bow down to crazy Silver Fangs who live in a corpse repository. Let's start there. I deal with wayward spirits. I'm the one who destroyed the former David Benicki. I'm a seeker. I studied the spirit world under Black Tarn, a great humble traveller. I'm here for answers. Are you responsible for the warping of this town? I'm just trying not to get killed by that thing hovering behind you, for example. Okay. I'm a seeker. It's between these two. Let's ask about the spirit. Melody looks surprised. She collapses back into her helmet form, or at least that's what you perceive. How did you know what this place was? You shrugged. I walked around it. We're all looking for you, Melody. She narrowly manages to avoid smiling. Grimly, the Philodox says, okay, here we go. Here's another one. Philodox. They are like the judges and the yeah, like the judges and the law speakers of the Garu and stuff like that. She narrowly manages to avoid smiling. Grimly, the Philodox says, the spirit here isn't my ancestor, and I thought you were here for me, not him. Does that spirit... Okay. I'm a seeker. I'm here for answers. Does that spirit command those men with sickles? Melody looks terrified, her eyes widening. How do you know, she asks. I saw, you say. We're all looking for you. She doesn't answer your question, but she seems to look at you in a new light. Is that why you're really here, pup? For me? I'm here to restore Broadbrook cairn. I'm a seeker. Let's go with... I'm here to restore Broadbrook cairn. Are you? Melody says with chilling laughter. Will you bow down before the Silver Fangs again as people once did? Do you even know what we were like in the days of glory before this sorry, sodden age? We ruled openly and without apology. The first Silver Fang to rule the 3 families. A distant relation of mine was a king. When someone offended him personally, he killed them. When someone offended the litany, he did much worse. Worse than death, you ask? Banishment? Worse, Melody says. He made them into him. Imagine being a man like one of the old lords of the Garu, cruel, proud, omnipotent, knowing that you are the king of wolves, but now everyone calls you an exile and a beggar. Everyone mocks you. You raise your hand to strike them down with magic, but you have no power. You look for your rage and it is gone. You are nothing, and you believe yourself a king. That was how my ancestor punished his worst enemies. In the end, of course, they killed him for it. He suffered the triple death of all fallen kings. The spirit behind Melody drags physical material into the form of a rough physical body. You can see a crown of spring flowers, and he holds a delicate wand of green shoots. Something red-black holds him together, darkens the scraps of leaf and root he has formed into a robe. Blood, you think. It's Melody's blood. Oh, God. The spirit craves worship, you realize. Worship, tradition, ritual, tradition. Cycles. His eyes are spirals, seasons, eons, and he's growing stronger. You don't think the spirit has the power to seize control of your life story like the Stormcat does. At least not yet, but he's pushing, straining in that direction, growing more powerful on sacrifice and obeisance. Oh. Oh, so this is like... Oh, fuck. This is like to do with my convictions. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So, wait. Who is that? I'm cautious, but mostly I'm curious and I want to learn more. We can still win. I focus on my fellow Garu and my obligations to her. Melody, we need to get you out of here and back to your pack. I face the spirit and tell him, I don't recognize the failed laws of the Garu and I won't bow to you. I'm not proud. I look down and back away from the spirit. I won't urinate submissively, but anything short of that is fine. I snarl at the spirit, ready to unleash my rage if I have to. I study the spirit, looking for ways to show him the respect he needs. All spirits are defined by that kind of acknowledgement. So, I'm very, close to the litany sustains us, the humans must understand, we can still win, find purpose through dignity. I think we're gonna... Like Melody, we need to get you the fuck out of here, Queen. The spirit seems to look into your soul and approve of what it sees. It bows slightly, then fades back into the umbra. Maybe you understand, Melody says. You command the spirit world by understanding who you are. The Vernal King sees that you understood yourself. She toys with her game piece. To be a werewolf is to change. And to change, to have no center, no essential self. A werewolf is a hurricane. Nothing solid, only motion, only a phenomenon. Not a person, not a creature, not a thing. We are only a tangle of winds, directed by... who knows what? We direct the chaos of ourselves into the spirit world to enact our will. You have shown that you understand how to do that. But I still don't understand why you're here. What do you expect to accomplish? What's this game? I studied the unfamiliar pieces in the board. I tried to heal her mind and bring her back to the pack. Melody, Elton wants to see you again. Let's go see him. I lie about exactly why I'm here, manipulating her to reveal more information about the weirdness for this town. It's dangerous, but I get aggressive to shake her out of the complacency. You're rotting down here in a tomb, Melody. Get up. Charisma, intimidation. Tell me about the engineering this place, Melody. I said the train's running around. Charisma, intimidation. How's our charisma, intimidation? Maybe we can shock her out of whatever the fuck she's got going on. It's not great. Let's study the game piece first. A rage for symmetry infects our play, falsely letting us believe that life is fair. She gestures to the beautifully carved wooden board, which shows the central grouping of bone-white pieces, surrounded by a larger force of red clay tokens. The Tafel game is inherently asymmetric. Unlike chess, there is only a single king. The goal of the king's player is to ensure his escape to one of the four corners of the board. The goal of the encircling player is to capture the king. This version of the Tafel game is called Najvishi Kroll? Is otherwise lost, but the three families played it. Oh, so this is like a Polish game. Because I think it said the three families, they came over from Poland during like the first sort of like settlement. Tell you what, if I can beat you in the Tafel game, I want you to tell me what's really going on here. Oh god, how's our intelligence? It's not great. We're kind of stupid. I think the best way to go here... calm persuasion. I think the best way to go here is to try to fucking shake her out of whatever the fuck is going on. This is a place of rebirth, not just death, Melody says. I met David Benicki in a place like this, you tell her. He'd become a monster. He had excuses too. She flinches back, then shakes her head. No, no, Melody says. You don't understand. We're healing down here. The Vernal King is healing this town after what happened. Healing me after what happened. Do you think people want to live the way they do outside Ashfield's borders? Scrolling on their phones to learn how close we are today to climate collapse? Watching politicians that they can't influence, get rich on false promises. The Vernal King offers a better world, and if we conduct the rites properly, we can make the world real. The price is high, but I am willing to pay. You see the doubt in her eyes, though. Before you can learn more, the light of an oil lamp spills from a tunnel on the far wall. The air ripples. You need to go, Melody says. Elijah Ware is coming. The priest, the Vernal King's priest. You remember the silver sickles. You could probably survive the fight, but then what? You see the hopelessness in Melody's eyes. Her expression tells you that she's bound here by the Vernal King's rights and bans, and killing a heathen priest won't change that. Tell Elton I will speak with him tomorrow night before the rite, Melody says. What rite? I'm still desperate for more information. A human priest? Why can't you fight him? We're here to help you, Melody. I'll let him know where you are. I'm not picking a fight unless I have to. I nod to Melody and get out before the priest sees me. A human priest? Why can't you fight him? What would be the point of killing one man? There are always more. You're tempted to stand and fight, but you don't know whose side Melody will take, so you retreat. Back the way you came. When you turn, the white door closes, and then suddenly the door is gone, leaving only smooth grass. It's pitch black, the moon obscured by low clouds that threaten rain. You check your phone. It's 8:45 p.m. How did you lose so much time? You were supposed to meet Elton hours ago. You set out towards the cemetery's entrance. Then you stop. Where did that big dead tree go? Then you see it in the sky. Oh, fuck! Evil tree! The U crawls through the air, jet black against the cloudy black sky. Its branches writhing. Its roots full of grave stuff. The smell of rot hits you like a cloud of gnats. Crows sit in the tree's branches or circle it in low, lazy arcs. But then it just passes you by, squirming higher until it vanishes into the low black clouds of the night sky. You cough as the stink of corruption fades. Holy shit, flying undead tree. Where have you been? Elton says, poking his head out of the window of the B&B. You're not my mom, Elton. Melody's in trouble. She's tangled up in spiritual obligations I don't understand. You talked to her and spoke to her. She's in a receiving vault, and she's mixed up with an ambitious god and his priests. Can I come up? Elton runs down the rickety wooden fire escape, banging with every step, and hustles you inside. The first thing you do is help yourself to some leftover pizza. Apparently the town's bizarre time watch doesn't affect the locals from enjoying this kind of exotic ethnic fare. So, Elton says, as you gnaw on a crust, you actually spoke to Melody? You fill him in on your investigations, with a particular emphasis on your meeting with Melody. Elton has you go over every word. His name was Mr. Ware? Okay, I'm gonna have a little snacky real quick. Oh, that chocolate is very melted. Oh, nom nom. Oh shit, wait. Okay. No, okay. God damn it. Okay. Let's see. You nod. Elijah Ware, owner of a local garage. That confirms what I've turned up. Go on. You make sure to cover every detail you remember from the day's investigations. Then you listen as the Theurge describes his activities. I was also able to identify Elijah Ware, this alleged priest, because he visited the cemetery where I spent most of my day. Of course, now we know I was in the wrong cemetery the whole time, but I learned something from the Historical Society building nearby. The director there, another man we saw downstairs when we first arrived, tried to hide the town's regular festivals from me. Festivals, you ask? The chances that both of you are going to get midsummer before this is all over. Reevaluating the chances. 3 per year for the past 3 years. Oh, repetition and patterns. 3 is a powerful number in certain religions. Elton says, each has involved both Elijah Ware and Lucy Shea. The latter is the owner of this B&B. We're coming up on the spring festival for the Vernal King. They tried to hide the pictures they've taken, but Melody and Elijah Ware have presided over all of them. Our obligation now is twofold. First, we must rescue our lost packmate, and second, as Garu, we cannot present some grotty little nature spirit to lord over mortals. Following the litany is what got everyone killed in the first place. Let's just grab Melody and go. The spirit appears to have wandered out of his natural place. How do we restore this proper role in the ecosystem? Can we solve this by just killing Elijah Ware before he makes trouble? This priest, Elijah Ware, has the clues we need. What about a late-night interrogation, or at least investigation? How are we doing? We're doing pretty good. Yeah, how do we restore its proper role? The first step to controlling or placating a spirit is understanding its function. I learned a little at the Historical Society, but tomorrow I'm hitting the library. Sorry. I am snacking at the same time. Snacking and hydration is important while doing... How long have we been going? Oh, it's been 7 hours. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is pretty bad. I'm hitting the library. A rattle from downstairs. Elton cracks the door, then shakes his head. He didn't see anyone. One of us will remain on guard at all times tonight. I'm not afraid for our physical safety, but I don't trust these people. Tomorrow we need to speak to Melody again, if at all possible. Investigate the town to learn who knows about the Vernal King, and figure out what this ritual is all about. We have 3 days till the spring equinox. After a few more minutes of planning, you take a shower in your room's old-fashioned but functional bathroom. You lean your head against the tiles and watch as black rivulets flow off your body and down the drain. You make sure no more blood is clinging to your skin and dry yourself off. Then you check the landscapes on the wall for peepholes or anything else weird. As Elton starts to settle down, you take first watch, peering through the window to listen to sounds down below. But everything is quiet. After a few hours, Elton relieves you, and you crawl into bed. As you fall asleep, your brain keeps replaying everything you saw in Melody's barrow, trying to piece together what you're missing. You know you're missing something. Oh, nom nom nom, little sip. Your dreams are fragmented and cyclical, looking back on themselves, an endless, brutal procession, like seasons that come and go without any real change. The only dream you can remember is a nightmare. A family dog goes into a cave and you hear it yelping and howling all around the hillock that the cave leads into. It keeps howling until it's drowned out by other voices, laughing with cruel delight, and then suddenly it's silent. Are we having like prophetic dreams? Celine, Elton says, wake up, alarming events have transpired. It's a half hour before sunrise when you stumble to the window and tug it open. The morning air is bitterly cold and the streets are so fog-shrouded that for a moment you can't see anything. When your eyes adjust to the unexpected murk, you see pastel ribbons and spring flowers wrapped around utility poles and stop signs down below. They're everywhere, in such profusion that either a whole army must have come through town or everyone participated in the setup while you were asleep. Is this right tied to a May Day or fertility festival? We need more information fast. Have you felt yourself being mentally influenced? If that's happening, we may need to get out of here. This mind warp has to emanate from the Vernal King. Let's get rid of him and stop this before it's too late. Let's ask if he also feels like he's been mentally fucked with. I haven't felt anything out of the ordinary mentally, Elton says. If you did, would you know? You ask. That's what I'm worried about, the Theurge says. We may need to deal with this Vernal King swiftly and with prejudice if he shows the ability to influence Garu, but I want more information before I charge in, fangs blazing. I want to visit the library and learn more about whatever rite is unfolding here and how to stop it. When should we meet up again, you say? Ask. 7 o'clock sharp, and I want to avoid the B&B. We'll use the town common. I'll follow Elton to the library. That's our best chance to learn more clues. I return to Hill Cemetery and speak with Melody again to help rebuild our pack. I conduct the patrols and check escape and attack routes. I'm going to crush this cult, but first I need to know the terrain. Let's do this one. Yesterday's investigations only showed you the town centre and the old graveyard, but these old New England towns sprawl far out into the hills, and spirits are stronger out here. There. If Vernal King has allies or places of power, they'll be in the wilds. A more practical concern is that if you and Elton need to flee quickly, you'll need to clear a path out of town. You head east along Main Street, past the town common, where you'll meet up with Elton later. Looking for a good place to cut into the woods and start exploring, you're concentrating so intensely that you barely notice the old jeep rolling your way until its shadows crossed your path. You barely have time to throw yourself into the dirt before a hefty bag flies past you and bursts. Rancid ham, salad, and half-empty soup cans splash and tumble across the asphalt as the truck driver shouts a slur and then skids to a halt about 20 feet away. There are at least 3 locals in the truck. Oh dear. Fighting is pointless. I fall back. I'm not blowing the investigation with the... Right, time to teach these locals lessons they won't forget. Oh, we could murder a bunch of racists. Let's do it. You stalk towards the locals. The driver actually looks afraid. He guns the engine and the truck bounces off the side of the road and races away. Assholes. You wipe your... Oh, I'm very angry. You wipe your skinned hands on your jacket. You're a little scratched up, but it's not too bad. The trash smells awful, but your job as a protector of Gaia doesn't extend to banging up someone's rancid garbage. Instead, you step into the foggy woods. I'll systematically investigate the woods using my wilderness training to look for anything strange or dangerous or useful. I use my knowledge of small unit tactics to figure out where the Vernal King's agents might station snipers. Holy shit. I explored the urban-rural divide, looking for streets and parking lots where a clever cultist might set up an ambush. I employ stealth and a light step to see what the locals are up to. Dex clandestine. First, I shift into my glabro form to enhance my senses and maneuverability. Actually, I go somewhere else. We're very high on reach right now, so we're very likely to flip out. But I think resolve survival is going to be a good one. But let's shift to glabro first, and then do resolve survival. Oh, I skipped over that. Sorry. You follow the most straightforward path to learning something useful about the woods. You walk into the woods. This is worked land, but you quickly discover trails used by humans or maybe meth runners. Some have seen recent use. Moving cautiously, you follow one trail to some kind of outdoor theatre, centered around 2 large barns. The place seems important, so you circle around and study the buildings. This place looks suspiciously defensible. There are good places for snipers on the barn, and the little tower and defenders could fall back to the central stone building. You memorize the layout, taking photos of the barn, the low tower, the open fields, and the ponds screened by trees and rushes. Then you head back into the muddy woods, where you find more hidden trails. After a few more hours, you're confident. If you have to, you can get Melody out of here and vanish into the forest before the Vernal King and his priests can stop you. Assuming you can get Melody to leave, of course. You head for the town common where Elton told you to meet him. Along the way, you see even more signs of the upcoming festival. Elton is where he's supposed to be, so you fill him in on everything that happened. He listens attentively, then turns to the important subject of where to have dinner. Elton looks around. But where can we get something to eat when no one will watch us? Is there a gas station in town, you ask? Do they have anything? I'd hope for something in the manner of a French bistro, Elton says with a sigh. Isn't that just the fucking way? But that will have to do. Lots of furtive activity in town. Glimpsed dimly through the fog as you follow Elton. It sets you on edge. Do you hear that? Elton says. A regular thumping, maybe an engine. Following the sound, you spot a procession winding east down Main Street, led by the garage owner Elijah Ware and the B&B proprietress Lucy Shea. Followed by the librarian and another woman beating drums. Dozens of revelers in stark green or white robes follow them. That's not bloody fair, Elton says. We still have 2 days until the spring equinox. I was planning on that. Damn it, the Vernal King can't even manage to keep a simple calendar. So we free Melody tonight. With Garu, we're always ready for a jailbreak. What about the talk of sacrifice? Someone might get murdered tonight unless we stop those priests. Damn, I wanted more information before we acted. Maybe they rejected the Gregorian calendar reforms of 1582. I bet pagans would do that. It's very fun. Yeah, what about the talk of sacrifices? Which leaves us with the question, what else can we do except start killing? Let's start by clobbering some rogue guys and take their place. Where's Melody? Our goal is to return her to the pack. We should check the receiving vault, maybe even pull her out of there. We still have stuff at the B&B. One of us should go back there before we get robbed. There's some kind of outdoor theatre south of here. That must be where they're going. Let's get there first and get into position. This seems like the best idea. Clobbering some rogue guys. That's actually not a bad idea, Elton says. I've actually done the thing where we steal cultist robes and sneak in after them. And I'm forced to admit that it appeals to my sense of melodrama. Who do we target, you ask, watching the procession, which now numbers at least 100 people. Elton points to a quartet emerging from a nearby farmhouse. They've stopped to adjust their robes, fussing like they're getting ready for prom. You nod and head them off as they cut through a footpath between the two garages. Oh my gosh, excuse me. There's very little four unprepared elderly people could do against werewolves. In seconds, all four cultists are stunned, stripped, trussed, gagged, and tossed in the root cellar. Hoping that you're not wearing the wrong kind of robes, you join the procession. Hanging back and sticking to the shadows, Elton fiddles with the plastic mask and tries to hide his hair. The jostling crowd separates you from the theurge as you head east down Main Street, under streaming pastel banners. As you pass the community hall, a small white building with its doors flung open, you spot regalia inside, a sort of archaic bridal outfit. You don't have to be a scholar of pagan ritual practice to know that Melody is going to end up in that costume. You spot Elton at the end of the procession. He's gesturing for you to get under cover. 5 robed men are moving through the crowd, heading your way. Elton keeps gesturing. He doesn't want to fight just yet, so you duck into the community hall. No one pays you any mind. You step cautiously inside, ready to flee and rejoin the flow of revelers. The moment there's trouble, the 5 guards miss you completely and keep moving. The main room is empty except for the bridal outfit and an ancient leather-bound book that details the harvest rite, and a cardboard box full of abandoned smartphones. A radio crackles and you flinch. One of the men from the B&B guards the rear entrance with a shotgun. He touches the police walkie-talkie in his shoulder and says, "Community all clear. 1925 hours." It should be trivially easy to take him down from behind, you realise. If things go wrong later, that's one less guy with a shotgun. Is there anything interesting among the phones? I clobber the guard before he causes trouble, then grab his shotgun. I bet that's full of use. Yeah, the ritual book's going to be good. You have to get dangerously close to the guard to grab the book from its little table. You duck low, then frog walk to the table, scoop the book up, and cautiously open it. The 4th event, Acknowledgement of the Sacral Pumpkin. The fuck? Oh yeah, this is good stuff, and the book isn't large. You and Elton need to read this. You slide the little book into the pocket of your jacket under your robe. Chapter 1. Mrs. Shea just told me she saw that black boy heading east. Channel 1. Miss Shea just told me she saw that black boy heading east near the hall. The radio crackles. Check out front, see if you can confirm. Sure thing, the guard says. You duck out of the hall a half second before the guard turns. From there, you rejoin the tail end of the procession. The guard steps outside and scans the crowd, but you keep your head down. The procession emerges from the thinning fog and crosses the wide, grassy field around the outdoor theatre. Do you see Mr. Ware? Elton asks. You shake your head. Of course, he's probably ditched his green coveralls for the ceremony. Melody walks up behind the multitude, dressed in a gown and elaborate fanned headdress, surrounded by masked guards armed with shotguns and silver sickles. You're right about the sickles, Elton says. And you're ready for them, but they're still troubling. Behind Melody, 2 men carry what looks like a gilded cauldron covered in spring flowers and lit tapers. As it gets closer, you realize that it's a huge pumpkin, intricately carved with ritual scenes and inlaid with gold. There's the Holy of Holies, the Vernal King's magic lamp, his tabernacle. I was able to talk to one of the priests, I think. I understand the outline of this rite. It's a marriage ritual, repeated 3 times per year between the Triple King, currently in his spring form as the Vernal King, and Melody, and it's a sacrifice. Blood will flow tonight. I wish I knew more, though. Does this help, you ask, holding up the harvest rite? Great Gaia, Elton says. How did you get this? Dishonestly, how do you think? I'm afraid I stole it from the community centre. Just tell me if it has the answers we need. Elton, I'm really trying not to kill a bunch of people tonight. Let's find something in here so we don't have to. Just tell me if we can conduct some kind of rite to banish the Vernal King. My question is, why do humans know all this about the spirit world? We need to put a lid on this. Just honestly, how do you think? Elton reads frantically as he goes. Okay, we're going to need a kind of ritual narrative. This is incredible. I see evidence of Siberian shamanism in the separation and reintegration of times and places in this context. It symbolizes the physical and spiritual section of the shaman hero and his reintegration, transformed and perfected. But more importantly, this ritual requires 4 participants: Melody, the Vernal King, a hero, and a kind of dragon or monster figure. I have an idea. Cillian, if you could take on the role of the hero, You could symbolically thwart this ritual, disrupting the Vernal King's hold over the town and letting us rescue Melody and perhaps grab the spirit. Grab it, you ask? How many Garu can command delusion powers like the Vernal King wields? Might that not be useful as we rebuild? If you can weaken it enough through ritual, Melody or I might be able to command it. I know we're, busy, but it's something to consider. You don't have anything that would explain the ritual in more detail, though. I'm not holding anything else back, you say. I'm starting to think we have a chance here. Melody and the ceremonial pumpkin thing approach the smaller of the barns where a stage is set up. Okay, I have an idea. If the harvest rite is like the midsummer rite we're seeing now, this is a kind of hero marriage ritual associated with fertility and the turning of the seasons. The Heartwarden tribe practices rites like this one, as did the cult of Fenris before their fall. The rite typically involves a young king or hero overcoming a dragon or a monster to find a treasure, usually a treasure within the earth, and marrying a woman. What if we disrupt the rite? How, you say? We just find who's playing the hero figure, and Celine, you take their place. Why me? You're the theurge. Does anyone see anyone here in a hero costume just lying around? Do you think there are any cosplayers in this town? I still think it's easier to just tear into these cultists and rescue Melody. How do I conduct the ritual properly, or I suppose improperly? Why me? You're the theurge. I belong to a tribe and I have a patron spirit. I don't think Vahan would let me participate, or more accurately, I think it's impossible for me to participate. But if I'm going to play the hero, you observe, the first step is getting a costume. I think that's him, Elton says, pointing to a man not far from Melody, a young man with a prematurely lined face. He looks like one of the many drifters, wanderers you've met over the years. His expression shows a mix of exultation and fear, mixed with heavy intoxication. Oh, fuck. Heavy intoxication. He staggers a little as he walks. He's dressed in a ceremonial armor and wears a wooden sword at his waist. Let's grab him and take the costume, Elton says. Even if we grab him, won't someone stop us, possibly with a silver sickle? Let's be careful not to hurt the current hero. He looks like he got kidnapped and drugged. He's a victim here. The energies here are strange. Are you sure we're not already being mentally influenced? Point of order, I am not male. Can I still be the hero? Even if we grab him, won't someone stop us? I don't think they can. The Vernal King has completely warped these people. I don't think they can interfere or even realize that you were the one wearing the armor of the hero. Elton might be right. People are glassy-eyed and vacant, and even... Oh, excuse me. And even the guards seem lost. The procession files down toward the barn you were just in, and forms a loose semicircle. Sickle-armed guards herd the hero and a dazed-looking Melody toward an open patch of grass. Others set down the gilded pumpkin that contains the Vernal King and run trains between it and the stage. Lucy Shea lights 2 rows of copper braziers, marking a path between the stage and the pond. The owner of the B&B wears a deer mask, and from the way she walks, she's armed with more than just a torch. Spiritual energy floods out of the pumpkin. What the fuck is... Magic pumpkin, holy! The grass ripples and the frog swirls. There's more chatter from the police radios. The Vernal King is strong, but not invincible. If we carry off this rite well enough, I think we might be able to bind him. Okay, alright, so... Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck. Pains. We might be able to bind him. That might be useful. Not many Garu can manipulate people's thoughts and sense impressions. And if we could weaken him enough that Melody or I could... CB3, do you copy? I repeat, the intruders are moving towards the lake. Do you copy? But the police and guards don't respond. It's like they can't hear it. You point toward another peculiar sight. A jeep rumbles across the grass and slows to a halt. The driver gets out confused and stares at the jeep like it's nothing he's ever seen before. You're not sure, but you think the people of Ashfield are mentally regressing further, so far that they can't understand radios or internal combustion engines. I don't want to kill half of this town. Let me return to my Homid form and I'll take part in the rite. I reckon the chance to participate in this strange ritual. Let's grab the hero costume and try the rite. No, too risky. Let's just kill some people and get Melody out of here. This ritual is ridiculous. We're ripping these cultists apart right now. I want to kill half the town. Give me a second, Elton says. Shadows spread. Oh, that's so sick. Toward the armored hero. Elton crawls towards him on all fours, slipping effortlessly past the deer mask Mrs. Shea and avoiding the light of her braziers. There's a thump in the darkness, and a moment later Elton returns, carrying the drifter over his shoulder. He sets the terrified man down and says, "It's your lucky day, my friend. No one is slitting your throat." As he speaks, he strips the man of his costume. "Unless they catch you, I encourage you to run." The man runs, vanishing into the fog. You return to your Homid form, then don the bronze armor, the ceremonial sword, and the meter of the hero. "It's interesting," Alan observes, "what constitutes a serious obstacle for the Garu and what does not. I'm going to position myself just south of wherever you are. If things go wrong, grab Melody and we'll clear a path toward the woods." Then a voice rings out across the field. "The rains have not come. The fields are grey. When will the wheel turn? When will the snows retreat?" That's Melody, resplendent in her floral headdress, standing on a raised wooden platform between the two barns. She stands next to the rune-carved pumpkin where the Vernal King resides, and surrounded by... I have received a message. Carved pumpkin where the Vernal King resides, and surrounded by robed men with torches. All eyes turn to you. There's no recognition of anything unusual in their vacant gazes. By contrast, Melody seems almost entirely lucid now. Her expression alternately shows anticipation, dread, and terrible rage. It's time you approach the stage. The ritual opens with a long monologue by Melody. As she speaks, she surreptitiously hands you a pamphlet containing the text of the play. Just like you thought, this is a rather simplistic hero's journey. It involves a young hero in a kingdom cursed by an endless winter, who travels to a faraway land, fights the cold drake, and recovers the golden flower to bring about spring. Your frantic reading reveals 3 acts: the initial journey to the land of the forgotten flower, the battle against the cold drake, and the tricky negotiation to get the flower maiden, that's Melody, to accept the flower and a marriage offer. The only problem is that your dialogue has been crossed out and rewritten multiple times, producing a confused palimpsest of motivations and personalities for the hero. The handwriting is different each time too. Melody's voice fades and the chorus starts up. Who will stop the cold and how? Who will? As they chant... I'm just going to take a picture of this just in case they need me to remember shit. Okay. Who will stop the cold and how? Who will? As they chant, Melody leans towards you and whispers, "You've met the Vernal King before. He's like any other spirit. Bind him with who you are, Celine. Command him with your own. Is there anyone brave enough? Is there anyone true enough?" That's your cue. You step forward, drawing 100 vacant gazes. Not even the priests seem to realize that you're not the drifter. Spiritual energy boils from the huge cauldron-like pumpkin as you speak the printed lines. "I will do this thing. I will fight this thing. I will find this thing. I will earn the love of the flower maiden." Words are hard. This may be like our last chapter before I have a little go to sleep, and I might play more tomorrow. "But how?" the chorus intones. "How will you cross the night bridge to the land of flowers? All who have tried have perished." Here's where the text turns into a palimpsest. You scan many possible lines, seeking one that's in accord with your nature, and speak. Okay. "I have friends to aid me among the regular folk whose trust I enjoy. I know the spirits of these lands and seek their aid. I'll answer a spirit. I have secured myself a chariot and I can protect myself. I'm more sure to survive." What have we got? Who are we? Let's see. Humans must understand. Okay. I haven't gotten anything on our weapon is rage or our answer is spirit, basically. Humans must understand. 5 men and women step out of the audience, bow to you, and lead you down toward the lake. You feel the Vernal King seething as your conviction starts to bind him. The audience that gathers around the water seems entirely hypnotized now. By contrast, Melody, waiting back on the grassy slope, trembles with manic excitement. The choral recitation starts up again. Guards carry the pumpkin down slope past the braziers to your location and veil it behind a tacky-looking brazen palm leaves. The chorus describes the hero's victories and travails. You act them out according to the stage directions you've been given, lulling the audience deep into a hypnotic state. Then Melody cries, "Beware, hero! The cold drake rises!" Even as she speaks, a man dressed all in blue and green rises out of the pond, water streaming down his metal scales which flash orange in the torchlight. It's Elijah Ware. He regards you with the same cold, barely suppressed hatred you saw in his eyes the first time he looked at you seated at the B&B. The same hatred you've seen all over town this past few days. Mr. Ware recites his lines with vigor, describing the dragon's various modes and methods of invincibility. The recitation goes on for long enough that you're able to scan your lines again as Elton moves. Just hurriedly looking at our lines in our pocket. Scan your lines again as Elton moves into position around the lake. Then the chorus chants again. How will you overcome the dragon, O hero? Is the gist of it, and you're on again. You flip through the palimpsest, hoping one of these lines will resonate with the vernal king and with your own nature. I defeat the cold drake by following and invoking the law, as I am a faithful servant of the gods and my kingdom's elders. The litany sustains us. My wrath and fury will grant me victory over the cold drake. Our weapon is rage. I use jokes and tricks to beguile the dragon, fooling it so it exposes its weakness. Find courage through laughter. Let's have a quick look. So we are more find purpose through dignity, and the litany sustains us. Let's go with the first one. Despite Elijah Ware's metal fangs, this conflict is largely symbolic, and you make it more symbolic still by invoking your mastery of the law. You're no scholar, but you recognize within yourself the authority of the litany. And though he may not want to, Elijah Ware plays along. The cold drake symbolically weakens as you recite lines that assert your authority as a lawgiver and a faithful servant of the gods. The pumpkin trembles again as you bind the vernal king with your flawless mastery of the ritual prophecy. You continue the ritual, symbolically claiming the chain-wrapped pumpkin that represents the golden flower, and then preparing to set out on your return journey where you'll use the flower to free your land of winter and marry the flower maiden. As you recite the words of binding over the pumpkin, you can feel the vernal king's frustration and rage, because this rite really is binding him. Could you perhaps, with Melody's help, permanently bind the triple king to Broadbrook and exploit his powers to protect your territory? You may have a chance if you can keep this up. The chorus recites more lines. You frantically read ahead. Next, the cold drake is supposed to lash out dramatically and then whisper dire warnings into your ear as it dies. Instead, Elijah Ware creeps forward and you see him pull a knife, a real knife, against a spray-painted cardboard breastplate. It looks like Elijah's going off script. He wades through the knee-deep water, utility knife gleaming in the light of the braziers. I just endure the knife wound. I can take it and keep going. I quickly take the knife from Elijah and stab him, moving so fast the audience doesn't realize what's happening. Dex combat. I don't kill him, but I hurt him enough to frighten him. Charisma, intimidation. I keep the narrative going and symbolically killing the dragon and relying on Elijah's senses of fear. Enough. Snarling with rage, I kick Elijah in the water, ending the rite and attack the priests. Oh, very close to flipping the fuck out, but I think we're gonna go with Dex combat, gang. You're not getting stabbed for this fool's pride. You twist out of the way in the ankle-deep water, strike the inside of his wrist, catch the knife in midair as it falls, and drive it between his fourth and fifth rib. His eyes widen with shock as you twist the blade, palm it, and lower him into the water while flawlessly reciting your next lines about claiming the golden flower. As his guards freeze in shock, they alone seem to understand what you've done. The Vernal King shivers with rage inside his carved enclosure, furious that you're winning this abstruse contest of spiritual authority. Singing and festive drumming accompany your victorious return to your native kingdom with the golden flower in tow. Elton, still hidden in the fog, tenses and gets ready to attack as the Vernal King rises out of his tabernacle. For a moment, he is only a point of gravity, sucking in air and fog, and the roots and grasses and ritual dolls fly up into the air, and he looms over the assembly, twice the height of a man, limning the dry grass with the green radiance of a coming spring and banishing the winter. It's hard to make sense of the fire or light that surrounds him. It's dingy and rusty. Then you realize that it's old blood. Oh, ooh, gosh, I just tapped the table with my wheelchair because I'm fiddling. Let me just turn my monitors back. Oh shit. Wait. Don't fall over, please, monitor. Ah! Okay, it's fine. It's all propped up on a bunch of books. My other monitor, because it's too heavy for like my two monitor setup, and it just sort of collapses in on itself. My main monitor's fine, but it's just my old monitor that I use as my second one for stream stuff. Anyway, it's dingy and rusty. Then you realize that it's old blood, old sacrifices. The king is ablaze with the heart's blood of his cult's offerings. The radiance is what remains of last season's blood, but the spirit wants more. You wince at the flagrant violation of the veil, the part of the litany that demands both Garu and spirits avoid the notice of regular people. The chorus chants as you hike back up the hill between the oil braziers. They describe how the golden flower banishes the winter and thaws the rivers and lakes. Melody sidles up to you. You think the Triple King's power is starting to affect you too, since at first you see her as the flower maiden, not a worried-looking young woman in an oversized headdress. What exactly do you think you're doing? She whispers as the chorus chants. We're putting the pack back together. This is the only way we could think of not killing everyone. We're planning to bind the Infernal King and use his powers to keep us safe. The truth is hard, but I need to learn what happened that last night. This is not the fucking time. We're planning to bind the Infernal King. Is that allowed? Melody asks. You shrug. The last thing you want to do is argue the litany with a silver-fanged philodox. It might be possible, though, you say, if we can just beat him down enough with his own right. I like the idea of beating him down, Melody says, and sticking him in a little box. Even better. You have him, though as long as you can avoid any mistake during the calling of the bride. You flip through the book. Your final task is to persuade the Flower Maiden that you're a worthy bridegroom. And once you're done, Melody whispers before she gets back in position, you'll just have to survive the Infernal King breaking the narrative. That's what he does, you understand. He feeds on these people through willful violation of the right. By stepping out of the narrative and killing the hero, he was going to slit that drifter kid's throat. Wait, so how can I... You start to say, the hero returns, the chorus chants. His bride awaits, but look, she hesitates on the threshold. To slay the cold drake is brave, but killing defies the spirit. What can he say to persuade her that his intentions are pure? You look around for Elton, interested in any advice he can offer about the Infernal King killing you, but you don't see him. Oh, hero, Melody intones, climbing past the chains up onto the stage. Why should I love a slayer? Right, you're on. You ascend the stage to stand beside Melody. Leave the old traditions behind in winter. We will create a new world. The laws of common people are as nothing for... We are not common people. We punish them for what we do freely. My honor is my armor, my dignity, my shield against impurity. Find purpose through dignity. That's the only one we've got. Melody the Flower Maiden nods as you speak. As the lines you recite resonate with your inner nature, so does the assembled crowd. The Vernal King, bright as the full moon now, writhes and howls as you bind him with your flawless interpretation of the wedding vows. Okay, Melody whispers. It's time for the Triple King to go off script. Be ready. She sounds lucid, though her green eyes are feverishly bright. She's been waiting for this opportunity for the past 3 years. The Vernal King shouts in a dozen languages, but his followers in chaos and his holy light is dimming by the second. He's beaten. The villagers scream and flee, the rites spell broken, but Lucy Shea is sloshing through the pond, desperately trying to restore some semblance of order. You're not going to let her. Melody snarls as the fighting starts and shifts into her monstrous Krenos form. Elton, you say, pointing to the priestess in the deer mask. The Theod rushes Mrs. Shea and kills her with a single blow, then turns on the others. The priests barely have time to raise their sickles before they're dead. As Elton falls back to protect Melody, you turn your attention to the Vernal King. 2 priests carried the strange and elaborate tabernacle with great care and reverence, but the pumpkin itself is only about 1 foot in diameter. Dodging bolts of flame hurled from the blazes as the Vernal King realizes what you're doing. You grab the artifact and run to the shadows of the tree line. Deceiver! The Vernal King roars at the Philodox. You belong to me, child. A bolt of green flame knocks you to the ground, but dwindles into nothingness around Melody and Elton. The Vernal King howls with frustration as Elton reaches out with some kind of Garu rune magic, forcing the pumpkin to roll his way. It rolls away from you, skids across the grass and lands at Melody's feet. She sets her foot atop it like a conqueror. You belong to Gaia, little king, Melody says. You've just forgotten. Then she speaks words of power that were old when the Avars swept across Byzantium. The Vernal King howls again, as for just a moment the fulcrum of the whole world turns around the little pumpkin. Then he falls like Satan out of the heavens, faster than your eye can track, and vanishes with the thunderclap into his graven prison. Roots and leaves and worms and little wicker dolls rain down on the field as his stolen body returns to the earth. Melody gives Elton a little fish bump, then picks up the pumpkin. He's mine, she says. Let's go. The priests and guards are almost all dead, and the survivors are in full retreat. You signal for everyone to escape into the south woods. Yay! You flee into the woods for a few minutes, but then everyone seems to remember that you left your attackers dead and mangled. But there's no reason to run. Everyone stops in an open that there's no reason to run. Sorry. Everyone stops in an open glade, change back to their homid forms. Next, a few confused minutes with foam flashlights and plastic bags full of clothes as everyone gets dressed. Melody's hair is larger than the headdress she wore as the Flower Maiden. She keeps trying to push it down. What happened to my barrows? She asks while I was away. David Manecki took them over and turned into a fomor, Elton says. Don't worry, I killed him. You lived in the barrows? Silverfangs are weird. Where's Melody going to stay? Do you think the people of Asheville will be okay, and now that those priests are dead? So let's plug the Triple King in and see what he does. Don't worry, I killed him. I never liked that gun nut, Melody says. What did you do to the place? We reversed most of the damage, Elton says. He built a dam, mutilated horses until they became infected with banes. There's still a lot of work to do there, though. Then I know where I'm going, the Philodox says. Did he use my house? Your house? Elton asks, surprise. I guess he didn't, Melody says. Elton and Melody chat easily as they walk through the dark woods, as if haven't seen each other for 3 days instead of 3 years. Only when the conversation turns to those they've lost, Elton's wife Catherine, Melody's sister Harmony, parents, friends, human and Garu, all gone, does the conversation grow tense. With the 3 families all but extinct and the werewolf elders dead, Elton and Melody are the most senior of the Garu. The Shadow Lord and the Silver Fang are the last heirs of a dead hierarchy, and you can almost feel their friendship straining as they instinctively vie for dominance. You're starting to wonder if you're just going to walk the 5 hours back to Northampton when Roscoe's van rolls up. Melody, he says. He sounds almost too stunned for emotion. Roscoe, you're looking well, Melody says. You look like they buried you alive, girl, Roscoe says. Everyone get in. There's reports of a flying tree and I want to go home. Melody and Elton spend... Oh yeah, the fucking flying demon tree. That's probably fine. Melody and Elton spend the drive back discussing boring logistical issues like getting the Philodox a new laptop, updating his state ID. You had hoped to see one of the old palace mansions, but Roscoe drops you off outside your gambrel. Oh, this is the place you meant. Melody asks Elton when she sees it. Isn't this the place where Kate and Knife Eyes? Don't tell her. Elton whispers as you jump out of the van. Then he leans forward to talk to Roscoe. Celine, Melody says, leaning out of the van. Thank you. I need to start rebuilding the barriers, but you and I need to talk more. Come and see me when you can. You nod. Then watch as the van reverses and trundles back up the dirt road, leaving you alone. There's one member of the old pack rescued. Podge, the Bone Nora, and Nim, the Child of Gaia, are still out there somewhere, but they can wait until tomorrow. You stumble inside around 3 a.m. so tired that your bones ache and barely manage to pull your waterproof boots off before you topple into bed. You don't dream at all. Oh, okay. So we are back. I'm probably gonna, it's very possible I may end stream around about now. Let's just do some final little sort of, oh shit. You know, we want to do like some all the final little like bits that we do for Hades too. Just checking emails, stuff like that. I've been conducting more research about the Vernal King that imprisoned Melody. One book I was able to find talks about the Triple King found in pagan beliefs, or what is now Poland and the Czech Republic. This is where the 3 families were originally from. Apparently the Triple King was once a much more significant figure than the one we encountered. Perhaps we're lucky we were able to stop him when we did. Without Garu to watch over the Umbra, spirits like this grow ambitious and cruel, even those that are not of the worm, as Garu orthodoxy understands the concept. Email from Scarpa, where is... Oh god. I know you know where she is, so don't fucking lie to me this time. I bet you thought you did such a good job. Good little Cub Scout, but she's fucking gone again. You got her out, but oh no, she's gone again. Like you didn't do anything because you can't do anything, you fuck up. Can't do anything but ruin it for Clay and now Black Tarn. We don't even know where she is. And Bava... I'm assuming that's Beaver is probably dead because of you. I haven't seen him in days. Everything is dead. You ruined everything when you left, murderer. What the hell does he expect from me? In fact, that's what I ask him. I rephrase things and inform Elton that my contact in New York is looking for a Black Fury Theurge lost in the Umbra. I just ignore him. Blacktown is probably dead. Let's... Yeah, let's do that. News alert. Black Shuck strikes again. Ghost Dog Mayhem at Aztec-style Ashfield Sacrifice. Fucking hell. Black Shuck strikes again. By Nomi Pascali. Was the Pascali one of the families? I can't remember. There was the final family. There was the palace. There was the... Oh god, I don't remember. Witnesses to an Aztec or Polish-Lithuanian style human sacrifice report another sighting of Black Shuck, legendary hell dog of the Pioneer Valley. Black Shuck's sightings date back to 1846 when Old Palace constructed his mansion in Williamsburg, Massachusetts. Despite a dearth of sightings between the wars and also after the wars until the 21st century, Black Shuck fans in both the US and the UK have reported an uptick in sightings all over Massachusetts, including this one after a violent battle during a failed sacrifice. Related, do Obsidian Aztec sacrifice daggers circulate in your children's Halloween candy? The ritual sacrifice of the Pumpkin Queen is an annual ceremony in Ashfield and related communities, but never before has it turned violent instead of symbolic. The article rambles for 5 more confusing paragraphs. Nomi has no idea what they're talking about. But you don't like this Black Shuck business since local paranormal enthusiasts might be talking about Elton. It's straight too. He's a big doggy. Okay. Do we have any days for training? We do. Okay, interesting. We should maybe try to get like we've been using a lot of like composure. Maybe we should try to get one skill from each thing up a bit higher. We could return to the barrows. Let's find a place for the magic pumpkin and perform a line of riding. So I think this is where we're going to end things for today. I will put us on the, there we go, the end screen, which I still have not fixed. So we will save it there. There we go. But yeah, thanks everyone who came to join stream or who is watching the VOD, and I will see you probably tomorrow for some more Night Rain. Bye bye.